the floor over to Mr. Ajneb and Final Fantasy VII. So let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
All right. Welcome, everybody. This is Final Fantasy VII, any percent no slots. I'm J2.
I'm Dave Stereo.
And I'm ajneb174.
Yeah, and we're super excited to be able to showcase this run for you. It's been a long time since we've had Final Fantasy VII in its entirety at GDQ. So strap in. We've got 8 hours of speedrun for you, and we're ready to kick it off.
All right, timer's ready.
Should we get a countdown? 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So as I mentioned, this is any percent no slots, and that means that we will not be using Kate's limit break slots to one-shot any of the enemies. That limit break is pretty overpowered and can one-shot any enemy, including the super bosses in the game. So we will not be using that, and every boss will be killed using the standard means of just attacking them until they die. Here we've got a great opening cinematic, and we'll let you guys enjoy that.
It's right now.
Okay. Do we have a cutoff for the donation incentives for the names?
Yes, we do. Sorry, my mic moved there. All right, yes, we do. All right, our cloud name is going to be, with $3,876, Spike VII.
All right.
All right.
Shout outs to Spike. We also need it for Barrett.
Just doing one last refresh to make sure we're good.
All right. This one was tight all the way to the start here.
Exactly. It's one taking one more check. All right. So with $2,076.30, Barrett's name will be Mega Ran. It's a space between Mega and Ran.
All right, so kicking it off, we have our first mission of the game, pulling up to reactor number 1. Cloud's going to hop off the train and initiate a battle with 2 guards here, but first we're going to have a quick menu. We're going to pump up the battle speed and all of our field and in-battle messages to the maximum to speed up the text, as well as change our ATB to active.
We're also going to put our cursor on memory, which is going to remember our last action, so we can insta-queue our actions whenever a character gets their turn again.
And in this very first battle here, we have our first bit of RNG. The soldiers are going to attack Cloud either once, twice, 3, or possibly 4 or 5 times if Cloud misses, but let's hope that doesn't happen. So,
looks like we're going to get 2. All right. And then what you're going to notice here is on this next screen, he's actually going to walk steps as he meets up with the rest of the group. And that's because the encounters in Final Fantasy VII actually are not random. They're based on a step counter. And we've actually routed out the encounters throughout the entire game. This was all routed by Cart 7. And yeah, do you want to explain more about that, J2?
Sure. So the way the step counter works is as you walk around on any, what is called a hostile map, which is any screen like this where you can get an encounter, you have something called the danger value, which increases. And as soon as that danger value reaches a certain number, depending on what encounter you will get that encounter. You can increase the rate at which your danger value increases by walking or running, and it allows you to miss battles by not having your danger value high enough to get that battle. So that's why you'll see throughout the run, we'll be walking some numbers of steps and usually running to go faster, but that's going to help us skip some battles and also set up some tricks later in the run.
It also allows us to make sure we get certain fights in certain areas to learn certain enemy skills, And if you derail the step count at any point during the run, you kind of can't get it back. So it's very imperative you keep it for the entire 8 hours.
Yep. The entire run is, as Dave said, on a very fixed step count, which means your movement from every single screen needs to be memorized. So you can see between every screen transition, Ben will change the input that he's going to be holding so that he's already prepared to be running in that direction on the next screen. It basically comes down to memorizing every single step in the game and knowing where you have to walk versus run. The step count is really the major barrier for someone who wants to get into speedrunning this game. It's not required by any means, but over the course of the run, it saves about 20 to 30 minutes just by missing a bunch of encounters, and it guarantees a little more safety because there are some encounters that you can get that will result in killing your party pretty quickly.
If you get a pincer attack, like doing the step count, we route out, you know, nasty pincer attacks. We make sure we get preempts in other areas so we can get quick escapes. It's really nice. So right now, we are a rebel group called Avalanche, and we are about to go to a Mako reactor and
blow it up.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what we do. So there's the evil Shinra Corporation who's literally sucking the life out of the planet for financial gain. And we're not big fans of theirs for various reasons. And we're trying to save the planet by blowing up their Mako reactors, which are doing all of that planet energy draining. So here you're seeing Ben's first step manipulation. He's going to be walking 24 steps here. And the way that we count steps is actually very interesting. So when you come out of a battle, the screen kind of fades in, and you're already able to move while that fade is happening. So you can't really see Cloud for the first couple frames of that. So what you do is you actually watch his right leg, and you know that every time that his right leg hits the ground, that's an even step. So you can count 2, 4, 6 like that, so you know how many steps you've taken. The movement throughout Midgar, and especially in these reactors, is very, very difficult.
Yeah, lots of corners you got to cut, and corners that aren't necessarily defined the best because we are sprites on paintings.
Yeah.
So
these early 2D, 3D RPGs are notorious for having poor directional control, where up could be left and left could be down, and you never really know what direction you're going to be traveling on the screen unless you've played it a million times before. So that's why it is really imperative to memorize all of your inputs for this game.
And we are approaching our first boss fight, coming up right here, which is a Guard Scorpion.
Guard Scorpion's a pretty straightforward fight. We have Cloud, who will be using Bolt Magic, since Guard Scorpion is a mechanical boss. He is weak to electric attacks. So Cloud will be using Bolt, and Barrett will be using his standard Gatling gun attack. There's a couple things that we're looking for in this battle. We're looking to see how much damage Cloud is going to do with his Bolt. His damage range can range from like 84 to 94, and we definitely want to be up in that. Oh, that's 94. That's a good start.
Barrett hit a 36.
Barrett hit a 36? All right,
36, so yeah.
That's some pretty good damage rolls. And the way it works is that your stats are randomized at the beginning of every run, so you don't know what your magic or attack stats are going to be. And also they are randomized when you level up, so you don't know at what rate those stats are going to increase. So here we get a little bit of an early peek as to how strong our characters are. Additionally, throughout this fight, we're going to hope to get limit breaks on both Cloud and Barrett, and that's to set up in advance of the next boss battle that we're going to get with Airbuster. So already looking ahead to our next boss battle, and you're going to see that that's a theme throughout the run, is that we're preparing ourselves for upcoming battles while we're in the battle, because we don't want to waste any time. Here he got some good RNG, and Barrett was actually attacked twice, which means we can use his limit break here.
And here we're going to use Guard Scorpion's tail laser to actually get our limit breaks back on the characters. It's kind of funny because it says be sure to attack while its tail's up, because it's going to counterattack with its laser.
That was so confusing to me as a 6-year-old trying to play this game. I would just attack it over and over and over and just die to tail laser repeatedly. It took a while for me to actually be able to read and play this game.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII does have some translation errors.
Definitely.
Only a few.
Only a few.
And that's good. We got both limit breaks here, so we're all set.
And the tail's back down, so we're going to go back into just blitz mode here and finish off this boss. That's a pretty good guard scorpion, gotta say.
And now we've got 10 whole minutes to make it out of this reactor.
I don't think we're gonna make it.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Might be close.
It will be.
If we forget Jesse, of course.
Yes. So here we're gonna get an encounter. Pretty much every random encounter we're just going to run away from. It just saves time, and we don't need the EXP. So throughout this run, it may be strange, you know, how could you beat an RPG like this without doing any grinding? We don't. We have every boss battle is routed, and we have, you know, strats to beat it without doing any grinding. You can see right there after that battle, Ben did 3 steps, which is just a couple more steps to manipulate the step count, and he'll only get
one encounter on the entire way out of this reactor now.
Yeah.
Whereas you would probably get like 4?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
So you got to pick up Jesse here.
It's definitely something people missed as a kid a lot. Like they would reach the end and be like, why can't I open this door?
So coming out of the reactor, we probably have a little more time for some donations.
Absolutely. I have an $800 donation from Anonymous. Very simplistic comment on here. All it says is Omnislash.
There we go.
Definitely have to meet that donation incentive if we haven't already.
I believe that actually has been met and exceeded, so thank you very much, everyone, for your donations on making that happen.
That's awesome.
I also have $150 from Clamat. Congrats, Ben, for making it to SGDQ. Here's $50 for Palmer Bio, $50 for Aqualung, and $50 for Double Lapis. Aqualung hype!
So,
donation goes to Ben's choice.
Thanks, Kalemot, for those wishes of bad RNG.
This run's gonna go perfect.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong with FF7?
Yeah, no. There's no RNG in this game.
No, not at all.
It's only an RPG. So that ends the first mission. We've blown up one reactor, and it's kind of like a tutorial mission just to get you used to the battle mechanics and a little bit of the gameplay. So now we're going to continue with the story here. The whole Avalanche crew escaping. So this map here is one of the areas that we call a non-hostile field map. So we'll use these terms throughout the run, like a hostile field map, a non-hostile field map, and the world map. And each one of those has a different implication for the step count. Since this is a non-hostile field map, we don't have to worry about managing our steps or doing any step counting on these. None of the steps that you take on these maps have anything to do with the danger value or anything like that. We also get to meet the flower girl, but we tell her to go on her way. We don't need to talk to her or anything.
And then approaching here, we're going to be approached by the Shinra guards, and we're just not going to fight them.
Because that would be slow.
Yeah, that would waste time.
It's not what we're here for.
And so we've got one of our skips coming up next. Do you want to talk about how like some of these skips are going to work out throughout the game?
Sure. So there are a few different kinds of skips in this game. The most common one is triggered due to something called a paralysis dodge. And the way a paralysis dodge works is by opening 2 text boxes at the same time on any given screen, the game kind of freaks out and doesn't know what to do. And it lets Cloud run freely throughout the map. And if we have those 2 text boxes open, we can actually go to different screens that we're not supposed to be able to go to at that time, and possibly skip different scenes. So there's a little cutscene upcoming with Jesse that we'll point out when we get there. But hopefully we're going to be able to set up a skip here to save it's about 15 seconds.
Yeah. And this sort of concept will reoccur throughout the run. There's a few skips that are based on this concept.
Right, and some of them are a little more dangerous than others. Some can result in a soft lock if you don't know exactly where to go, or if you do it too slowly, or if you happen to mash through too many text boxes, which can be pretty easy to do in this game, where you're really just doing a lot of circle mashing to skip through text. So you have to be kind of careful when you're doing these skips. But this is thankfully one of the safer ones.
Yeah, the only thing about the skip is you only get one shot at it. So if you miss it, that's it, and kind of got to take the L.
Yeah. But like we said, it is just a 15-second time loss, and in a marathon, we'll go for it. But if we don't get it, it's not the biggest deal.
So what you're going to see is Cloud is actually going to run all the way down to the end of this train cart here. And if he reaches all the way down to the bottom to the screen transition, there's actually going to be like a train guard that pushes him out and says, hey, you can't go in here right now. And then after that, and you try to run back into the screen, he's not going to come out anymore. So that's like the thing we need. We need him to push Cloud back and give him the text box. But at the same time, he needs to try to initiate the conversation with Jesse right here. Let's see if he gets it.
So he's setting up his position. He's going to open the menu to menu buffer the inputs, and he got the skip.
And now what you're going to do is you're going to exit your text box right as you go into that loading zone, and then you come back, and the game already registers that you did the map cutscene.
And you can see that it brings Cloud's sprite back over here into the front of the screen as if he had just finished the conversation with Jesse. So that's a 15-second time save right there, and we can move over to the next dialog box with Barrett here. We have time for a couple more donations here.
Absolutely, got a bunch here. I have $27.77 from Dark Energy. Ben, dude, it's been a while. Sorry about that. Just know that I'm watching. Good luck on carry armor, and good luck on the run, buddy. I hope to see you again at AGDQ 2018.
All right.
$25 from Anonymous. Thanks for making me stay up all night to watch FF7. All joking aside, the GDQ is one of the best events of the year. I have $150 from Reaper Corp. This one goes out to all the runners and the people behind the scenes that make it an awesome SGDQ 2017. Thank you for everything. And $50 from Braylon. Love Chocobos, and this is one of my husband's favorite games. Glad it was included this year. Pushing for Bubbles to play Dark Souls. $150 from R. Carlson. I need sleep to live, but I gotta try to catch the beginning and end of Final Fantasy VII. Now say Fuzzy Pickles.
Fuzzy Pickles?
No. We're going to have to cut off the Tifa donation incentive.
All right, I have $10 from Bear Shark 19. FF7 was one of the most important games of my childhood. Super excited to watch the run and to see all the tricks. Just don't know if I'll be able to stay awake all the way, so if I fall asleep, good luck to ajneb174.
All right, here just a quick screen transition. This saves a couple text boxes in front of the bar, and we're going to need that name for Tifa.
All right, refreshing here. And Tifa. All right. Why'd you close? There we go. All right, so with $3,535.89, Tifa's name is going to be Beef Aroni.
All right. So yeah, you can see that Ben moved Cloud towards the exit there. There's a lot of little things in this game where you have to know exactly where you're supposed to be going, who to talk to, how to trigger the next interaction. It's not always very straightforward, but this just comes with experience of running the game. It's your typical RPG where you have to know exactly what NPC you need to interact with or where you need to go at all times. So,
oh yeah,
little optimizations, of course.
And then right now in the story, Avalanche has returned to their hideout, and they're just going to be discussing their next mission. Cloud and Bear are going to get an argument over how much Cloud is getting paid, and just like about what they're doing, their mission, just like...
Yeah, Cloud is a little apathetic about this whole situation. He just kind of wants to get his money and be over with it. He's not really into the whole,
not for a noble cause.
Yeah. And Jessie is very disappointed in his lack of interest in it. As you can see, she's just really upset.
Yeah. And Cloud's gonna try to storm out of the bar, but Tifa's gonna stop him.
Tifa's theme is one of my favorite songs in the game. We're going to be calling out all these songs that we really love in this game. That's part of what makes playing this game so great and running it not quite so daunting. You know, for an 8-hour speed run, people can say, you know, how can you sit down and play a game for 8 hours, you know, day in, day out? But it's really just such an amazing soundtrack and really a fun game. But it's really the music that motivates, I know, a lot of the runners to keep with it and stick with the game. It's just...
And just like the universe, you know, I've been playing this game for like, what, 10 years now?
Yeah.
So... Or, I'm sorry, like 20 years.
Yeah, this is the 20th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII. So it's as good a time as any to showcase it at a GDQ.
Oh, yeah. Probably got a time for some donations.
Absolutely, thank you. I have $150 from Aimless. Spent so much time playing Final Fantasy VII when I was younger that I had the chance to donate to Spike and getting Omni-Slash done as well as watching Bubbles rip through Dark Souls 3. Been watching GDQs for a few years now and just happy that I can donate now. Keep on doing all the amazing things that GDQ and all these amazing people do. $100 from Raptor Buddha. Millions of poor helpless frames are lost every day to bad RNG. Missed jump, poor menuing. Let's not add to their suffering during this Super Metroid run. Save the frames. Amazing run by the Mario runners as well. Looking forward to the Metroid runs, and here's to chipping into the Dark Souls run. Well, I hope you enjoy both the Mario and the Metroid run. Obviously, those were extremely good, so I hope you did enjoy those. Got $150 from Foxdie. Games Done Quick is such an amazing event. Thank you all for putting on such a wonderful show for such a great cause. Let's get some more Dark Souls and break that 1 million mark. Well, good news on that one. We definitely did that as well. So let's keep it climbing. Let's go for 1.5 and then maybe even 2. Diabetes donates $125. Never stop coming to Minnesota. We love you here. Money goes to the Dark Souls run and to name the Majora's Mask file name Slurp, the best Link name. Valius donates $150. Thank you for supporting MSF, a worthy cause. Donating some of this towards Omni-Slash because we have to beat Final Fantasy VII. We have to beat it right.
I agree. That is the only way to finish the run.
Absolutely.
Unless, of course, you're on world record pace.
Got to go for Omni-Swag, though.
Definitely. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start our next mission here. We're going on to reactor number 5, and we're going to do the same thing as last time. Blow it up.
And hopefully skip the materia tutorial, right?
Yeah, this is the most important skip in the game, and he got it.
Oh, there we go. A round of applause, guys.
That's about a 2-minute time save right there. There are a ton of dialogue options in this game where selecting the second option is faster, and it's just super annoying. There are a lot of times where if you're just mashing, it'll just keep looping the same text over and over again, and us less experienced runners wind up doing that a little bit too much.
Or you'll choose the wrong option and lose your run.
That can happen too.
So, yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, definitely. So again, hopping on the train here, headed to reactor number 5. We're going to get a little bit of an introduction to the way that the Shinra security system works. They have these fancy ID cards that get scanned as they're going through the tunnels, and we'll see if that works out for the party.
Love how that guy's just chilling in the back, and then Barrett's fighting with this dude up here.
Yeah, that's his home. He lives in the train.
Yeah. Guess he doesn't care if pandemonium's going on, whatever.
That's par for the course in the Midgar slums.
Yeah, I guess so.
So Barrett has already claimed that our approach is that we're going to be jumping off of this train midway through, probably a little bit sooner than he might be expecting, but it's a plan, maybe a little bit half-baked, but it's certainly a plan. And here come the alarms.
Yeah, so obviously one of their ID cards didn't pass the check, so...
That's it's Jesse's fault. Typical Jesse.
So normally what you do in the game is you run all the way to the end of the train and then you jump off. What we're going to do here is we're just going to grab the high potion off of this guy, do a little bit of menuing, and we're actually just going to let the time run out and then jump off the train early. When you're in this menu, you're actually not wasting any time because that timer ticks in the background.
Yep, and we can see that he did 3 things in the menu there. First, he equipped Barrett with his new weapon that we got as a drop from Guard Scorpion, the first boss. He also moved Barrett to the back row, which saves time for later where he'll need to be in the back row anyway. And he also removed the ice materia from Cloud. So materia, when you equip it, gives your characters different abilities. They can cast magic, they can use commands, they can also use summon materia. But each materia also adds or removes some different stats. So in this case, he removed the ice magic materia because that decreases your strength. So by removing it, he actually increases Cloud's strength, which will be useful because we're going to be doing a physical attack on the next boss.
So one thing you're actually going to see with the next random encounter we get, we're actually going to try to skip it because there's a few encounters in this game where we can do what's called a menu skip, where if you open the menu on the exact same frame that you get an encounter, you can actually skip that encounter. But you can't do it anywhere because if you do it before what's called an event battle, you will actually duplicate the fight. An event battle is pretty much a battle that doesn't happen in the field. That's not a random encounter. That's one that's forced on you, usually boss fights.
Right. So that can result in what's called the repeating boss glitch. So if you skip a battle, the game is still expecting you to have a battle. So the only way to neutralize that glitched state of needing a battle is by having a regular random encounter. If you have a boss battle when it's expecting that random encounter, it'll actually just give you the boss again. So it's very possible to fight the same boss twice in a row, which is a very strange glitch, but very possible to get. Unfortunately, we didn't get the battle skip this time. It is a very tight window, and hopefully we won't be wasting too much time here.
Just as long as we don't get bubbled. There we go.
Yeah. So when we say we don't want to get bubbled, that is a particular attack animation from one of those enemies. A lot of the RNG in this game has to do with what we call escape RNG. And the escape RNG is, 1, how fast you're able to escape from the battle, and 2, the attacks that the enemies are doing in the battle. So you want to make sure that if the enemies are going to get off any attacks in the battle, they're ones that have very short animations and that occur very quickly, and also ones that aren't going to kill your party. But luckily, those attack animations were pretty short. There were 3 attacks, which isn't the best, but the bubble animation is about as long as all 3 of those combined, so we're happy to avoid that.
And we're just going to be making our way to the bottom reactor if you want to give some donations.
Actually, at this time, I'd like to point out that we have added a brand new incentive during the setup Block 5. We're inserting as Breath of the Wild, so the new Zelda game is out there as well. So keep an eye out for that on the donation tracker. If you'd like to see that game run during the block for setup 5, that would be $100,000 as the donation target. So get your donations in if you would love to see that run.
All right, we definitely would.
Yeah, shouts out to Orca.
I know Dave would love to see that running.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So on the previous screen, you saw that Ben did a couple steps after the encounter, but he was running it first. So usually when we do steps in the route, we do the steps immediately following an encounter. But in this case, he wanted to move Cloud to a position on the screen where he could clearly see his feet and make sure that he was doing the right number of steps. So he just ran a little bit and then did his steps and then proceeded to run down in the reactor.
Now Cloud's going to get a headache. Happens a few times throughout the run.
He's got really bad headaches.
Yeah, like,
he should drink more water.
Yeah, I know, right? Take some Advil.
Yeah. And this is the first of many, well, we've already had a flashback in this game.
Yeah.
It's the second of many flashbacks in this game. Here you can see Tifa mourning the death of her father and picking up a large sword.
Yeah, we'll find out more about that later.
There's a little bit of a movement optimization here. You can see Cloud kind of bonking and then running around Tifa there. This time, no timer.
Yep, I guess not.
Yeah, they got remote bombs now. It's an upgrade.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the field maps for the first reactor and the fifth reactor, this one, the second reactor that we go to, are fairly similar, so it's easy to memorize the inputs that you need to do to move around here. One little tricky thing is that ladder that he just hopped on. So when Cloud gets on ladders, there's a little bit of a walking up animation. So Cloud will take a couple steps and approach the ladder, and those steps actually don't count towards your step counter, so you want to make sure to trigger that climbing of the ladder as soon as possible to save on steps. And you can actually, as you may know, holding X to run throughout this game is something that you have to do. You can hold X through that animation and actually speed up the walking animation to climb the ladder for a little bit of a time save there as well.
Going to be taking some steps right here.
Again, you could see that he moved just before taking the steps so that he could get a clearer view of Cloud.
And we're approaching our first mini game within Final Fantasy VII.
Lots of flashbacks, lots of mini games. Really, this game is just a giant QuickTime event.
Yeah. Thing about this one though is the you have to press all three of these buttons at the same time. Like you have to match syncing up with the other party members. The only thing though is that the visual cue that is for pressing the buttons, like once you see it, it's already too late. You kind of got to know it.
He's just a little early there. Got
there
it.
we go.
Time.
Second try.
Second try's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
I get it like 17th try, so.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get a run and you'll just continually miss it over and over and over and over again. Yeah.
And here we're going to meet up with have our first introduction to the president of the Shinra Corporation, and we get another awesome song.
It's that piano.
The D sharp, you said?
Yeah, D sharp.
Yeah.
Which is, Every time I go to piano, you know you gotta hit it. At least once.
How did the president even get there? Like, he goes out via helicopter, but like, how did he even get there?
Yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah. We already decided that we're not going to talk about the continuity errors in this game because they're everywhere.
We might point out a few, though.
Yeah, I guess we'll have
in
to.
some
Just for the memes.
particular scenes.
Yeah. So here we have a battle with Airbuster incoming. This is our second boss battle, and there are a couple different strats that we can do here. One strat that we do will attack with Tifa first, and the objective there is to get a counterattack on Tifa to fill up or come close to filling up her limit break to set up for the next boss. Optionally, if you're a noob like me, you can just hold circle to win this fight. It's pretty easy if you have your limit breaks, but Ben's a lot better, so...
We're actually just going to be doing hold circle strats for marathon safety.
All right.
Because it's possible that if you skip down to Tifa, there can be like a little bit of lag, and Airbuster actually gets his moves in, and he starts turning around, and you need to get these back attacks for double damage.
Right. So here you can see Cloud is using his limit break, and that's why we took off that ice materia to get the extra damage there. And that's the boss battle.
See, it's possible you can get trolled with your damage rolls, and he just derails, and you waste so much time. So that's great that we got good damage rolls.
So we're gonna have to close the incentive for the Eris rename at this point, and then we can squeeze in a couple donations as well.
All right, thank you. We'll refresh that here shortly. I did want to interject. I do have a $1,000 donation. This one comes from Seven Sins. Hey everyone, Seven Sins here. I'd like to thank the GDQ staff as always for an amazing event. I also want to say good luck to my buddy Ben, former but also future world record holder of this category. Knock him dead, bro. Also, shout outs to the couch. Good commentary, y'all. I wish I could have been there to support in person, but by allocating this donation towards my name to Sid, I hope to be there in support in spirit. Thanks again, and good luck, Ben, and couch, and host. Seven love.
Hey, thanks, Seven.
Thank you, Seven Sins. Shout outs to the FF7 community in general. It's a really awesome speedrunning community. A lot of great people. Seven's definitely one of them. And here we meet up with Flower Girl again. What are the odds?
Just crashing through the roof, you know?
Out of nowhere. Somehow he's alive, or maybe he's dead. I don't really know. But this is an FF8, so
yeah,
we're gonna.
Squall is dead.
Yeah, we're just gonna assume that he's not dead. And whenever you're ready on that name, JT.
Sorry, apologies. A little bit of technical difficulties here. We'll get that in a second. And this is for
Eris.
Eris. Come on, get over there. All right, so with $2,935.13, Eris's name will be Cool Ranch. All caps and one word.
Cool Ranch.
All right.
The best Doritos flavor.
I agree.
So, Mysterious Flower Girl. We don't know much about her. But we're not going to spoil anything for you, so you're just going to have to wait about, how far are we in here? About 4 hours. About 4 hours.
Yeah, you'll figure out what happens.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. At least no spoilers in the name. There were some donation names that would have been a little bit more spoilery.
Specifically, spoiler.
Yeah, the name Spoiler. We have Spoiler, Bucket, Bullseye. I won't read a couple of the others. But yeah, we're meeting characters all over the place. So we also have our first introduction to the Turks. This guy, his name is Reno, and he's a pretty strange individual. Not really sure what the Turks do. It's actually a running joke in FF7 that nobody really knows what their job is, including the Turks.
Kidnapping,
Yeah,
maybe?
Is it kidnapping? Yeah. Some kind of dirty deeds.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So Reno has brought his guards here to seize Eris for some reason.
Yeah, they're trying to capture her, and the reason for which is unclear at the moment, but we don't want that to happen, even though we just met the girl. So we're going to go ahead and run through the back of the church here.
Remember, don't step on the flowers.
Don't step on the flowers.
Dude, come on, dude.
Bad things happen if you step on the flowers.
Yeah.
So in the back part of this church here, there's a few optimizations that we're going to be doing to save time and to save steps. So as you guys might remember, there is a little bit of a mini game here involving barrels. It's kind of like Donkey Kong. It's a little bit like Donkey Kong. They're really bad at jumping, though. You know, they should take some lessons from Mario.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Eris also very, very bad at jumping, as we'll see here.
Yet she makes it somehow later?
Yeah,
Easily?
yeah. She's like, oh, I can't make the jump, and then, you know.
I'll do it later.
In a minute, she's going to do that exact same jump.
So what you're going to see here is Ben's going to tell her to hold on, and then he's going to go over to this barrel, and after he pushes it down, he's just going to stand there and wait for Eris to continue moving throughout the screen, because since this is a hostile screen, you can notice he just got a fight. If he starts moving around up there, he's going to be wasting steps, and we don't want to do that. So
it's always bad. You want to minimize movement on hostile field maps, and if you can not move at all and the game somehow progresses, that's a win.
Yep, so we're just going to chill, wait for Eris to get to her next checkpoint, and we're going to tell her what to do.
We're going to tell her to run.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to tell her to run.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty good idea.
I feel like fighting would take some time.
She's pretty weak.
Yeah, yeah. We don't have her grenades yet.
No. Cloud's doing a great job being a bodyguard right now. It's half bodyguard, half Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
See, there she can make it.
Was that really so hard?
It didn't look that difficult. She's already practicing her squats with the arm swinging.
Man, we are almost there.
Yeah.
We're just going to make our way out of the church, and Cloud and Eris are going to be heading back to Eris' house.
The scaling on some of these backgrounds makes absolutely no sense.
They are pretty giant.
I mean, the church looks like a dollhouse.
So Eris here is going to notice the color of Cloud's eyes.
He has this distinct blue-green glow in his eyes. And that is the sign of anyone who has been infused with the Mako energy of the planet, which is the sign of Shinra's elite military force known as Soldier. So she kind of knows about that because of an ex-boyfriend of hers.
Cloud might know him.
Is it possible? You think Cloud might know him?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think so. I mean, at least he doesn't remember.
I think they were both first class.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, they probably made it all up anyway.
Yeah.
So coming down here, we're going back into a hostile field map area, and this is one of the first places where the step route really, really comes in handy because there's a really nasty encounter here with a burglar. Funny enough, in the Midgar slums, you encounter a burglar, and he can steal any of your items that you might need, including it's the ether.
Yeah,
right?
particularly the ether, which is our the most expensive item that we have right now that we're going to sell.
Yeah, so a lot of the items that we're going to be picking up throughout the game are strictly used to sell for money. Losing those at any time due to people or burglars stealing them or other misuses can be catastrophic. So money management is really a significant part of this speedrun.
Yeah, we need to buy 68 grenades on the shop after Eris' house, so if we don't have the money, that's going to be bad.
Yeah, definitely. So here we bring Eris home. She has a lovely house in the slums. It's the only place with natural sunlight, water in Midgard, flowers.
Flowers outside of the church.
It's really a lovely piece of real estate, I got to say, especially for sector 6. Where are they? Sector 6.
Yeah, and we're gonna tell Eris here that we have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Eris. Tifa is bae. And that's going to actually save some time here. So you're going to see... oh, you already selected the second option.
Yeah.
So that's another one of those instances in which you have to select the second option to save time.
It's just like a text box there too, but it does matter.
First, we're going to get a little bit of a night's sleep and get our third of many, many, many flashbacks.
Cloud's mom.
I was going to say we can squeeze in one donation here, if you got it.
I have $157.77 from Prendonius. In the late 90s, before we knew what speedrunning was, my friend and I would set ourselves a time limit and list of goals to accomplish in Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VIII. Played them so many times. It's great to see them destroyed by people much better than we are. $150 from Comrade Nugget. I've been waiting for Final Fantasy VII run all week. Good luck on the run, and I hope you have... I'm sorry. And I hope you have good carry armor RNG. Say that 5 times fast.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be seeing that in about 6 hours, but thank you for the donation.
So you notice there as Ben was walking out of the room, he was able to grab the potion and Phoenix down as he was exiting the room during Cloud's walking animation. You can just do that with some mashing.
Yeah, a little bit of a time save there. And here's our first shopping. We're going to sell literally everything we own and buy 68 grenades. And I always thought that was a really funny image to have Cloud just throw everything down on this guy's table and say, take it all, and walk out with a bag of, 68 grenades that he
puts it in his pocket.
Yeah, right in his back pocket.
He's got deep pockets.
Yeah, well, he fits that big sword in there too, and
And occasionally the entire party.
Yeah, like Eris. Yeah.
Oh, we know Eris ran off.
Oh yeah. Deep pockets, Cloud.
Gonna navigate through the construction zone.
The movement here. Oh.
Yeah, like the corners are pretty hard to get around. Yeah.
Worst screen in the game. I'm sorry, I just hate it. It's really hard to move there, and you can kill your step count pretty easy there.
Gonna take a short little pit stop at this playground here.
We can get another donation in.
Absolutely. I have $133.70 from Kebaboskal. Gotta have that Breath of the Wild run. I have $40 from Anonymous. Spike Vegeta got the double fight carry armor glitch earlier this year. Here's to hoping that Fight Vegeta doesn't suffer the same fate. Good luck.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm so
the worst
sorry.
luck. But yeah, like we were saying, it is possible to set yourself up like that, where you can fight a boss twice, and of all the bosses that you don't want to fight twice, carry armor is definitely one of them.
And I mean, with like how much menuing you do in this game, there's a chance that you can accidentally skip a fight.
Yeah,
you know?
you won't even know. If
Yeah.
you're just casually playing through the game, you can just open up your menu at the wrong time and skip a fight, and then find yourself facing the same boss twice.
Never had that happen to me, luckily.
Yeah. So there we saw Tifa on the back of that Chocobo cart, and she's headed towards the wall market. This is the first part of the game that really starts to open up and become less linear, and that's a pretty cool part about this game, is that it kind of gradually opens up, and that's why people really love the way that this game progresses. Starting with Midgar and then opening up to the full world, you get your first taste of what the open RPG environment can be in the wall market. So it really encourages exploration, and we're going to do that by going on a couple little mini quests here. So our search for Tifa begins over here at the Honeybee Manor. We're going to find out that she's being interviewed to be a potential date for the Don Corneo. So we're going to head up and find out a little bit more about Don Corneo and what that means for Tifa.
And so pretty much Eris is going to come up with the master plan to dress up Cloud as a woman in order to get into Don Corneo's mansion.
It's a brilliant idea. I mean, he's only taking, female dates, so that's really the only option.
Yeah, so we're going to go on a couple of fetch quests here to get a wig, a dress, a diamond tiara.
Some cologne.
Yeah, cologne also.
Gotta get the cologne.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the important thing here is that we're going to have to do all of these side quests because we want Cloud to be the person who is picked to be Don Corneo's date. And the way that you do that is by successfully completing 4 mini quests. So the first thing that we're going to do is talk to this guy who usually is the materia shop owner, but right now he's a little bit curious about what they're selling over at the inn. So we offer to go and take a look for him. Then we're going to head over to the dress shop and talk to the dress shop owner here, see if they can make Cloud a dress. And it turns out that the dress shop owner's father is the one that makes all the dresses, and he's busy
having a few drinks.
Yeah, he's enjoying his Friday night.
We're gonna stop and get some food real quick, actually.
It's the only time you eat throughout the whole run.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean it is only 8 hours, and we're sitting here for 8 hours. We're not really eating anything either, but Cloud gets hungry and he
gets
wants
a nice
some,
Korean barbecue plate, man.
Sounds pretty good. I had some Korean barbecue early tonight. It was pretty good.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Dude, you didn't share.
I'm sorry, man. But yeah, anyway, here you can select any of these options. For the food, you can select any option. But for when he asks how it was, you have to say that it was all right, and then he gives you a pharmacy coupon here. If you don't select that option, that is the end of the run. So you have to get that pharmacy coupon and exchange it here for the third option, the digestive. And you can see here that it's really easy to just select the wrong option.
Number 2.
There we go. And that would be the end of the run. So we stay at the end real quick, get that nice lullaby music. I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. It's going to put us right to sleep.
Oh, yeah. I've accidentally stayed at the inn twice and thrown my gil count off.
Oh, that's rough. Good thing it's a cheap inn. It's only like 10 gil.
Yeah, careless smashing. What you're going to see here is we're actually going to be saving the game real quick because there's another skip coming up that does have the potential to soft lock. It's going to be the same situation where we're going to be triggering 2 dialogue boxes. So this is called the bar skip. I mean, first we're gonna exchange the item that we bought in the inn for the diamond tiara, but So in the bar skip, there's a door that when you open it, it gives Cloud a text box, but he can still move for some reason. So what we're going to do is we're going to open that door and then start initiating the conversations with the dress shop owner, while also simultaneously carrying on the same conversation with a person in the bathroom, and we're going to be getting 2 items at the same time.
We'll let Ben do this skip here.
He's going to be navigating to a very specific dialog box before reopening that door. And second options for the dress. And there we go. That is bar skip, guys.
Overall, it saves 30 to 40 seconds overdoing each one individually, up to a minute, depending on how fast you are.
And if you do mess that up, Eris is going to try to return to Cloud, because that's what happens as you're exiting the bar. But if you do it at the wrong time, Eris won't be able to have a direct path line with Cloud, so she'll continually be trying to like run into a stool or something, trying to get next to Cloud, and yeah, that soft locks the game because she can never reunite with Cloud.
All right, so Cloud tried on his dress, and it's just not right. So we're going to have to get one more item, which is the wig. And if anybody knows anything about getting the wig, you're going to have to do a little mini game here called the squat mini game. So everybody up, everybody up. I know it's late, but you got to get in your exercise here.
Come on, we got like 7.5 more hours.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a workout here. So I want everybody in squat position, okay? Arms to your sides. Get those knees nice and loose, okay? We're going to be swinging and bending, and swinging and bending, okay? Just like that. There we go. Come on. Now with me now. Swinging and bending and swinging those arms, because this is how squats work. Shout outs to Caleb Hart. I don't know where you are. Caleb Hart.
Wish you could be here.
Wish you could be here with us. Buddy. And the idea is to get 21 of these squats. I'm not doing 21 because I got to sit on this couch for 7 more hours. So thank you, everyone. How many did you get? 21.
Hey.
All right. All right. So we get the blonde wig here, and that's the last piece of the puzzle to get Cloud chosen for the Dawn. We can take a couple donations here while they're getting changed.
Absolutely. Let me catch my breath from that squat session first, though.
Yeah, you're telling me.
I get $10 from Beta. I love this event so far, and I know it sounds cliche, but this is the best games event ever done. And I can only hope that this event continues to grow. Good luck to all the runners. Put this towards Cloud's Omnislash on Sephiroth, because it's not a Sephiroth fight unless you finish it with a dank limit break, yo.
Hey.
That's right.
$75 from Pocket Evil. Sad to have missed out on making it to the awesome event in person, but excited to be enjoying this from home. Donation towards Dark Souls because, let's be honest, who really wants AGDQ to end?
Agreed.
I wish it could go forever.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but we have SGDQ in the meantime. So here, now that we have Cloud and Eris both dressed up, we get entrance into Don Corneo's mansion. Another one of my favorite songs. I feel like it really conveys the wacky attitude of Don Corneo really well.
Awkwardness of just like being there and
yeah, that timpani is it's iconic. It's really great. And of course, we have to go down to the basement to find Eris or Tifa. Apologies.
You got a life-size operation table.
Cloud is totally ashamed. He shouldn't be. Looks good.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that cross-dressing Cloud in HD, though.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Oh, yeah.
Some of you may know, I'm sure many of you may know, there's a remake of this game coming out. We don't know when. It might not ever come out. We'll see. Square Enix has let us down before. But yeah, they've promised a PS4 remake of this game, which should be
I'm so
pretty
excited. I'm so excited for it.
I know I'm going to try to speedrun it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll probably fail.
Hopefully,
but I'll try.
Hopefully, Demon's Gate isn't as punishing.
Or carry armor.
Yeah.
So here that you can see a glistening blue bottle on the left side of the screen. It's so tantalizing. We want it really bad. That's an ether, and that's another one of those items that we pick up for money. And ethers are very nice. They sell for 750 gil, or is it 1,500? It's one of the two. It's quite a bit of gil, and there are various points throughout the run where we'll make minor detours, particularly on non-hostile field maps like this, just to pick up those items for money.
So there's going to be one more shop in Midgar next time we return to Wall Market, but that's going to be in a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite a bit later.
True that. Never forget the batteries.
We won't forget the batteries.
That is a nice minute and a half gone if you do that.
Yeah, a couple more movement things there. You had to like move to the bottom of the stairs and then over here to the left side or right side of the Don's desk just to advance the text. So the Don is inspecting each one of the girls, and he likes his girls healthy looking.
I guess so.
That's what he says.
But so it may have seemed like it took us a long time to get all of those items to make Don pick Cloud, but it actually does save time because if Cloud doesn't get picked, you do have to go through a series of fights, and that does take more time than it would actually take to have Cloud get picked.
Yeah, and we're also not very equipped to do those fights, so
Yeah.
it would be wasting a lot of those 68 grenades that we picked up, and we actually are going to use every single one of those 68 grenades pretty much just to get out of Midgar.
Yeah. If everything goes well, we'll have like 2 left over.
Yeah. So here, Cloud reveals his identity to Don, while simultaneously Don is revealing the Shinra's plan, which is to collapse Sector 7 in order to crush the Avalanche's hideout and hopefully eliminate Avalanche in the meantime. Since Avalanche has been going around doing all of these, blowing stuff up, they figured that they could easily pin this on Avalanche and not have to worry about, ceding any blame for that. So he's basically saying that they're going to crush the Sector 7 slums, which is really, really bad. And now the team is panicking and deciding that they need to get back to Sector 7 and make sure that the plate does not collapse. However, Don has different ideas.
Yeah, trapdoor.
Yeah, classic.
So you heard J2 talk about, back in the Airbuster fight, about Tifa's limit break. We actually, during that fight, we didn't want Tifa to get her limit break because that's used for a specific manipulation with this next fight. Because when you get a limit break, your next turn will happen incredibly fast.
Yeah, your ATB bar fills basically instantaneously.
So we're going to use that to our advantage where we can squeeze in an extra grenade on this next boss fight apps, and that will save a whole sewer tsunami wave. And that saves us some time.
Yep. Really, anytime that we can manipulate the turns that we get in a battle to save a round of the boss's attack, it's usually to save time. It's sometimes also to make sure we save our lives as well.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's definitely a time-saving measure. So here, the party has fallen down into the sewers. We're going to talk to both party members here, make sure they're okay. And then we're going to get an encounter with the boss apps. There's also a minor manipulation here that we can do by attacking with Cloud's Bolt instead of just throwing a grenade. That also helps skip an attack from apps.
Yeah, for some reason, Bolt delays him.
Yeah, so it helps us just avoid that last wave of the sewer tsunami attack that we just saw there. We're not too worried about the damage from that attack. It takes so long.
Yeah.
It's a whole like 2 seconds. Can't have that.
So if all goes well, Tifa should get her limit break off of this.
You're gonna see that ATB bar jump up.
Yeah, so pay attention right here. You're going to notice it's going to shoot up just like that.
And that'll give her an extra attack before, that's the attack right there, before Abs gets his next turn. Abs is one of the few bosses that actually hurts himself.
Yeah.
It's like, why even do the attack?
And now we're just going to try to make our way out of the sewers and get back to Sector 7 as quickly as possible before the plate is detached.
The movement here is very precise, and you can see he was doing kind of these like wiggle steps with Cloud. That's done by actually using the L and R triggers on the PlayStation controller. It's really interesting that you can move not only with the D-pad, but say you're pressing up and then you press the L1 trigger, Cloud will move left cardinally from the direction that he is facing at that time. So if you're actually moving down as Cloud was at that point, pressing L1 will move you to the right. So it's really, it can be very confusing as to which direction the triggers will bring you. But that's the kind of thing you have to just memorize over the course of doing runs. This next area here is the train graveyard, which is a little bit notorious in casual playthroughs for having a very high encounter rate. It's also notorious in the speedrun as being very difficult to maintain your step route through. There's lots of ladders to grab and trains to run through and little steps and ramps and stuff that you have to catch. So it can be difficult to keep your step count here. Luckily, there's a little thing that we can do that will help us keep us on step count, and we'll call that out when we get there. To a casual viewer, it must seem so strange to walk in a speed run rather than running when you have an option, but it really does save an immense amount of time, and you don't have to, like Dave was mentioning, there are certain battles that we need to get later in the run to learn enemy skills, and that's all routed into the step count. So by keeping the steps exactly the same throughout the entire run, we will know every single encounter that we're going to get. So right there, if Ben was behind on steps, he could have hopped back in that train to move it back into the position that it started in, and you have a little bit of a shorter path going around in front of the train instead of having to loop all the way behind it. It's a bit slower, but it helps you save on your step count, but he's doing fine on steps, so he doesn't have to worry about that safety strat. Another great song here.
Oh, yeah.
Anxious Heart, I think it is.
Yep,
yeah.
Yep. And now we've reached the Sector 7 pillar, and there's some fighting going on here.
It's going down.
Yeah.
It's going down in Sector 7 right now, quite literally going down.
And somebody else is about to come down.
Yes.
He's about to pay us a visit real soon.
Yes. So we never really introduced the entirety of the Avalanche team. We just called out Jessie because she's the most iconic and funny character in my opinion. But we also have Biggs and Wedge, who those names make recurring appearances throughout Final Fantasy, and they are acknowledgments to the Star Wars Biggs and Wedge characters.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
That's true.
Wow.
Yeah. So here you can see Wedge takes a little bit of a tumble, somehow still talking.
You remembered my name.
Yes. You can see Eris there with her hands over her mouth. She's a bit
shocked.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Reasonably. But Cloud and Tifa are going to go ahead and run up and see if they can help out what's going on the pillar. Meanwhile, Eris hangs back. Also, Tifa notifies Eris that she has the young girl Marlene, that's Barrett's daughter, back at the bar in Sector 7, and she tells Tifa to make sure that she gets out safely.
Yeah, we totally didn't even mention the fact that Barrett and Tifa just left like a 9-year-old to attend to
She's
the.
like 4.
Yeah, to attend to the bar. Like.
Hey, I mean.
What?
I don't know. It's Midgar. The slums have some interesting rules. So we're just climbing to the top of the tower here. These steps are pretty notorious for trying to keep your step count. He's kind of hugging the railing going all the way up here. You want to make sure that your movement is good and taking a couple steps here at the top. But it's another very difficult place to stay on steps.
And there we go. No fight, of course.
And meeting up with Barrett here, and we're going to be preparing for our next boss battle with Reno.
Let's see how many first turn grenades we get. Is it going to be 1, 2, or 3? What do you guys think it's going to be?
Ben says 0.
Ben says 0? Oh, come on, dude.
I'm also leaning towards 0.
2. It's going to be 2.
Yeah,
it has to be.
We need some good starting ATB. So there's RNG in this game as to what your ATB bars start at in the beginning of the fight. This is pretty good ATB.
See, I told you. It could be 3. It could be 3.
We'll see.
What?
0.
All right, this is actually worse. Or actually, yeah, this is worst case
pretty
scenario.
much worst case scenario.
Because the thing about this, from now until in the Shinra building where the party gets captured, Cloud is the only person who gets a health refresh. And that's going to be important because we need Tifa to survive a boss fight within the Shinra building. So we want Barrett to take all of the damage here. We don't want Tifa to take any damage because she does not get a health refresh from now until we get imprisoned.
Right. So getting Cloud locked in that pyramid is not best. You actually want Tifa to get locked in the pyramid so she doesn't take any damage. But another quick boss fight there. Just, spam grenades to win.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, he has the chance of using Electromag Rod and can paralyze your party. And if he starts paralyzing people and gets you 2 pyramids, maybe even a 3rd pyramid to end the game, yeah, Reno controls sometimes.
Yeah, he can. And here we see our second member of the Turks appear. This is Sang, the leader of the Turks, and he seems to have captured Flower Girl.
Yeah.
They got her after all. So, they've been after her for a while, and they finally got her while we were distracted with this whole pillar business. And maybe that was their whole motive for, collapsing the pillar. They just wanted to distract us so they could take
Honestly,
Flower
though,
Girl.
yeah, that...
It seems like it actually comes together in that regard.
There's actually a chance if you match through, it can skip the animation of Eris getting slapped there.
Yeah, you can get the invisible slap.
Yeah, it's pretty random. But yeah, now the plate's coming down.
We have a little bit of a cutscene here, so we can take some more donations.
Thank you very much, guys. I have $75 from Ultimate Carl. What do you call a group of physicians that can't do their laundry? Doctors without quarters. Hashtag Cool Ranch. $25 from Captain Quackers. What better way to follow up Majora's Mask than playing Breath of the Wild? I have $50 from Raziel Mutant 84. This is for naming Sid 7 Sins since 7 couldn't make it. Shout out to all the sinners. $64 from Pyra RP. Putting this as a Dark Souls incentive because more GDQ is always a good thing. Thanks to all the runners, organizers, hosts, and volunteers for all you do. 2 million hype. I have $150 from Anonymous. I need to see this Dark Souls run for scientific reasons. YR264 donates $30. First time donating, and I had to do it during the game that made me want to make games. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game, and seeing it raise money for a good cause is amazing. Love what you do. Keep it up. I have $10 from Luciano. I don't know about saving or killing animals, but what I do know is saving Red 13 from that dreadful lab. Congratulations to all the runners, volunteers, and tech crew. Good luck. I also have a $100 donation from Lucky Jack 43. No comment, but I definitely appreciate that donation. $150 from Wick. Here's what I can give. Keep doing what you do and destroy Sephiroth in the best way.
The only way.
The only way. I have $50 from Xanthius. Loving all the speedruns so far. Glad to be donating to a great cause. Shout out to Jay and Ben watching in Australia.
Ben, how are you doing that? Watching from Australia? And speedrunning. What a talent.
I have $150 from Anonymous. Thanks for all the volunteers, runners, and people that make this event possible. Your time and effort is greatly appreciated. MSF is a fantastic organization to donate to. Let's get those Dark Souls games running. $10 from Mariah. Had to donate while on Final Fantasy VII, my favorite game of all time. Thanks, guys, and keep it up. $50 from Ravager. Been looking forward to Final Fantasy VII all week. If I would make a pun, but I don't think anyone could, bear it.
Oh. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, good one.
That was a good one.
You know it's good if it makes you groan.
$25 from CMGS. This SGDQ is awesome, and as always, thanks to all the runners and the staff for their hard work. $10 from Anonymous just says, good luck, Ben. Hello.
All right, so Cloud is proceeding here, and you saw Cloud was running on that screen for just a half second by himself. You can actually get an encounter there with just Cloud alone, but since we're on good step count, we won't be getting that. I get it every time, though, because
really?
I'm never on step count, yeah.
Did you get the burglars also?
I always get the burglars, yeah.
Those guys will come into play more in later in the game.
Yeah, well, let's hope they don't. It's possible they don't, so let's hope they don't.
So we're just going to be making our way back to Eris's house because that's where Marlene is, Barrett's daughter.
Yep. Also, you know, Rip, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. And yeah, back to Eris's house, and we'll be getting quite a long cutscene, getting a little bit of background into who Eris is and where she came from, the fact that Elmira is actually her adoptive mother. So we learn in this cutscene that Eris is actually a member of the species called the Ancients. They're actually a remnant of species past on this planet of Gaia. They're also known as the Cetra, or
Yeah, the Cetra.
Cetra.
Yep.
And they have some kind of special powers that have been passed down from generation to generation, and Eris is the last remaining person from that species.
So that is the reason why the Turks are after her.
Yes, yes. So the Shinra are looking to do some experiments on her and learn more about who the Cetra are and their history. So they've captured her for that research purpose.
So pretty much here in the flashback, what you're seeing here is Elmira's husband went off to fight in the Great War in Wutai, and she's pretty much just waiting outside the train, waiting for her husband to come back home.
Spoilers. He doesn't come back.
Sadly.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
It fits with the music. It's sad music. So yeah, she continually visits the train station, hoping and praying that one day her husband might return. And then one day when she goes to the train station, she finds this little girl with her dying mother on the stairs. And
As the guard's just watching.
the guard,
He's
so
not
rude.
like.
This is just so typical Shinra, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just you're getting an idea very early on of how soulless this corporation is. Not only are they
Unremorseful.
literally sucking the life from the planet for money, but watching a dying member of, like, the last remaining member of this species just dying on the stairs in front of you.
Just think, if he would have saved her, how much
This whole game would be different.
easier that mission would have been.
Oh yeah. The whole game, I mean, the game would be over. The speedrun would be a lot shorter.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be 8 hours. So that's kind of how Elmira came to adopt Eris. She talks a little bit about how Eris starts to have these strange premonitions. She comes up to her mother and says, please don't cry.
Someone you loved has just died.
Yeah, and then it turns out that Elmira gets a letter like the next day, finding out that her husband had died in the war in Wutai. Then they get their first visit from the Turks. That is a young Seng, and he basically informs Elmira of who Eris really is and her background. And he approaches her. It seems to be in a rather cordial manner, and tries to convince Elmira that she should be experimented or at least researched to learn more about her. But of course, Eris and Elmira both refuse. And somehow this keeps up for like 7-8 years.
I don't know how she continually avoids them living in the same house.
Same house. It's in Midgar. They're not too far away.
And continually going to the same church.
Yeah.
Turks suck pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Good on Eris for being able to dodge them for so long. Barrett was just running upstairs to check on Marlene and say hi to her, and we don't go upstairs to talk to him at all. We just kind of run out the front door, and he joins back up with us.
So now the party has made the mission to return to the Shinra headquarters. They're not quite sure how to get there though, so we're just gonna go to Wall Market.
Where else do you go?
Yeah.
For all of your Wall Market needs, you got to go to the Wall Market. So again, this is part of the RPG, slowly opening up. If you don't know where to go, you're going to head back to the same place and just talk to a bunch of people until you figure out the next place to go. Thankfully, this is the last time we'll be passing through this horrible screen.
Oh yeah.
We do get to see one of my favorite enemies in the game,
house.
The house. It's a very strange enemy. But yeah, we'll be making our way over to Wall Market. We won't be forgetting to buy the batteries. Thank you, Back Couch, for reminding us to do that. And we're going to pick up a couple more things on our way up to the Shinra headquarters.
Yeah, going to be doing a quick shop here. We're going to be selling our ethers and buying a cover materia that we'll use later.
So yeah, we won't equip it now, but what the cover materia does is when it's equipped on a party member, it will allow them to kind of be a body shield for the other members in the party and take the damage for them. We picked up one earlier outside Eris's house, and that is our second. And cover materia percentage is stacked. So the first level of cover materia gives you a 10% chance to cover. Combined with the two materias, that gives you 20%, and that'll level up throughout the game. So just like your party gains experience, your materia will gain experience in the form of AP. And that AP will level up your materia and make it more powerful throughout the game. Sometimes it'll increase the stat boost that you get from the materia. Other times it'll unlock new magic or spells for us. So there's a little bit of management as to how we're going to be leveling up the materia and how we're going to be equipping it to make sure that that happens.
And you notice the other shop there was where Ben bought the batteries, luckily.
Yes.
Not going to be losing time.
Yeah, mysteriously the guy in the shop said, "Oh, you're going up. You're going to need these." It's like, how do you know?
Why? Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't look like he's climbing this random cable very often, but somehow he knows that you're going to need those batteries. So
it's the worst when you get up here and you're like,
you're just mashing text in front of this little box here.
Why
and
is it not working?
Where are my batteries? Where are my batteries? Oh.
Goodbye, minute and a half.
Or goodbye run an hour and 17 minutes in.
Yeah, you might as well just give up, and the splits will be red by then.
Yeah,
so.
You bet. Another great track, getting you absolutely psyched up to storm into the Shinra headquarters. I'm pretty amped to get excited and get in there and wreak some havoc in Shinra HQ. I know Barrett's pretty excited to get in there and wreak some havoc. Are you excited to get in there and wreak some havoc in that Shinra HQ?
Come on, Ben.
Ben's excited. Is the rear couch excited? Is the crowd excited? Are you guys excited to wreak some havoc?
Hey!
A little bit of quiet time there to get that audio cue to jump onto that pipe. There's a little bit of a squeak there that you listen for to make sure that you're able to jump onto that pipe.
And you can see in the background here just the destruction of the Sector 7 plate coming down.
Yep. Totally decimated this whole section of Midgar. So Midgar is kind of laid out like a pizza. There's 8 slices, and that is 1/8 of the pizza that's been taken away.
Or you got the city on top, and then you've got the slums underneath. So they detach the plate to crush the towns underneath.
So here we are. This is it. This is the showdown. Avalanche versus Shinra.
That's where the run ends, right? Shinra, the main enemy?
That's it. That's the game,
Yeah.
right? You just got to kill Shinra, and then he'll stop with the Mako planet draining, and that's it, right?
Yeah, but first, stairs.
Wait, I thought we were wreaking. Weren't we wreaking havoc? I thought we decided that we were going to wreak havoc, guys.
Yeah, let's bust through the front door, right?
Busting right on in, right, Ben? Right? We're not busting in, are we? No, we're gonna take the stairs. So here there are 2 ways you can enter the Shinra building. One is by going in through the front door, fighting a bunch of battles, going through an elevator, getting a bunch of RNG, and probably losing a bunch of time. Or you can take the stairs.
Stairs are always consistent. And we got to go up 58 floors.
8 flights, and
it's actually that number.
It's every single stair. I'm not counting. I don't know. I didn't count, but I'm just assuming that it's 58 because I don't want to count. But we're going to be doing this for a while. Basically, Ben has to run around these stairs and make sure that he doesn't bump into the railings. So
there is an item we have to grab, though.
There is one singular item that we have to grab. Well, it'll come into play later. It's an elixir. But really the main thing is just avoiding bonks. And if anyone knows Ben from other streams where he streams a Link to the Past randomizer tournament champion right here, by the way.
Hey, round of applause for that, by the way.
Just giving him a shout out for winning the Link to the Past randomized tournament. But Ben knows how to minimize bonks, so we're going to make sure he doesn't get too many bonks here on the stairs. And during this, we got plenty of time for some donations.
All right, I'll step right up to that.
Oh, JT, dude.
I have $25 from Alchemist Dream. Donated as much as I could throughout the week, and this I see is the last I can. Love this event, have loved all the games so far, and I get to watch all day tomorrow. Good job, all runners and volunteers for your work. Thank you. $15 from Mr. Popo. All right, I'm strapped in for this Final Fantasy VII run. Let's see if I can make it all 8 hours. Well, so far you're 1 hour and 20 in, so keep it up. $100 from Deluxe Frogsicle. I've been waiting to do my main donation for this awesome Final Fantasy VII run. This was the game that made me buy a PlayStation. I'm super happy to see it at SGDQ. Go fast, do the thing. $100 from This Is Alan 231. Nothing better than a nice, long, 8-hour Final Fantasy run. Buckle up, folks. Zeph47 donates $77.77. I had to save my best donation for my favorite game of all time. I've never watched a run of this game before, so I'm going to try to stick it out all night for this. Good luck to the runners. $150 from Dr. Watson Doctor. FF7 was an incredibly important game for me for many years. But you know what else I love? Dark Souls. $150 from Flying Physiker. Final Fantasy VII was the game that got me hooked on Final Fantasy, and MSF is a great cause. $50 from Boo Wire. Wife had to donate during her favorite game. Here's to her other favorite, Earthbound. As a reminder on that, we do have a number of naming incentives and other incentives for the Earthbound run, so definitely do not forget that those are out there. I have a $100 anonymous donation. Hey, J2, crushing it right now. Congrats on your recent full run. Pretty handsome guy you must have had, or sorry, a pretty handsome guy must have got you that sweet shirt you're wearing.
Thanks, Rob.
I'll let you decide to what to do with the donation. Ajneb, good luck on the run and congrats on the randomizer tournament. It was a great series. $20 from Stuck in the Battle Square. Staying up late relieving... It's a great username. Staying up late relieving countless hours spent on Final Fantasy VII. Of course. $250 from Warrior of Mars. Final Fantasy VII is my all-time favorite game. My best friend and I logged hundreds of hours on it as kids, and I've avoided watching any runs in the past because I want to watch it live. Wreck this game, guys. Chocobo theme hype.
All right, so we made it to the top, finally. Here we're going to do a little bit of a tricky movement to move around the side of these guards here. Basically, you want to get as close to them before triggering this fight. And the way we're going to do this fight is we're going to select a grenade for each one of these Mighty Grunts instead of just spamming grenade as we may do for a lot of our other fights. This allows us to skip the attack animation for the red form of these guards, where they kind of like step forward and then do their gun. It's really slow, so we want to avoid as many attacks from those as possible.
And additionally, when you blow up the armor on these enemies, it'll reset their ATB. So if you're good with managing the ATB, none of the broken forms of the enemy are going to get turns off if you're good at managing it.
Right. So that was a perfect fight there. Got no attacks. And we get our first of a few key cards that we're going to be getting in the Shinra headquarters here.
It's going to be imperative to move up the floors. We got to get extra security clearance as we keep going up.
And that was yet another instance of selecting not the first option, because if you select the first option there, you go all the way back down. You got to go all the way back up, and all those stairs we did.
And actually, if you keep mashing on exiting the elevator, you can soft lock.
Oh, man.
Like your character will try to re-enter the elevator as they're exiting it, and the game just doesn't know what to do.
Oh, man. You don't want to do that. So always make sure that you're selecting the right option in this game.
So we got a little bit of stealth coming up here.
Yeah, there's stealth action elements here. We've got mini games galore. What a wonderful, diverse game we have in Final Fantasy VII. So a little bit of movement there to make sure that Cloud gets ahead of the team, and then he's going to press the circle button to move each of these characters behind these.
They're busts?
I'm assuming they're busts of the Shinra executives, considering they're gold-plated. But yeah, you have to move each character behind them to make sure that they don't get in the line of sight of these guards here.
Yeah, so pretty much if you get caught here, you do have to fight 2 of these guards, which will waste 4 grenades. And yeah.
And you have to do the minigame over again, which wastes a bunch of time. It wastes grenades and can be rip or run. So you really don't want to get caught here. And Ben makes it through pretty clean.
Hey, nice.
Give him a round of applause for that.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in really quick. I did have a $10,000 donation.
Wow.
Donation comes from Notch87, and the comment is literally just a heart emoticon. So thank you very much for that extremely generous donation.
That's awesome. Another little mini game here. We're going to have to guess the password for the mayor here. He's got a little bit of a secret code, and you have to guess the password on the first try, because if you get it on the first try, then he's going to give you what's called the elemental materia, which we'll be using later. We just checked that one bookshelf, and that tells us right away which of the passwords it's going to be. It can be one of 4 different passwords, and that time it was king, right?
Yep, it could be either best bomb maker or king, and that one bookcase is consistent every time. And like J2 said, the password is going to be different with every file.
Right.
So it's random every time.
There's no way you can know. You just have to check that one file, that one bookcase, and you'll know which one it is. Normally, you have to go around to all the different bookcases and see which books are out of place, and you know, kind of piece it together. And the numbers, you're supposed to count the letters. It's this long drawn out thing.
I never understood it as a kid. Never understood
it. Thankfully, we've been able to optimize that for the speedrun, and it's totally consistent now. So for some reason, in the middle of the Shinra building, not only is there this random puzzle with locked pieces and chests, but there's also encounters on this floor. So if anyone happens to be an employee in the building and they find their way on floor 65, they could be in for a rough day.
Yeah, yeah.
That's enough to give anyone a case of the Mondays.
Hey, look, they already updated the Graph and Midgar.
Yeah, the model. Someone took a sledgehammer to that model real fast. I'm guessing it was the president.
Yeah,
you know.
Probably.
Yeah, he was up there in his suite listening to opera, smoking a cigar, and preparing his baseball bat.
Yeah. Why would they just leave an incomplete model?
I don't get it. I don't understand this part of the game, but it's typical RPG mini fetch quest trope, and we just embrace it because we love this game. So the interesting thing about this puzzle is that if you place the first piece right in there on that first spot on the right, then all of the chests are open and you can do them in any order. Otherwise, there is a specific order in which the chests unlock. No idea why it works, but that's what we do so that each person has their own route for picking up these chests. And then finally, by placing the last piece, it opens up the final chest, which will give us our key card to the next floor.
I think Cloud wants to take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an hour and a half. I can understand. He got some food before, he needs a bathroom break, so we're just going to come in here and...
Are we going to flush the toilet?
The toilet.
No toilet flush. No toilet flush.
That's just rude, Cloud.
Run is invalidated.
Yeah, that's just rude. No courtesy flush. So we're climbing through this vent here in the bathroom, and we're going to be spying on a board meeting, and somehow the vent grows, and we can fit everybody laid out like this, looking down inside. But basically here we come to learn a little bit more about the President Shinra's larger plans. He wants to build a city called Neo Midgar, and that's essentially going to be a second Midgar. He wants to build it on this mythical land called the Promised Land, which is said to be abundant in Mako energy and almost boundless in the energy that it holds. And apparently the key to finding the Promised Land should be held within the secrets of the Ancients, the Cetra. And Eris is the last remaining member, of course. So he's kind of relying on Hojo to coax that information out of her. But Hojo has some other ideas.
Yeah. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, he's an interesting character, and he'll come into play much later in the game.
He's pretty demented, I'd say.
Certainly a strange,
He's got some issues.
Mad scientist kind of character.
So now we're pretty much going to try to track down Hojo and follow him, see what he's up to.
And see if we can find a cool ranch in the process. He did just use the bathroom. He's looking for some snacks now.
Yeah.
Got to find those Doritos.
Hojo, huh?
So Hojo, while being a mad scientist, is pretty forgetful about closing doors behind him. So thankfully, we're going to be able to abuse that and move up the stairs to the next floor. So thanks, Hojo.
And just another door.
Yeah, no, he just leaves them open.
Who needs security clearance when you can just walk right through?
Yeah. Part of me wonders if this was intended, if maybe he knew the whole time that we were coming to get him. He was like, oh, might as well lead the lamb to the slaughter.
Open the front door, yeah.
But yeah, we're just going to come around here and enter the scientific experimentation portion of the Shinra building.
With our expert hiding spot.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cloud doesn't want to be discovered, so he just kind of crouches in the corner here. Totally not hidden at all. If the spiky hair isn't enough to give it away, this guy's literally facing him as he's walking away and just happens to not notice Cloud. Hojo, same deal.
He's got glasses.
Staring right at him.
He's got glasses
Doesn't
and
even
can't
see
even
him.
see it.
I mean, maybe Cloud is a really good hider.
So as Tifa and Bear are examining this creature here that we'll meet later, Cloud is drawn to this purple glow right here. This is going to be our introduction to Genova. And then she's kind of missing a head. Kind of missing her head.
Yeah, at least her head. A little creepy. We're also going to need to lock up the donation incentive for
Red 13. So now, you heard me talk about back at the Reno fight in Sector 7 that we didn't want Tifa to take any damage. That was for this boss fight coming up here. Because there's a chance that these enemies can cast a bunch of magic spells and focus on Tifa, and that'd be really bad because, yeah, we want the experience.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep Tifa alive in as many fights as we can for experience purposes. Having any of our characters under-leveled can lead to problems later throughout the run.
And if she has low health, we actually have to use a high potion on her, which does affect our shop when we get to Junon. And we would rather buy an extra Phoenix down instead of having to re-buy that high potion.
Absolutely. Any item usage throughout the run can manipulate the money that we have, and we want to make sure that we have all of the money that we can at our disposal to buy the items that we need. So here, Barrett gets a little reckless and just starts shooting at this tank.
Glass doesn't break.
Doesn't break, but it opens the door, so it works. I mean, this is kind of like, you know, we were just watching Metroid, and
you shoot all the doors.
Shoot the door to open it. It worked for Samus. It'll work for Barrett.
Yeah.
Cloud goes in, rescues Cool Ranch there.
Oh, look at Red 13 just nuzzling Hojo.
Yeah, he's such a good doggy.
Yeah.
Such a good
They're
doggy.
playing. Oh, it can talk.
It's a talking doggy.
Okay. And we're going to tell Barrett to take care of Eris.
And we're going to need that name.
All right. The name for Red 13 with $2,680 will be Leg Dog.
Leg Dog.
All one word, yep.
It's a dog with legs. Makes sense.
All right.
I haven't seen too many dogs without legs, but this one certainly does have legs, so it's a good name.
All right, so what you're going to see here is our first example of weight tricking. So you're going to notice that Ben is going to wait until a party member's grenade animation is all the way through before he cues his move. Because he's on ATB wait, whenever he has an option selected, the time is frozen in place. So you prevent the enemy from getting in a bunch of turns, and you're able to control the fight more, maximize your grenades, and minimize the amount of turns that the enemy gets.
Right, so this ATB wait mechanic is implemented as a way of making the game easier for players to just allow them the time to go through the menu and select the options that they want without the enemy just barraging them with attacks. So it kind of just freezes everybody in place. But we can actually manipulate it to our advantage by having all of the characters use their attacks. And once those attacks have been queued up and fully executed, then we will just go with the next grenade. So that was a very nice sample fight.
Yeah, luckily Tifa had enough health there because she was getting some magic spells. That was pretty unfortunate, but she did survive, so that's good.
Right.
Oh, the Cosmo theme.
Yes, we got
That was so good.
first taste of the Cosmo Canyon music.
So good.
It's a bit of an abbreviated version of the track, but still just as good.
Yeah.
Like we said, we're totally unabashedly going to praise this soundtrack.
The entire run,
I
yeah.
think it's pretty much universally
It's deserved,
loved.
though. It's deserved, though, yeah.
Some people don't care for this game for various reasons, but I think everyone loves the soundtrack.
Yeah. So we're going to pick up that enemy skill there, do a little bit of menuing, change the A to B to wait, put Red in the back row. Do you want to talk about what putting characters in the back row does?
Sure. So putting the characters in the back row will actually have the damage that they take from physical attacks, but it also, unfortunately, halves the damage that they do from physical attacks. While that doesn't really matter here because we're just tossing grenades anyway, and they're kind of row agnostic, so it doesn't really matter where they are as long as they're tossing grenades, but that'll come into play later throughout the run as we're doing more physical damage. Meanwhile, we switch the ATB to active so that we can escape quicker from any random encounters that we get on those floors there. So it was just the one, and we got a pretty quick escape, so that ATB active helped out.
And luckily, even if we want to use Braver with Cloud, Braver isn't affected by being in the back row.
Right, limit breaks are unaffected due to range, and you can use them at any time.
And we kind of got captured. We were supposed to meet our team in the 66th floor elevator, but we were met by someone who was pretty rude.
He's so rude.
Yeah.
He's such a rude guy.
Yeah.
He's the third member of the Turks that we're meeting, and he captures us and brings us in front of the president here, where he just kind of reprimands us for our our breaking and entering and stealing his specimen and all of that, and eventually just puts us in jail. So we have a little bit of a cutscene here explaining why they're interested in Eris and the ancient Promised Land, Neo Midgar, yada, yada, yada. So we can take some more donations during this time.
All right, thank you very much. I have Princess Tomato, who donated $150. Shout out to McVeigh with fries for getting me into GDQ like he got me into decaf coffee. Love this event and love Final Fantasy VII. Crazy Gohan Girl 160 donates $15. Stayed up just to donate to this run. Sorry it isn't much, but even the littlest donation helps others. Best of luck on the run. Best of luck to all the runners. $10 from Skylar6. I'm making a poor decision and staying up all night to watch my favorite game. Better even it out with a good one. My donation goes to the Dark Souls bonus run. $200 from Titch. Hey, GDQ, just hoping the announcer reads this so he can tell my housemate Michael to go grab some food from the fridge. I mean, I could just go get it myself, but then I'd miss some of this awesome stream. P.S. Tell him to grab the chips. Thanks. I could go for a soda right now, too, so if you wouldn't mind.
Are those Cool Ranch chips?
It could be probably
they
Cool
be.
Ranch. They better be.
I was going to say me too, please.
Yeah, definitely. I have $15 from Graham Cracker Zoo. FF7 has always been one of my favorite games and glad to see it at SGDQ. Good luck on the run. $15 from Gradunza. Had to donate during one of my childhood's favorite games, Final Fantasy VII. Thanks to all the runners and volunteers for these wonderful events. Donation goes to saving Deckard Cain and another childhood favorite, Diablo 2. Stay a while and listen. That's what he would say. Kay Lynn donates $160. Always happen to donate to GDQ. My husband and I moved around our sleep schedule so we could watch this run. Thanks to all the runners, announcers, video, audio producers, setup, and behind-the-scenes crew, and of course, Doctors Without Borders for all that you do.
All right, so we just talked to a couple of our party members there, Tifa and Eris, and we just wanted to check on them and see how they were doing in their prison cells. And we wake up and find that things aren't exactly how we left them.
Yeah, why is the door open?
Maybe Hojo left it open.
I mean, he's been doing that all day.
All day.
So,
Although...
this guy's sleeping on the job?
Yeah, I mean, it is late. Can't blame him.
Yeah, you know.
So he's asleep. We're going to go ahead and take the key off his person and use that to get our other buddies out of jail.
Actually, I don't think he's asleep. Maybe something else happened.
What would give you that idea? Is it the creepy music?
Nah.
This music isn't creepy.
Yeah, no.
I don't think it's creepy.
No, nothing bad happened.
No. So we run over here and talk to Barrett, and then we're going to see what happened and bring the girls with us. Oh my!
This doesn't look too good.
He drank the Kool-Aid too, it seems. And oh, where did Genova go? Oh, okay.
And also, just like to point out, if you get a preemptive fight there, or any preemptive battle, you can insta-escape from it just like that.
Yeah, that's part of the step count. We know exactly where we're going to get those preemptive fights, and it makes it easy to escape from them.
Gonna pick up the poison materia right there. That will be used quite a bit throughout the run, actually.
Yeah, definitely a very useful materia. All right, this music is officially creeping me out.
Yeah.
Maybe it was also the trail of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy too. And
funny enough, when you return back to Midgar, it's still there.
It's
like they don't clean it up.
Yeah, lazy janitor.
Yeah. You'll notice that he's actually doing the change command during this fight. You can use that little movement that the characters do to kind of buffer your escape. That's going to be way faster than the attack animations that the enemies do.
Yep.
So he'll be doing that throughout the run.
And we're seeing a very familiar sword. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a big sword. One that only the great Sephiroth could wield.
And that's the president.
And he's dead.
He's got an extra hole in him now. It's unclear if he's dead.
Oh, hey, it's Palmer.
We don't know if that sword actually kills anybody, right?
I don't know.
We might find out later.
Yeah.
So here's Palmer, and he's saying that it was Sephiroth who actually did this deed, and we don't believe him because Sephiroth has been missing for years.
Yeah, right?
Why would he all of a sudden reappear? And here of all places, what possible motivation could he have for doing this?
Maybe something with Genova?
Maybe. Probably not. I think it's just coincidence.
Yeah.
He wanted some Kool-Aid.
I love how Palmer's just missing half of his body as he runs off screen there. He looks like Pac-Man.
What a crew. That's my favorite line in the game. They're just such a motley crew of characters. You got the dog, the flower girl, the bartender.
Guy with a gun on his arm, you know, like.
And a dude who doesn't remember who he is. Rufus is an interesting character. He loves to grandstand and give speeches, just like his father.
I mean, hey, he just assumed the role as the president because his dad died, so...
and he's so ready to do so.
Yeah, he's got to practice his speeches before he does it in front of grand audiences.
Yeah, he was anxiously waiting for his opportunity to seize power. And now that he has it, we'll see what he does with it.
Yeah. He doesn't even seem like remorseful about the fact that, you know, his dad has just been impaled.
No moment of silence. Doesn't even, like, clean up the body or, lay him to rest. No, he's just leaving him there right on his desk.
Yeah.
So Cloud stays behind and the rest of the party runs away, and they're going to head to escape the Shinra building and complete their rescuing of Eris. Meanwhile, they decide to leave Tifa behind to wait for Cloud. So now we have two party members hanging behind. We're going to remove all the materia from the party members and proceed with Eris to the elevator here. And this is
one of the most hardest fights in the game.
This fight is hard. This fight is actually hard compared to all the others. If pressing circle is hard, pressing circle is hard.
A lot of people actually just name this the split spam grenades.
Spam grenades.
Grenades.
It's a pretty good thing to spam. So you can see Ben there. Since he knows he's going to attack with grenades for all the characters, you can just hold the up button and circle, and it will go up to wrap around and hit the item option and select the first option in your item menu, which is grenades, because you sold everything and then bought grenades. And that saves frames because you're literally doing frame perfect inputs to select those grenades.
It's like the major reason, or one of the major reasons why we use memory, just so you can instant queue the grenades and not waste any ATB.
Yeah, so here you can just hold circle and it'll automatically go to item, and then since you selected grenade, it'll select grenade and do that. So this boss is actually 2 phases. We're almost done with the first phase here. The second phase can actually be a little bit trolly. It's nothing to worry about, but you can lose some time. Because he can put your party members to sleep. So hopefully we won't see that. I know it's we're in the graveyard shift here, but none of us should be falling asleep, and we want to make sure that Leg Dog doesn't either.
Because, you know, the first thing that happens when you get shot in the face, you want to take a nap, you know, right?
Yeah, I mean, every time I get shot in the face, I just immediately slump over and fall asleep until I'm awakened by yet another shot to the face. So we'll see if any of the party members fall asleep here.
All right, good luck there.
So far, so good. And you'll notice that tossing the grenades does a pretty consistent 140-ish damage. That's a really nice aspect of the grenades, is that regardless of the enemy that you're throwing it at, pretty much, you're always going to do that 140-ish damage. And it's a good, easy way to get through the early stages of the game.
You know, it's been queuing up a limit break here. That's actually to skip a move called Firing Line, which that move's really annoying because it attacks everybody, every member of your party, and can put all of them to sleep, actually.
It's possible to put all 3 party members to sleep and poison them as well, right? So that can be really annoying and trolly, but thankfully we're able to skip that and move on to the second phase of this boss.
And there we go, that's it.
So yeah, tough fight, tough fight.
And now we got to take on Rufus here.
Slightly tougher fight. Like, actually, though.
Yeah, you can actually lose a run here if you get some crits.
It is possible. We're just doing a quick menu here. We choose to use a hyper on Cloud. So a hyper There are different statuses that we're going to be using on our party members throughout the run. This one inflicts the Fury status, and what the Fury status does is it makes your limit bar fill faster. However, your accuracy goes down, so you have a potential to miss attacks, but you trade that off for having your limit bar fill faster. The alternative or the opposite of the Fury status will be the Sadness effect, and we'll talk about that when we get to using that later in the game.
It's very important that we get Bravers, though. We want to get 8 Bravers because we want to earn Cross Slash. You earn Cross Slash after doing your limit break 8 times.
Right, and that is Cloud's level, his second level 1 limit break that we learn, and that's the only other limit break that we're going to use or learn in the game.
And there we go, no crits.
That's Rufus. Pretty straightforward fight. And I hope you guys are excited for one of the best cutscenes in the entire game.
And one of the best songs also.
Another great song, another great mini game, another great cutscene. This game is just jam-packed with some hype stuff.
Just look at how fast Ben is at menuing.
Yeah, no,
it's insane.
He's a pretty good menuer. So a lot of RPG speedruns come down to ability to menu. It's just a really technical way to save little bits of time here and there is knowing exactly what to menu, how to menu, where to go. The menus in Final Fantasy VII are actually fairly complex and nested, so you can swap back and forth between your materia and your equipment using the square button. You can cycle through characters using L1 and R1. You can scroll through materia and items using the triggers as well. So it is fairly technical to move through the menus and do them optimally. Here the party is finding that the front door is barricaded and they're unable to escape that way, and they're going to have to take another route out the back.
And here comes the cutscene. Yeah, let's steal a car, and suddenly Cloud has a motorcycle.
I don't know where you found that.
Yeah, me neither.
Maybe in those deep pockets.
Yeah, he had it there the whole time.
Yeah, he bought it when he bought the grenades.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why we sold so much stuff.
Yeah. I'm not wearing a helmet either, which I found out is legal in the state of Minnesota. You don't have to wear a helmet to ride a motorcycle.
What about Midgar?
Probably legal.
Yeah.
Probably legal. So here the team busts out the back of the Shinra headquarters onto the highway here, and this commences the motorcycle chase. This minigame is fairly interesting, fairly fun. I'm a fan. You can replay a lot of the minigames later in the game, and this is one that I would go back and replay from time to time. We're going to cut right into the minigame here, and there's a little optimization that we're trying to do. So you can see Ben is swinging his sword over and over again, and we're going to try to get 3 red bikes to appear. Right away, we're getting 2 right off the bat. That's excellent RNG. So once we get 3 red bikes to... Look at that. Everybody applaud for that RNG. That's insane. It's possible to go the entire minigame without getting all 3 red bikes, and he got them right away, of course.
So what that does is if you keep swinging your sword, the AI of the red bikes are actually, they're programmed to avoid the sword slashes. So if you keep swinging your sword, you can just keep them behind you.
Yep. So they'll just stay there, and they don't get an opportunity to go up and bump in any of your party members. They kind of play like bumper cars a little bit, but every time they bump, it takes away some HP. And you don't want to do that, especially with a boss battle upcoming here. So given that we got these red bikes so early, we can take a couple donations.
All right, thank you very much. I've got $50 from Carnage64.
Hey,
shout out to Carnage.
Hey, Ben, Carn here. Hope you have a good run and good RNG. It's been an honor to be an FF7 speed run brother with you for these past few years. You're awesome, buddy.
We love you, Carnage.
Yeah, Carnage is amazing. He's actually the reason why I got into Final Fantasy VII speedruns. He was the first one that I watched.
$25 from Aaron Givleth. My first memory of Final Fantasy VII was getting it and the PlayStation for Christmas one year. I started playing it immediately and went for a good 3 or so hours before eventually needing to save to head out to do family stuffs. I found the save point, opened the menu and prepared to save, and the game asked for a memory card.
Oh no.
My reaction? What's a memory card? At $10 from Totally Not Megalith, The sinners have arrived. Love you, Nori. Love you, Ben. Good luck with the run and butterfly palindromes. I have $150 from a big yak. Writing a comment because my girlfriend made me. It's her first GDQ and she's way too excited. Que?
All right, coming up to this boss battle here. This guy can be pretty nasty. It is possible to die to this boss if you don't properly manipulate his turns. So we're going to make sure to, again, attack with Bolt from Cloud because this is another mechanical boss. He is weak to lightning damage. So we'll be doing that and tossing grenades. There's a little bit of a manipulation strat here. Dave, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so what's going to happen is you're going to see that he's going to be doing grenades with Tifa and Barret and then bolting with Cloud. And then eventually, Motorball is kind of going to like huddle down and sort of like prepare a move. But if you do a certain amount of damage while he's in that state, he will then do a move called Rolling Fire, which will rip your team. So we're actually going to hold off and wait until he stands back up before we resume those moves. He also has a chance of doing his arm attack move twice. Let's see what happens here. I waste about like 5 seconds, I'd say. Oh, a double arm attack. I mean, that's okay because he's attacking Cloud. He is programmed to attack the person with the most health. So, yeah.
Yeah, doing that is actually not the worst thing in the world because we do want Cloud's limit break to fill back up as soon as possible. So Cloud taking damage really isn't such a bad thing, but it is an unfortunate time loss.
Yeah, so you're going to notice that Motorball has huddled here. Ben's going to queue a few more grenades and a few more bolts, but then he's eventually going to hold off and wait for the boss to stand back up. And that's actually the last move that Motorball is going to get here.
Yep, just a few more grenades and that'll be it for this fight. And that's it for Midgar. This is the last boss fight in Midgar, and that concludes really the larger introduction to the run. It's about a 2-hour introduction to the speedrun.
There's still one last trick that we have to do, though. One last trick before we exit.
So here we're going to just gather at the end of the highway for a second and then take a little rope down to the exit of Midgar.
So normally when you get to the bottom, the party kind of regroups and, you know, they try to determine who the leader is, and then you set your party, and then everybody's got to walk off screen, and then you exit. What you can do here is, you remember us talking about the paralyzed dodge mechanic with the double dialogue boxes. We're going to initiate the dialogue box with Barret and also try to run off screen, which pushes Cloud back into into the screen, and you're able to retain the movement of Cloud, and then kind of just skip all those scenes and re-exit the screen.
Yep, similar deal here as it was for the Jesse skip. So Ben's got a little bit of setup here. He's going to bonk behind Tifa here and then run down to the screen here. Didn't get it.
There we go.
And he got it on the second try.
And you can kind of just leave.
Yep, and what that saves is that, well, first of all, pause for getting that. And a great Midgar 156 is totally respectable with safety strats and saving for the bar skip and everything. That's a pretty good time. So what that saves is just the amount of time that it takes to do the menu and select your party to move ahead to the Calm flashback here.
And no fights on the way to Calm. Do you want to talk about like the world map?
Sure. So we talked a bit before about how the step counter works on any hostile field map, but it works a little bit differently on the world map. So the way the world map works is you have to run a certain number of steps before you're able to get an encounter, but then after that point you can get an encounter at any time. So there really isn't any manipulation because you can't walk on the world map. You can only run on the world map. So there's really no way to manipulate when or what encounters you'll get on the world map. It's truly random, and that's definitely an unfortunate way in which people lose time due to RNG in the speedrun. Coming into Calm, Ben just did a safety save because there is a large time save skip coming up here in the Calm flashback. This is about a 15-minute series of cutscenes here.
Yeah, around 20.
Yeah, so it does take a bit of time to get through this, but it gives us a little bit of background of how Cloud got to know Sephiroth, some of his history in the military group soldier and his history of going to Nibelheim on a mission 5 years ago.
So there's a fight coming up right here. Then the truck is going to crash into a dragon, and Cloud and Sephiroth are going to take it on.
Of course, because there are dragons in the middle of the highway.
Oh yeah, you know. There is a chance though that the dragon can kill Cloud, and good guy Sephiroth will come in and life to Cloud. He'll revive him. We actually don't want that. We just want Sephiroth to attack the dragon. We don't care if Cloud dies.
Yeah. So in this flashback, you have Cloud and Sephiroth in your party, and Cloud is a lowly level 1 with 140 HP and really not much else. Meanwhile, Sephiroth is level 50, super overpowered, but
critical hits every hit.
Yeah, and you can't control what he does. So he's just going to go ahead and attack the dragon. Sephiroth is, of course. And
oh, no life too.
luckily, the dragon is going to attack Sephiroth instead of Cloud, and that's going to be the end of the dragon. So good RNG there.
It is possible to get life 2. Like, my record is 5 times. 5 consecutive times.
Yeah, theoretically, it can happen forever, where the dragon just continually attacks Cloud, and Sephiroth just continually resurrects him
and
over
it's
and
like
over
20
again.
seconds every time.
Yeah.
So
that's a really bad time loss due to RNG there, but luckily we got the good RNG this time. So here's our introduction to Nibelheim. This is Cloud's hometown, and Sephiroth's asking him how it feels to be back home. Probably feels pretty good. I like going home.
Yeah, me too. He's crying though. I mean,
he has no home.
Yeah, Sephiroth explains here that he doesn't know who his dad is, and his mother apparently died at birth.
Sadly. It's really a tragic story, the story of Sephiroth.
Yeah, and Barrett points out here, so Sephiroth said that his mother is Genova, but isn't Genova that creature that was within the Shinra building?
Talking about the Kool-Aid monster?
Yeah.
It burst through the wall?
Did leak Kool-Aid everywhere?
Yeah. No, it must have been. Must have been the same. So yeah, it's some kind of strange coincidence. I don't know if it's another one of those continuity errors in the game or some kind of larger connection here, but I guess we'll find out eventually.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of loose ends in the story that just never really get tied up.
All right, so Sephiroth says that we can explore the town, visit our friends and family, see what's going on, but we're just going to go to Sephiroth and say we're ready for the mission.
Yep.
Or we're going to get some sleep first and then go to the mission.
Sounds nice.
So do you want to explain there's a skip coming up here?
Sure. So this is yet another paralysis dodge skip coming up. So there's a dialogue box that triggers by going into the mansion there near the gate, but you can also talk to the photographer as well. So there's a little bit of a setup there to try to trigger these two text boxes at the same time. Basically what this is going to do is it's going to create a paralysis dodge state where Cloud is able to move freely throughout the map. There it is. So that's called the picture skip because we skip the portion where Cloud takes a picture with Sephiroth, and then we can just run off screen to trigger the next part of the cutscene here. This is actually a very scary skip because now Cloud has left Sephiroth behind. He's alone.
Yeah.
Level 1 Cloud running through Mount Nibel. Very dangerous.
You'll notice that the Sephiroth sprite won't even be present after the bridge.
And that's very much a point of clarification because we have to make sure that all of the sprites are where they need to be. You see Sephiroth is missing here and Cloud's kind of journeying on alone. This is going to cause problems in a second, so we're just proceeding ahead, and the bridge is not very strong.
Hey, there he is. Well, once we drop down at the bottom, you'll notice Sephiroth will be absent, and actually if Ben moves before that invisible Sephiroth sprite is in place, the game actually soft locks.
Yeah, you can result in a soft lock here because the way that this game works is that all of the characters, when they are not inside of Cloud, so to speak, they need to move to certain points on the map in order to advance the text, the dialogue, the cutscene, whatever it is. And if that NPC is never able to reach that point for whatever reason, the game can soft lock. So if Ben had skipped that text a little bit too early, you saw that he kind of left that text box on the screen for a second. If you skip that text too early, that can result in a soft lock of the game. And here is that scary encounter that we were worried about. But thankfully, since we're on step count, we know that that's going to be a preemptive attack, which, as Dave mentioned earlier, allows you to escape instantly. So No worries for level 1 Cloud there. He can just run away from that encounter.
Yeah, you can get one shot there.
Otherwise, you are dead. You are dead 100% of the time.
Yep.
He has no defense for any of those enemies.
Didn't know you could game over in the Calm Flashback, did you?
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be a free part of the game, but not when we're skipping the picture skip and doing all of these things to manipulate the game. So a little bit more history here. We learn about where materia comes from. So the materia that we use in our weapon and armor for all the power is actually coalesced from these Mako fountains. So we've got the Mako energy from the planet that's being harvested in the Mako reactors by the Shinra, sometimes bubbles up on different parts of the planet, and here it's bubbling up into this fountain and crystallizing into materia. So that's we learn here that this is where materia is formed, and Invisible Sephiroth is giving us a little bit of a science lesson here. Probably have a little bit of time for donations here. We can get a couple in.
All right, thank you very much. I've got $20 from PUX2. Glad to finally be able to donate to SGDQ. Had to do it during FF7. Go, Ben, go for the bananas.
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 $20 from Pudson. Nobuo Uematsu's music in Final Fantasy VII has been a constant inspiration for me. Makes me feel happy, sad, excited, and everything else. Thank you so much for running the game with my absolute favorite soundtrack. Good luck, Ajneb, and keep up the great commentary, guys.
Thanks.
$15 from Lazy Tango. Final Fantasy VII is amazing, and so was MSF. Thanks to the runners and everyone involved in GDQ. Wish I could give more, but I'm broke. Every little bit helps, so appreciate anything that you can give. Thank you. Sublatum donates $25. Great job, everyone. Really enjoying the game and the announcers. I have $256 from Twofer. Great job on another GDQ. An 8-bit donation to all of my favorite 8-bit games.
All right, so here we're investigating inside the Mako reactor in Mount Nibble because apparently there's some kind of malfunction happening here. So Sephiroth is investigating, and he tells Cloud naturally to just go over here and close this valve. Meanwhile, Sephiroth is investigating, seeing what's going on here, and he's realizing that the Shinra company is actually producing monsters, which that's rather strange for an electric power company, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be up to something.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their military branch, but I think the military is supposed to be fighting monsters, right?
Yeah. Hey, everybody say hi to Mr. Smiley. Look at those teeth.
Yeah, he's got great chompers.
Yeah. I mean, Shinra did something right with that.
Yeah, no, they're genetically engineered, beautiful teeth.
Yeah.
But genetically engineering crazy tentacle hair as well. So this is the point where Sephiroth starts to get really confused about his past and his origins, and wondering if he was produced in this same way to be a weapon for the Shinra army. He knows that he has this special power and that he's stronger than your average human soldier, but he really doesn't know where this power comes from.
And the fact that his mother's name is apparently Genova, and Genova is labeled right at the top of this reactor, could that be a coincidence? Or, I mean,
I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
Yeah.
Total coincidence.
Yeah. Oh, he was late for GDQ.
Poor guy.
He wanted to join the party?
Missed his flight.
Aw.
This is what happens when you miss your flight to GDQ. So that's about midway through the flashback here. We get a nice opportunity to take a little break. We can get a couple donations in.
All right, definitely. Got quite a few here still to go. I have $15 from Death Outlaw. Always a great time when a GDQ rolls around. Great to see some of the games chosen this year. Put my donation to Runner's Choice. I have $100 from Cheese Master X L108. Happy to see one of my all-time favorite games at a GDQ. Been watching since GDQ started and since the early days of Justin.tv. Happy to see the gamer community grow and all the wonderful RPGs that are getting loved during this GDQ. Keep up the great work. $50 from Anonymous. Third year watching. First time I've been able to donate. Had to donate during my favorite game of all time. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. I have $300 from Sorlox. Been a great SGDQ so far and looking forward to a fantastic finale. Donation goes towards the Breath of the Wild run. What can I say beyond yes, please? $200 from Nudge, donating during my previous favorite game of all time to get my current favorite game of all time, Zelda Breath of the Wild run. $50 from Anonymous. This donation is a birthday present to my fabulous friend Lisa B, who is watching this with me as we speak. What better gift than giving to a great cause? Thanks for running this ajneb174 and best of luck. Cheers from Vancouver, Canada. I have $10 from Bobo Chet. If it isn't my good friend Nebby, Bobo Chet here. I see we're doing good things at GDQ. Best of luck on your run, and remember that you always say, if it ain't Nebby, it ain't a ... percent. My hat's off to all the runners and crew at GDQ. $50 from Senna Truin. First time seeing a run this long in GDQ. Good luck and may the RNG be with you. $150 from Heck the Lion. From Montreal, Canada. It's a great cause and an amazing show. Shout out to all the announcers and everyone that worked so hard to make this happen. Keep up the great work. I have a $30 anonymous donation. To me, SGDQ proves what is always known about games. They are good, they are for everyone. They can they can accomplish amazing, wonderful things. This week, I introduced my sister to the event, got her to watch her sit in awe of all the runners' talents. We are lifelong gamers and played Final Fantasy VII together for many, many hours. Reading countless FAQs on how to breed chocobos was probably how I landed in technical writing. My paltry donation is to the Dark Souls run. Let's shoot for the moon, guys. 1.5 hype.
All right, so we're going back down into the Shinra basement now to meet up with Sephiroth, who has made some disturbing realizations about his past.
So pretty much after that, he locked himself in this basement for an entire week reading every single book in this library.
Yeah, speaking of the books in the library, if you look on the middle shelves of each of these bookshelves, you can see that the books are laid out to be VII. So you can see that they look like the Roman numeral 7. That's one.
I never knew that. Seriously, I never knew that.
It's one of the many little Easter eggs in this game, just giving a nod to this being the 7th game in the series.
That's crazy.
Also, shout outs to Dave. It is now his birthday. So happy birthday, Dave. Way to celebrate it here.
Thanks, J2. Thank you.
Really glad to have you here with us celebrating your birthday in such fantastic style. So
thanks, man. I really appreciate it. 23.
Yeah, way to go, man.
23, man.
So we've got more creepy music, which we know just means not good things. It's a great song, but if this doesn't give you the chills, I don't know what will.
And we're about to see what's happening. So.
Yeah, we know it's something not good, but we don't know exactly what yet. We'll find out right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's lit.
Yeah, you can say that. Looks like Sephiroth was showing off his Fire 2 magic, and it got a little bit out of control, and it just happened to burn down the entire city.
We're going to stop in this house to see if there's anybody surviving. It doesn't look too good, though.
No. Strangely enough, that's supposed to be Cloud's house, right? Isn't it? I believe so, and it always seems strange to me that he goes into that house and kind of just shakes his head. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a very daunting, but definitely a signature scene right here.
How does the hair not catch on fire?
Oh, well, he's obviously immune to the fire.
It's impressive.
Yeah, Dave, don't try that.
Yeah, it's not.
It won't work well for you.
Not going to work out good.
That's the fastest way to get a haircut.
Hey, don't have to pay for it.
That's true. Guess Sephiroth opening a new barbershop.
Yeah, good guy Sephiroth.
So Sephiroth goes back to the reactor, and that's where we're going to finish up this flashback. Chasing him in here. The movement at the bottom of these chains is super annoying. So you're pressing down to move down these chains, and then you have to very quickly switch to pressing up and right. And you can see it's basically impossible to turn that around super fast, but Ben does it way better than I ever could. But yeah, we're reminded again of this scene that we saw earlier where Tifa takes Sephiroth's sword and heads to confront him. Strange that Sephiroth would leave his sword on the ground. He always seems to kind of carry it with him, but at that moment he kills Tifa's father and then just leaves it there.
How many swords does he have? He just like leaves them?
I know.
He sticks them in enemies?
It's like a calling card. He's like
Yeah.
the wet bandits or the sticky bandits, but he's the big sworded murderer guy.
Ooh, she kind of got sliced.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
She got turned into beefaroni. But Sephiroth enters the Genova room there to see if that is really truly his mother, as he has discovered in those books that he was reading in the basement. We set beefaroni here on the side. We'll come back for her later. And then go in for our final showdown with Sephiroth. This is it, guys. The final showdown with Sephiroth.
All right, final boss
This
right
is what we've been waiting for, right? We're going to Omni-slash him and get out of here, right?
Yep, 2 hours.
2 hours and 14 minutes. That's a pretty well underestimate.
Ooh, that'd be world record.
It would be world record.
That would even be PC
It would
any
even
percent.
be PC any percent world. But yeah. So Sephiroth is kind of caught up in this strange... he's almost in like a trance here as he approaches his mother.
This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire game.
Oh, it's great. The look on his face after... Oh, it's...
Menacing.
Yes. Just right here. He so delicately grabs this and then just rips it apart. And then looks with glee to reveal his mother's true face.
As the machinery is like bleeding.
Yeah. I always found that pretty strange. That look right there is haunting.
Hey, she actually has a head.
Yeah, we've seen that somewhere before.
Wow.
With a few fewer pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Right here, we're going to have a seizure warning. So anyone who's epileptic, we're very serious about this. Be sure to look away from the screen. Back in 1997, they were a little bit less considerate to people who may have that. So be sure to look away in about 10 seconds if you do have that.
Yeah, it's like right now. We'll let you know when you can look.
And that's the end of the flashback.
Yeah. Time for the run to start.
Yeah, we can finally play the game again, which is pretty exciting. Ben, are you excited to get back to the game? I know he's excited. Everyone kind of... The flashback is kind of boring. The only thing that made it exciting for a while was when the picture skip was introduced. What was that, maybe like 2 years ago? It came to be part of the run. But before that, it was really just this long, boring part where you just mash circle to get through all of it. But now we have at least one exciting part, and thankfully it's over, and we can get back to the speed run.
At this point, we're going to be getting the PHS, which I think that stands for Party Hop System. I don't know exactly what it stands for.
That's news to me.
See, that's what I've thought. But what that allows you to do is swap your party at any point on the world map or at a save point.
Yeah, and we'll use it. I actually don't think that we ever choose the PHS option, but
no.
that is how you swap party members in and out of your party, because you're only allowed to have 3 at any one time.
So you want to talk about Zolom Skip?
Sure. So we're going to run across the world map here. Hopefully we're not going to get too many encounters, but we're coming up to a part of the game where there's this large marshland with this big giant snake swimming around in it, and we're going to try to run across the marshland without doing the traditional means of getting a chocobo. So usually during the game you would go to the chocobo ranch and pick up chocobo material, learn about catching chocobos, and yada yada yada, do all that. Instead, we're just going to kind of run across the map here and hope that Mr. Zolan plays nice.
Yeah, so what you want to do is you want to get him in a specific position and then have him bounce off of this corner of the mountain.
So Ben's
Ooh, there we go.
Hide behind it there, let him bounce, and then...
You're going to direct your camera so that he gets caught in this little crevice right here. And there's actually a chance to skip this cutscene right here if you menu right on the exact frame that you're supposed to get it. Hey,
and
Ben got it with one menu.
Look at
that was literally one menu, dude.
That is a perfect Zolan skip. Not only did he get great RNG with the positioning of the Zolan on the map, but getting the skip and the movement perfectly like that.
One encounter.
and a single encounter on the way. That was excellent, excellent Zolom skip, an excellent section there.
Gonna notice he picked up the long range materia there. What that allows you to do is give you full damage from being in the back row, and for characters that don't have ranged weapons, they can also hit enemies that are far away.
Yeah, they get full damage from the back row, which is really, really useful throughout the run because we give the party members the protection of being in the back row without the detriment of having that lesser attack.
And another meetup with the Turks here. And this is kind of where the joke is made, where it's like, what do you guys even do?
Yeah, no one really knows. It's implied that they're just professional kidnappers. We're also meeting the fourth member of the Turks, Elena, the only female member. Unfortunately, in this speedrun, we don't get a chance to fight Elena.
No, we kind of skip that.
Yeah, and you never fight Sang. He's the boss, so of course you never fight the boss. But we do get a chance. We already fought Reno, and we will get a chance later to fight Rude.
And Sang kind of asks if Eris is around here. If you have her out, you kind of get some more dialogue. But if she's not out, he's kind of just like, okay, and then leaves.
Yeah, he's asking about the Doritos. He really likes Doritos.
Yeah.
So he's kind of curious if he can get some, but we don't have her with us, so we get to skip that dialogue.
Funny, the hitbox on that tree for climbing that tree is actually very finicky, and you can kind of lose some steps on your step count there.
Yeah, Ben did fine to mitigate that, but that is one of the really terrible to grab ladders in this game. There's more than a few of those, especially early in the game, but there will be a few later as well. So here, another world map encounter. As we're running over to Junin, it's really just hoping for the RNG that you don't get a lot of encounters, and that the encounters that you do get, you escape from quickly with quick enemy animations, if any. That isn't one of the better ones to get, so that's kind of unfortunate. But hopefully we can only get maybe 1 or 0 encounters here. We're probably going to get 2 encounters.
No, we're not. No.
Hey, look at that. Look at that.
That was 2 encounters throughout the entire world map
that's
with
awesome.
the incredibly quick Zolom skip and the one menu. Like it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, we've got another shopping sequence coming up here. We're going to sell a bunch of stuff and buy some more grenades and a couple other protection items.
Then we got the bottoms well fight coming up here, which is our first sort of
our first real boss fight.
Yeah,
it's the first one that can actually do some damage to you. So over here we have young Priscilla, who's playing with Mr. Dolphin, who's an incredibly talented dolphin. If this were planet Earth, he'd probably be in SeaWorld, but it's not. So he's just kind of roaming around here on the shores of Junin. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this giant snake appears. Why it suddenly appears now, we have no idea. But of course, Priscilla goes in to rescue Mr. Dolphin from the giant snake and gets knocked out underwater. So
what Ben's going to do here is he's actually going to try to poison the enemy here, because once Bottom's Well reaches a certain damage threshold, he's going to do what's called bubble phase, where he's going to encase a party member in a bubble, and their health is going to tick down.
Right.
So what we want is, that's actually really bad that poison missed.
Not only did it not poison the enemy, but it didn't do any damage either. So we're just going to re-roll and try again with the bio here. No,
come on.
Didn't get the poison to stick, so hoping for better RNG here.
And poison is actually really good, because you'll notice that there we go. So you'll notice here that he kind of does like some flickering or whatever, and then he'll do like a triple attack. With each of those attacks, you get a poison tick.
Right.
So, or sometimes like a double tick. Like this instance right here is a double tick. Yep, 2 right there because of that animation. So like if you don't have poison, you're missing out on those double ticks, and you can lose a lot of time and actually get another big wave.
Double tick, yeah. So poison damage is actually really useful because it drains 1/32 of the boss's total health, total starting HP throughout the fight. So if you get that poison to tick, 4, 8, 16 times, you can do a significant amount of damage just just for free. It doesn't cost you any time. It doesn't cost you any turns. It's just doing the damage automatically. So we're kind of relying on that. Here we can see Cloud is encased in the bubble. We're hoping to be able to kill Bottom Swell before Cloud dies. That bubble kind of behaves very similarly to the pyramid that we faced against Reno, in that the character who's in the bubble can't really do anything. But that's the end of the fight. So that's a pretty good Bottom Swell, despite the double miss on the poison.
In another instance of setting up for the next fight, it's actually very important that Cloud has a Braver there, because that's going to be used against a fight on our boat on the way to Costa del Sol.
Right, so we want to make sure that Cloud survives that fight, because any character that dies, if they have a limit break, their limit bar is reset. Actually, if they have anything in their limit bar will be reset when they die. So making sure that Cloud survives that and has a limit break, that's very important for our upcoming fight. Meanwhile, we have another little mini game here. Cloud is going to perform CPR on Priscilla, and it takes 41 breaths to resuscitate her. Each time Ben fills this meter, it's going to be doing 10 breaths. There is a little bit of a glitch where you can get an 11th breath, which would kind of help you skip a cycle, because if you do 10, 10, 10, 10, 1 versus 10, 10, 10, 11, you can skip that extra one cycle. He wasn't able to get it on the first cycle here. We'll see if he can get it on the second. It's very difficult to get that 11 breath.
I mean, honestly, I just do 4 groups of 9 and then a 5. That's what I do.
That works too. Everyone has their own way of doing it. You can do the 10s and 1. You can do 9 and 5. If you're Ben, you go for the 11. If you don't get it, it's really not the worst time loss. So that actually overfilled the bar, and he got a 0 there. So that's unfortunate. He was going for the 11 and didn't get it, but that's not a huge time loss. So we'll just have to do an extra cycle here. We could probably take a couple donations.
Sounds swell.
Oh, come on.
Boo. All right, so I have $50 from Pun John, speaking of puns. Hey all, hope everyone is having a great GDQ. Final Fantasy VII was the first game I ever saw being speedrun. I randomly tuned into a stream about 3 years ago and was floored how fast this was being beaten. To see this game and category being run tonight is a treat for me. Best of luck to Ajneb tonight. I would give my right arm, but I need that. So I'll double my donation instead if Ajneb can get over 77% in the parade tonight. Donation to the runner's choice.
Oh, okay.
Good luck.
And I do have one here. $20 from Anonymous. Happy birthday to this awesome commentator, Dave Astario. Money to hit goes to his choice.
Hey, thank you. Can you put that towards Orca's Breath of the Wild run?
Orca's Breath of the Wild. Will do. $50 from Syndicroft. Ben, I'm glad we got to see you, or got you to SGDQ. Make us proud. If you get a chance, please raise a golden chocobo.
It's going to take time for that?
It's going to take quite a while there.
Yeah, sadly, we can't do that.
I have $15 from King of Ping 4. I'm really liking this cool ranch character. I hope Ajneb keeps her in a party for the whole game. And since we're staying up all night for this great game, tomorrow let's be sure to praise the sun. Yeah. $200 from First Midget. I've been watching the VODs since around 2014, started watching the streams after that. I have loved these events ever since. Here is $150 to the Breath of the Wild bonus game. Have the other 50 go towards the donation reader's choice. And I'm donating mine to Fuzzy Pickle %, and the photo's in Earthbound, so. $20 from Chilled Like Ice. Spent Friday night hanging out with my mom watching this fantastic FF7 run. Loving SGDQ this year. Thanks for the good times. I can't stop laughing at Beefaroni. $15 from Anonymous. I'm super broke, but I just had to donate after the squats. You guys have provided me nearly a week of nonstop entertainment, but I was not expecting an exercise video. P90X got nothing on you guys. Good luck. Followed by a $100 donation from Anonymous. Who needs a gym membership when I have SGDQ?
That's right.
I have $20 from Mutsky.
Hey.
Hey, Mutsky.
To my dearest Final Fantasy friend Ben, good luck on the run. I'm really excited to see all the Kate Sith action in the next few hours of the game. Keep it real and get hyped to show off the double lap piece to 100,000 viewers.
Oh, man. All right, so we've got a little mini game here. We're going to be swimming with Mr. Dolphin, and so the idea is that we're going to use Mr. Dolphin to jump up to this platform up here. In casual playthrough, it can be really annoying to get up there. Some people may know that if you don't move, but you just hit the square button twice to call the Mr. Dolphin twice, he will launch you right up there. But Ben is good, so he knows the exact spot to go to.
The exact spot, of course.
And that's it. That's the mini game. We're proceeding up here to Upper Junin, where Rufus is preparing his welcoming parade. As the new president of Shinra, he deserves a parade, right? So everyone is going to be celebrating his newfound presidency, and we also get our first peek at the airship, the High Wind, which looks really great on that sky, that background there. It's really nice.
Maybe we'll get to fly it.
Maybe one day. We do at one point get to deny Eris.
Yes, we do.
A chance. She does ask if we could take her on it one day, and of course we say no because it's faster.
Yep. And we get the better date.
Yes, we do. So coming in here, Cloud is immediately run into by a Shinra lieutenant or some kind of leader, and he says, "What, are you still wearing those clothes? How could you be? We have to get you in a uniform right away." So Cloud finds himself dressing up in a Shinra uniform, and it brings back some old memories for him.
Maybe he's worn this suit before.
This suit?
Maybe.
Well, he said it brings back memories for him, but wasn't he in Soldier?
Yeah,
they don't wear these.
Yeah,
More continuity errors. Let's just ignore it.
I don't know.
So upcoming here is we have a couple parade mini games incoming, and well, first we have to learn about how to
This
march.
is a very good tutorial.
Yes, it's really important to learn how to walk.
There you go. You got it, Ben?
I think he's got it. You don't need any practice. Nah, probably no practice. So the first thing you do is you learn how to walk, and we're going to be doing that in the beginning of the parade here. You can see everything is all festively decked out with Rufus's name on the banners. Looks pretty nice. It's a nice dressed up city, and they're all celebrating their new leader. The parade is starting though, and it looks like we're a little bit behind schedule.
So we're gonna have to take a shortcut.
Yeah, I mean, we try to save time as much as we can in this game. Every shortcut matters.
Yeah. But first, we get to examine the entire city first.
The scope of Junin. It really is a wonderful city, and it is adorned by this giant cannon.
Apparently has a giant super weapon attached to it.
It's huge. It dwarfs the entire city. I can't imagine what they could possibly use a cannon that large
They could
for.
shoot Costa del Sol?
Yeah, right? Like this peaceful island getaway place, you know? Like, it doesn't really seem like a reasonable target, but hey, you never know. They could wage war.
All right, so here they notice they're late for the parade, so this is where they're going to take the shortcut through the alleyway. And with the parade there's a mini game coming up with the parade coming up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky minigame. So the way it works is that there's a television rating score that we're going to try to maximize, because the higher your television rating score, you get different rewards at the end of this minigame. So you can see it in the bottom right there. It's currently at 21, 22. And we're going to try to get that above 60, because if we get a 60, then we get the...
50.
I'm sorry, we get it above 50, then we get a reward of 5,000 gil. And that's the reward that we want in order to have enough money to proceed into the next part of the game. So the way it works here is that our commander is going to tell us to run into the parade, and we're going to kind of bonk into our comrades here and get ourselves in line, and with some very nice coordinated pressing of the circle buttons to move our gun, we're going to, well, unfortunately, we came just short of the 60.
Oh, whoa! We got it off screen. Okay.
All right. Looked like he got the 48, but he must have just snuck in one last input there. So
I mean, it's really not too bad if you miss it, because you get 6 ethers. I mean, it is a little bit of gil loss once you sell them, but
right.
it's always good to just get the 5K though.
Yeah, I believe 6 ethers gives you 4,500 gil, so it's really only a 500 gil loss. But somehow Ben managed to pull that out, so more power to him there. We have just a short cutscene here. We can probably take a couple more donations in this time.
Awesome. So I have $5 from Bisperio. Ever since I played Final Fantasy VII about 8 years ago, I've never been able to remember if the Flower's Guild name was Aerith or Eris. Glad to finally have it settled on Cool Ranch. Put my money towards the Breath of the Wild run. $50 from Anonymous. First time donation, second time watching a GDQ event. Super excited to see the pros take on this timeless classic. FF7 is definitely one of my all-time favorite games, and thank you for the thoughtful commentary on the story as well. Keep up the great work.
A scratch.
I do have $150 from Scratch.
Hey.
Whoa! What's up, Scratch?
Thank you, Scratch.
Hey,
Good to see your
guys.
tweet, by the way.
Hey guys, so happy to be able to watch SGDQ live for the first time, especially my favorite game being run by Ajneb. Big high five to him, Defsterio, and J2. Too bad someone may be missing on the couch. Ajneb, you're the best, or you're the most delicious banana.
That's certainly true. So here we have another mini game. Instead of learning how to march, now we're learning how to swing our gun around. And this is going to play into the next portion of the parade where we have a send-off where we're going to be saluting Rufus. We're just mashing through the text here and going through this tutorial. It's pretty simple. You just kind of follow the commands on screen, and that'll be...
Cloud's doing a good job.
Yeah, Cloud is... he's doing something. He's doing something. All right, yet another part where you have to select the second dialogue option.
That is a really bad one. Like,
if you miss that, you go through the entire thing again.
That is where mashing through the game can really hurt you.
Yeah, it really bites you there.
So on the way out of Junon, we're going to be picking up some things. We're going to be doing a shop and then grabbing an enemy skill materia.
Yeah, I didn't even know that this room existed until watching the speedrun.
Yeah, it's like blocked off by a person and stuff. And
yeah, I'd always heard rumors of the mysterious fourth enemy skill, but I never knew where it was, and here it is all along, right, in the first disc. So we're just going to do this little shopping sequence here. We're going to buy a couple high potions, Phoenix Downs, some echo screens, hypers, and tents. And then we're going to pop next door over here and run downstairs into this this little training area where you can get a little more information about the game. There's a portion in the game in the beginning called the Beginner's Hall. That's in Sector 7 outside Tifa's bar. This is called the Intermediate Hall. So after you've had a little bit of time to learn about the game, it's another portion where you can step in and get a little more tutorial. But we don't need any of that. We just need the enemy skill, and we'll be on our way to the second parade minigame here. So in preparation of this final bit, we can see our party has dressed themselves up in disguise. We see Barrett in his large marshmallow suit and Red 13 running alongside, and they're running ahead, and we'll hopefully sneak onto this cargo ship so we can get out of Junon. But before then, we have to salute the president because he's here ready to board the ship, and we want to make sure to give him a great send-off.
Yeah, so we're aiming to get 100 here. If we get 100, we get the Force Stealer, which is a pretty good weapon for Cloud to have.
It's actually so good that it's going to be the only sword that we'll use for the rest of the entire game. Not only is it it's fairly powerful, but it also gives you a double materia growth. We mentioned before about how materia levels up with AP. Well, the weapons and armor that you equip the materia on can actually affect the way that the materia levels up. So this weapon for Cloud will actually double all of the AP that goes on any materia that he has there. So once we get that weapon, we'll equip it and throw some cover materia on there, which will help level up that cover skill that we've been looking for. So now Ben has his 100. He can kind of
do whatever he wants.
Goof around a little bit.
Yeah, Force Stealer gives you like a big strength boost and actually boosts your magic as well on Cloud.
So the length of this minigame is actually RNG. We want certain commands are faster and slower than others, so we want to make sure to get the fastest commands, and that was a pretty quick parade, it felt like at least. And then funny
thing about that, you can actually overflow that minigame. I think it's 250 you got to get over. You got to get really good luck to get, or well, bad luck actually to get that. And it overflows to 004, which gives you the silver glasses, which are completely useless. Completely useless to us. And you miss out on the Force Stealer.
Yeah, that would be another case of basically rip the run for any serious speedrunner.
Yeah, after I did that once,
Never doing that again.
never again.
Yeah, you kind of just get to your 100 and stop, or if you're Ben, you do a little spin around there.
Spinaroonie.
For some reason, Heidegger likes punching people in the face.
Yeah,
I
I
never
don't
understood
understand.
that. Yeah.
Got red poking in the back there. You can kind of see his
you
ears.
can see his little tuft of hair poking out there. And instead of following the rest of the soldiers, we're just going to go ahead and run on the ship, and we'll be on our way to the next portion of the game. So meanwhile, we're still disguised as Shinra soldiers here, and we're going to have to get through a few interactions on the cargo ship without giving away our identities. So Cloud does a pretty good job. You know, he's worn the Shinra uniform before. He knows how to behave himself as a Shinra soldier, but some of the other characters don't do as good of a job disguising themselves in uniform. So we'll see a couple examples of that.
Yeah. So right out the gate, Ben's going to be picking up a little ether right here. And then the trigger to advance here is to have conversations with each of your party members, ending with Eris. And then you'll be able to find Barrett.
Right. And the reason that we end with Eris is because you have to talk to Eris twice so that you can open up the opportunity to talk with Barrett. So instead of going and talking to her and then going back upstairs to talk to Beefaroni and Leg Dog, we just wait and talk to her last.
Speaking of Leg Dog, how does he have skin? Like look.
He shaved his paws for this disguise. That's real dedication. But he's having a little bit trouble standing on two legs. And funny enough, that's the name of the song, is that it's tough to stand on two legs. So here, this is Eris, or Cool Ranch. I apologize. And we're actually not going to take her on the High Wind, as we so chose there. And she's asking if we've seen Barrett and hoping that he's not doing anything stupid. So we're going to go and make sure that we're going to find out that he is, in fact, doing something stupid.
He's doing a little bit of spying.
Yeah, he's not very well. He's about as well hidden as Cloud was in the Shinra building, just hiding behind that box. He also really sticks out in that ridiculous white suit.
He's a giant marshmallow.
Yeah, he's described by Eris affectionately as a teddy bear wearing a marshmallow.
Oh, hey, creepy music. That must mean something bad is happening.
Wait, what? Why is there creepy music again?
All
we were
right.
just on a boat. There was like funky music. It was a fun time.
We're going to a tropical place.
Yeah, it was little boat party. Something must have happened.
Yeah, we got some bodies.
Oh no. He took the Kool-Aid again.
Yeah. So what you're going to see here, Ben is going to force this fight here, and that is actually very deliberate because he's going to walk a certain amount of steps after this, and what that is actually going to do is it's going to set up the next fight to be a preemptive against Genova, which is going to be very important because Cloud's got his Braver.
Right. And Genova is one of the few bosses that we can actually get a preemptive against. Here we're also going to inflict the sadness status on our party. And what that does is everyone who has sadness takes 33% less damage. The only consequence is that their limit bar fills slower, but that's not really an issue. Since we're so under-leveled, it's way more important that we're taking less damage. There's also a little bit of a menuing there, just setting us up for later stages. We want to make sure that Tifa has the steel materia, and everybody else is set up from there.
Yeah, you put the Force Stealer on Cloud and the power wrist to give him more damage.
Just a little bit of an attack boost for this Braver that we're going to do here. So he's not going to use it right out of the gate because, as we mentioned, limit breaks get queued up right away. So again, we're doing the hold up and circle to queue up 3 grenades right away, and then Cloud will immediately use his Braver here. So we kind of sneak in 4 turns instead of 3 before Genova gets 1. And you may have noticed that Genova was turned around to start the fight. That's due to the preemptive, and then she immediately turned around. But that Braver damage still does double damage, so it's treating it like she was still turned around, even though she was facing us. So that's because she didn't get a turn off.
And now what we're looking for here is for Cloud to get as many Bravers as possible, and we're already on good track here, so...
Yeah, so that's why he used the Hyper on Cloud to fill up that limit break bar as fast as possible. This is a really convenient fight to farm Bravers, so to speak, because Jenova does a bunch of damage with both W Laser and Tail Laser here.
If you get a Tail Laser, you do want 2 in a row, because 2 in a row will give you the limit break, so at least if she does it twice, you know?
Right. Generally, there isn't too much of a risk of the party dying here. It's really just about getting those Bravers and trying to finish the fight as fast as possible.
Generally, she doesn't troll and focus one character, generally.
Right. You can see that her W laser attack that she did one attack to each party member, and hopefully that trend will continue. More great music here in the Jenova fights. Just a little bit of safety casting Healing Wind here. Nothing wrong with that. That also sets us up for, after this fight, we don't really get a chance to heal for a while, so having our party members all healed up will set us up nicely for the next stage of the world map. Jenova can inflict stop on your party. At this point in the fight, we're late enough that it's not a huge time loss, but you definitely want that to miss. Unfortunately, it did stop Cool Ranch here, so she's going to be unable to throw any more grenades.
Let's see, can we get one more Braver? One more? One? No. Oh, it just got a crush on Tifa, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame her. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't blame her. Hey, that was a pretty good fight. That was a pretty good fight. Yeah. We're looking good on Bravers. That is definitely one of the hurdles in the run. You just getting all the Bravers before you need to get Cross Slash.
Right. So there's this strange body part left over, and that's just a piece of Jenova. You will notice that we saw Sephiroth before this, and there's an important tech skip there. Cloud offers to kind of give a recap of everything and tell the party about what's going on, but thankfully Ben skipped that for us because we don't need a recap. We have Dave Stereo.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you've been doing a great job explaining the story.
Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. So moving along now, we're going to be coasting into Costa del Sol, and it's a really lovely place.
Yeah, it got awesome music.
Great music, very relaxing atmosphere. You can hang out on the beach for a while, take a break.
Hojo's out there with a bunch of girls.
Just getting some suntan on, and everyone's kind of enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
So pulling in here, the party's going to disembark. And then we're going to see... After the party disembarks here, they kind of decide that, you know, how they're going to proceed. And after this, we're going to see the Shinra folks disembark as well. Eris is remarking how she loved Barris's
outfit.
Barrett's outfit. Yeah, she wants him to keep it as pajamas.
So you want to point out what's going on in this next screen?
Yes, this is a very important cutscene here. You can see, if you look very closely in the back right corner, we've got that air traffic control guy there. He's practicing his squats. He doesn't really have the mechanic of bending down yet, but he's definitely got the arm waving going on. But keep your eye on him really, really closely as this helicopter approaches.
That guy in the red, all the way in the back.
All the way in the back there. Helicopter's coming down.
And...
he's gone. Where'd he go? How did that happen?
And he's gone.
He's gone. Shout outs to Carnage. I have no idea why that happens. Yeah. I don't know if it's a glitch or if it was intended. Just
I think it was intended. Yeah,
it's probably just a little funny thing that they throw in there. There is a good bit of humor.
I was going to say, I think the Square developers had a good sense of humor when making this game.
Do, yeah.
That's the one thing that I like. You know, I really like about this game. There is a lot of dark tones, but there is also a lot of lightheartedness within that.
Absolutely.
And Heidegger just punching people.
Yeah, he's just throwing them in the water. Like he's so rude. Like, even this guy's a civilian.
He's
he's
like,
just
"Come here."
chasing him. Really funny that they take a boat across the ocean and then immediately get in a helicopter. It didn't seem like that long of a trek. Like, why
Yeah.
couldn't they just take the helicopter? But I don't know. The sense of scale, as we know, the sense of scale in this game is really wonky. So it's possible that it is a much further trek than we presume.
So we're gonna take a pit stop in this house right here. We're gonna like steal some things, I guess.
The guy doesn't mind.
Yeah,
He says take
yeah,
them.
he actually
literally
does.
says take them.
So we're gonna grab the power source. We're gonna use that later in the game. We're gonna use the motor driver, which we're gonna sell, and the firing, which we are definitely
not going to sell.
Not selling.
Do not ban.
No, don't.
Please.
Runs have
I
died.
know you want the money, but just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Don't take the money.
All right, so that was our trip to Costa del Sol. Very nice.
Yep.
It's a beautiful place.
Wish we could have stayed there longer, but you know we got our run to finish.
Yeah,
So
we got places to go, people to see, things to do.
Yeah. So.
On our way to North Coral here, it's again more world map stuff, so we're just hoping for as few encounters as possible and getting through them as fast as possible. There's a lot of encounters upcoming, so we can probably take a couple donations as we get through this area.
Sounds good. I have $19.97 from J61. Thank you for putting together this fantastic event. Great games for a great cause. You people are awesome for doing this. FF7 hype. $200 from Anonymous. FF7 was my first game on the PS1. I'm so happy to finally catch it at GDQ. Can't wait to see Omnislash.
Oh yeah.
I have $50 from Hai408. Ben, let's get ready to rando.
Wrong game, buddy.
Oh, whoops, wrong game. Just kidding. Good luck on the Final Fantasy VII run-in. Yo, Dave.
Hey, what's up, EA?
We love you, EA.
Alfredo donates $75. Says, I was looking to start speedrunning some of my favorite RPGs. How do you prepare mentally and physically for such a long run?
Know where your bathroom breaks are.
Yes. Very important.
I have $100 from Fox Lisk. Oh, banana. $100 from Anonymous. Donating more solely for that amazing interactive squat minigame from the crowd. Loving the run so far. Red 13 is a good doggo.
He is a good doggo.
$15 from Koniokyo. Loved this game growing up. Can already tell this will be a great run to watch, and thanks to the couch as well as ajneb174's cool and relaxing demeanor. $15 from Tashesk. I'll probably fall asleep to the sweet sounds of this Final Fantasy VII run, but I wouldn't have had it any other way because I've been looking forward to it all week. Thanks and good luck to all the runners, and thanks to the event organizers for bringing our community together to do amazing things year after year. $15 from Anonymous. Gotta donate for FF7. This game got me into speedrunning, which brought me to GDQ, which brought me to Ajneb. Good luck with Demon's Gate. Another $5 for Knights of the Round. Think that would be a much bigger donation incentive. Chuck Paul 1 donates $25. Love Final Fantasy VII and had to donate during this game. A great marathon for a great charity. $150 from King Booty. Smash this run, Ben. A donation to Runner's Choice. $150 from Anonymous. Settling in for this 8-hour marathon. Always amazed at the stamina of runners of Final Fantasy. And $15 from Wicked Tim. First donation because I love Final Fantasy VII. It's the game that got me into gaming, but Dark Souls is my favorite game series, so I'm putting this to bonus Dark Souls. Good luck, ajneb174. You're working a full-time shift with this one. $20 from August 32. Anybody else have that one weird friend that pronounces Red's name as Red XIII?
No.
No.
$15 from Trusty Panda. Really enjoying the speed run. Nice chill atmosphere, fun to watch. Keep it up. I have $200 from Shiel. $10 for each year of Final Fantasy VII. So hyped to see as much of this run as I can before I crash. Good luck and thanks for all the effort that goes into making this event happen. Minneapolis, represent. $27.77 from the Wired Knight. Donating once more before the end of the night as my wife and I spend our 7th anniversary watching a speed run of FF7 on 7/7/17 for a great cause. A happy anniversary to you and your wife.
Alrighty, so coming up here, there are 2 encounters here with bombs, and Ben's gonna have the chance to steal what's called a right arm, which will be able to one-shot one of the bosses we got coming up next here.
Yeah, right arm is an item that does a lot of explosive damage. So there's a pretty low chance of stealing it, but we're going to give it a shot and see what we get. No luck there. Going to give it one more shot. No luck. So we'll run away. We have another encounter here. We'll try again. If we don't get it, it's certainly not the worst thing in the world, but it definitely does save some time to get it.
Ooh, you got that skip. One menu,
so
dude.
instead of saving time in the fight with by using the right arm, he just skipped the battle entirely and saved probably just as much time. So
actually, pretty tricky skip to get there because you can't really tell exactly where Cloud is because he's so far away.
Right, and he's kind of on that upslope up the bridge. It's really hard to see where his feet are. So that was a pretty good skip. Way to go, man.
And alternatively, if you don't get the right arm, all you got to do is throw 4 Molotovs.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
So.
Here we're getting a little bit of Barrett's backstory. So this is the beginning of, as we move through the world, we're going to start to get a little bit of the backstory from each different character as we go to their hometowns. And this we learn is Barrett's hometown. And apparently he's not very well liked here. The townspeople.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just took a punch to the face, you know? Like that.
It's not even Heidegger who's giving this out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Other people throwing hands.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of a cutscene here to learn a bit more about Barrett's background and why he's so disliked in this town. And he's a bit reluctant to share his story, but eventually we can coax it out of him.
So pretty much what happens is Shinra approaches the town and says, hey, we want to build a Mako reactor, you know? And Dine and Barrett are kind of the 2 people that help approve of that Mako reactor being built, and we will kind of see what happens as a result. You know, if a town gets a Mako reactor, the same things kind of seem to happen in each towns with Mako reactors.
Yeah, it's actually, you can see here that it's both the mayor or the village headman and Barrett are trying to convince Dine, who is the last holdout, saying that he doesn't want the Mako reactor. He's very much against what Shinra is doing, and you can see Barrett and the village headman are really trying to convince him that this is the right thing for their town. It's a good opportunity. This being a coal mining town, they feel that this is the opportunity for them to step into the future. But Dine kind of saw it as Shinra taking away their jobs, their livelihood in the city, and we find out that Dine was right.
Yeah, here it is, another town on fire.
Yeah, it wasn't Sephiroth this time. It was Shinra.
Yeah,
but Dine was right, and they shouldn't have given in to Shinra here because they just burned the whole town to the ground, and all the townspeople, the relatives, everyone and everything was destroyed. And luckily, Barrett and Dine managed to survive that one because they were away at the time of the burning. But the city never really forgives Barrett for convincing Dine that they needed to build the reactor there. So Barrett kind of shoulders the blame for that a little bit.
Quick little time save here. The tram attendant says, "Hey, get on the tram." And if you select don't go on, you're actually able to just walk on freely. If you select go on, you have to individually watch each character walk into it. And so that's a little time save by saying, "Hey, we're not going to go on," and then you kind of just run on.
Yep, and this tram is taking us up to this wonderful place called Gold Saucer.
Hey.
It's basically the Disneyland of the FF7 universe. It's a fun and magical place where everything is really expensive and the points don't matter.
Yeah.
So people might remember this place fondly from all their memories of playing mini games, doing chocobo racing here. There's a lot of things that you come to Gold Saucer for, especially during the chocobo raising portion of the game. But at this point, we're going to need to cut off the donation incentive for Kate Sith. So entering Gold Saucer costs a whopping 3,000 gil. Thankfully, we got that 5,000 in that mini game because Ben is super clutch, and we're able to afford it. But otherwise, we would have, you know, that's a certainly a large paywall. Though, you know, we do have 5 party members at this point, so I guess it is a pretty good group rate that we're getting.
Yeah.
Eris tries to console Barrett, who's, you know, visibly upset about having to return to his hometown, and, you know, they decide, you know, it's best for everybody if we just kind of go and enjoy ourselves and, you know, let off a little steam and have fun in Gold Saucer.
And Barrett doesn't want to have any fun.
Yeah, we're gonna go play, and he's, yeah, just saying, just get out of my hair and go play. So do we have that name for Kate Sith?
We do. The winner with $1,555.55 would be Nala Smug. It's a lower N for Nala, capital S for Smug.
All right. So here we meet our next party member. His name is Kate Sith. He is a robot with a toy cat on top. And it's also a fortune teller.
Yeah.
Because that's a thing. And he's going to interject himself into our party and try to tell us our fortune. Which is a mysterious premonition, actually.
I mean, the first couple aren't really much of anything.
No, they're complete nonsense, and then he's like, something horrible is going to happen.
You're gonna lose somebody you dearly care about.
Yeah. And he almost wants to take it back, and he just can't.
And then Kate Sith's just like, well, I gotta figure out what this fortune meant, so I'm coming with you.
At least that's what he tells us.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see why he joins the party.
Yeah, nothing conspicuous about a large robot plush toy cat combination thing.
Suddenly joining our goal to save the world.
Who punches people with megaphones? I don't get it. I never understood this character.
The least he could do is just like yell in their ears.
Yeah. So a little bit of a menu here, setting up Tifa with some materia, new weapons and armor, or new armor and accessories. I apologize.
Sad music.
What does that mean?
Hey.
Oh, Shinra's here.
Oh, he's taking a nap.
More Kool-Aid. These guys are, they really got to solve that that Kool-Aid epidemic they got going around in Shinra.
All right, well.
And then they find out that this guy is actually a victim of a gunshot wound, which is strange because we've been chasing after Sephiroth this whole time, and he's got that big sword that we know he loves to leave around places, and he doesn't really use guns.
Yeah, so...
so what could possibly be going on here? Also strange that there's no Kool-Aid present.
Yeah, I guess they left it all in the headquarters.
Yeah, there's not enough to go around anymore. I ran out of the powder mix. There's one survivor over here, and she claims that it was a man with a gun on his arm.
Do we know a person with a gun on his arm?
I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so Dio's here. He's brought some guards, and he thinks that we were actually the people that caused this.
Yeah.
I never understood why they didn't just like say, hey, no, we have no firearms.
I mean, Cloud doesn't have a gun on his arm. Do you see Tifa with a gun on her arm? How about a plush toy over there? Does he have a gun on his arm?
Yeah, they have.
I don't think so.
They have little reason to run, but they do. So they.
Yeah, that immediately makes them look suspicious. Thanks, Kate Sith, for making us look suspicious.
Yeah.
And then these giant grabby robot things approach us and take us down to the prison underworld here.
Grabby robot things. I like that.
Yeah, they just kind of like pinch you.
Yeah. And they come down with us.
And we're going in the gateway to heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah. This place looks like heaven.
It's a nice hot summer day in the desert.
Yeah. This dreary music definitely reminds me of heaven.
Yep.
I would say.
Yep. And one thing about the scene that doesn't really make sense to me is so the party members are outside of Cloud here. They rejoin Cloud. He runs over here, and then they split out. Like,
why even bother?
Were they lazy? Did they not want to like take the few steps?
I mean, if you can just run around in Cloud's pocket all day, why wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, okay,
It's, you know, maybe
okay.
they're conscious of the step count. They're trying to save steps.
Hey, there we go.
It.
Yeah.
Further note, that was not a hostile field map, though this is.
And there is a chance that an item can get stolen on this encounter.
So let's hope that doesn't happen.
If I just jinxed it, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, so that guy in the
All right,
back is
there
a
we go, quick
burglar,
escape.
and we got away from him, so no stealing today. I believe that's our last burglar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty imperative that you equip the fire ring before this, before that fight, because you can actually
Get it stolen there, and that would be rip the run.
How many steps did you walk there? 15? Okay.
So here we're getting a little bit more information about Barrett and his history with the band named Dine. He's also a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
That Barrett guy.
Like, why?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they kind of tee him up to be like possibly the person who did all of that killing up in Gold Saucer. You know, you're kind of thinking like, you know, who is this Barrett? I don't really know him as, you know, anything other than the leader of Avalanche, and we get a little bit more of his history here. So here he is with his buddy Dine. They're coming back from their fishing trip or whatever they were doing, and the village headman comes to them and says, "Guys, the city is burning. You know what's going on? You know, you got to help us." And they immediately realize that this is the Shinra's doing.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, and Bear is obviously very angry.
Yeah, he's totally distraught. Dine has a young family back in there, you know, a wife and a daughter, and he's, you know, they're both really destroyed by this incredibly sad event here. Though Dine does try to console Barrett and say, you know, we got to keep up hope. We got to go there and, you know, find everyone and make sure that they're okay. But then here come the Shinra soldiers trying to clean up the last few people that they've left alive.
Barrett with the dance moves.
Yeah, Barrett's got some serious dance moves
The
there.
footwork, yeah.
Yeah. The Shinra soldiers are, of course, terrible shots.
Yeah.
Scarlet calls them out on it.
So this is the part of the game where they contextualize the fact that Barrett and Dine both have guns on their arms. This is because they're both shot right there, and coincidentally, they both get guns put into their respective arms.
Right. So Barrett with, I believe he has the gun on his right arm, and then Dine on his left.
Yep. So that explains the gunshots in the Golden Saucer.
Right. So proceeding through the text here, it becomes more and more apparent that we have to find this Dine guy to really kind of close off this loose end of Barrett's past. So we got a menu here, and we're just going to keep the party as is and move back out here. As Ben walked into this room, into this house, he was in the middle of doing steps. So when he goes out, he'll be finishing up the steps that he was in the middle of.
And the next fight that we're getting is actually going to be very important. Like this fight is like one of the main reasons why we have the step count, is so we can learn the enemy skill Laser, and that's going to be very, very important in the late game.
Yeah, it's one of the, you know, all the enemy skills that we learn are extremely useful, but enemy skills are really overpowered in this game, and in past Final Fantasies they were referred to as blue magic. They're basically magic that you can learn from enemies that attack you. Sometimes you can learn them just by having the enemy use that attack on you, or other times you have to manipulate them. So here we have Tifa set up to manipulate these enemies. We're also going to use this fight as an opportunity to farm some Bravers.
Come on, Tifa.
So this is RNG, whether or not your manipulate will stick. I believe it's actually dependent on your level versus the enemy's level.
Yep.
So since we're very low level right now, as we will be pretty much throughout the run, getting the manipulate to stick is very difficult. There we go, we got it. So now when Tifa gets her turn, it'll actually be the enemy who is doing the action, and we can use the enemy skill laser on Cloud so that we learn it. And in order to fully learn an enemy skill, you have to win the fight in which you learn the enemy skill. So once we've learned it, we're going to finish this guy off with a Braver and one more Molotov, and that'll be that. So that's our first enemy skill. We're going to learn a couple more upcoming, but...
hey, we got cross slash.
And we got cross slash.
There
so
we go.
Now we're very much set up for the rest of the run in terms of Cloud's limit break. So here we have a confrontation with Dine, and Barrett decides he wants to take this one alone.
And this is also where we find out that Marlene is actually Dine's kid, and Barrett has assumed the role of guardian for Marlene.
Yeah, when Dine fell down that chasm, he assumed that Marlene was dead, and this is actually the first time that he finds out that she's in fact alive. But Dine feels that his life is too far gone. He isn't fit to be a parent anymore, and he really sees this as just the last showdown. He's kind of closing the loop on this relationship with Barrett just as much as Barrett's closing it as well.
Yeah, he says his hands are too dirty to be able to carry Marlene. So,
well, hand.
Yeah, hand and gun.
And gun.
And Barrett just takes the shots there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume he's shooting at the ground in front of him.
Oh, okay.
Kind of telling him to back off.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was just taking the bullets.
Oh man, that would be impressive. Although he is about to get shot a bunch, but that's in the battle, and we all know that everything that happens in a battle in RPG is totally separate from things that happen outside of battles.
Yeah. So a Dine fight can be a little tricky sometimes, depending on if he wants to get a critical hit and a counterattack at the end. But we're just gonna throw 4 Molotovs at him.
Yep. We didn't get the best starting ATB there, so Dine did get the first attack in. So we'll just heal up for safety here, and then we'll finish him off with one more Molotov, and that'll be the fight. So this is where we would have used the right arm if we had stolen one from the bomb. That right arm would have resulted in a one-shot kill.
And Dine just has a chance to counterattack here. Unfortunately, he does get the counterattack before his death animation.
Right, and that's why using the potion, the high potion, is really important, because if that counterattack would happen to crit, that would be the death of Barrett and the end of the run.
Yeah, run over.
So that's definitely a worthwhile safety there, and that wraps up the loophole, or the loop that closes the loop with this bit of storyline. And we can take a couple donations while this cutscene plays out and we get into the next portion of the game.
The ultimate trust fall.
Yeah.
Awesome. I've been dying to get back to it.
Oh.
Hey.
Man.
I have $10 from Trash Panda. Money goes to getting Dave a haircut or Breath of the Wild, whichever he prefers.
Breath of the Wild, Breath of the Wild.
Speaking of Breath of the Wild, I just want to remind that we do have a donation incentive to actually have that run inserted as a bonus game. It looks like we've got $11,500 raised for that already, so we're already like 1/10 of the way there. If you really want to see that run, then definitely get your donations in for that particular incentive. And then looks like I got Tino, 128, donates $10. First time I could donate to a GDQ. Hopefully I can help everyone. Donation goes to Reader's Choice. Big hug from Portugal. $15 from Matthew Gruber. Hello, everyone at SGDQ. I'm loving the run so far, Ish. Keep up the good work and good luck on the rest of the run. Put this $15 towards the Breath of the Wild 80% run. I have $20 from Excel98. This is a 2-part donation. 1. As a doctor that has spent time without borders, thank you to everyone who has donated. It truly matters. Secondary, my life has been a lie watching this FF7 run. That Golan skip almost made me cry from grinding to be able to kill him. I have a $777.77 donation from Franklin.
All right.
Reads, another summer, another SGDQ. Medicine Sans Fronteras has been a wonderful organization, and I'm so glad that you guys keep doing this year after year. Anyone else remember watching a ridiculous SGDQ in 2012 involving a SimCity speed run 5 years ago? GDQs have grown so much, and it makes my heart all warm and fuzzy. Good luck and have fun, everyone.
All right, so at this portion of the run, we're going to be doing another mini game here. This one is one of my favorites. We're going to be doing our first Chocobo race.
Oh, yeah.
Our only Chocobo race, sadly. I really love Chocobo racing.
Yeah.
It is one of the more fun mini games, and as a side quest, it can really suck up a lot of time with the breeding and the mating and the raising.
But you can get some really good items.
Yes,
some
of the
items.
best items in the game you can only get from Chocobo Racing. So here we get our first taste of it, and this is yet another way in which the game is kind of guiding you and opening up all these different options to you, kind of exposing you to the different things the game has to offer as part of the story, but showing you that there are more optional things later. So here Ben's quickly picking up the remove materia. That's going to be useful later. But for this Chocobo race, we're going to be riding a yellow Chocobo, and hopefully we're going to get first place.
Yeah.
But we'd like to take a little bet about who's going to get second place.
Yeah, so chat, who do you think is going to get second place? It could be either red, blue, pink, purple, or white. So I'd like to see some spam. Who do you guys think is going to get second place? Oh, blue?
Blue one?
See, I always go for pink. I
go for red.
Red.
Ben goes for red.
What about you?
The correct answer is always blue.
All right. So we're going to see
Come on,
here.
pink.
So we'll kind of know right away which ones are certainly going to be out of it. It looks like purple is dashing ahead.
That's not too good for purple.
Anyone who picked purple, sorry, it doesn't look too good for you. Basically, the Chocobo's using up all of its stamina now. Is not going to be able to make it through the race. Meanwhile, Ben is just kind of hanging with the pack here, not using too much stamina. By holding a couple different inputs on the controller, I believe it's L1 and R1, you don't use as much stamina as you would normally, and you can kind of work your way through the first portion of the Chocobo race.
Additionally, he's trying to actually push one of the Chocobos forward so that the second place Chocobo actually gets there sooner, because once the second place Chocobo has crossed the line, he can end the race.
Right. So to save time, we win the race, and then we want to get the second place one there as fast as possible, so we can kind of manipulate that by giving them a little bit of a nudge.
All right, come on, Pink. You're second. Just close it out. Come on.
Red in 5th and now 6th place. Not really looking too good for red right now. We've got pink followed by blue, pink followed by blue, pink followed by blue. Blue is rushing for it. Looks like
come
pink
on,
is
pink, come
gonna
on, pink,
hang
pink,
on,
pink. Come on.
Pink wins it.
Told you guys. I told you guys. Told you.
I mean, it is Dave's birthday. He's gonna get the Chocobo race right?
Sorry, I cheated.
You cheated?
Yeah,
Don't cheat, Dave.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we have now totally freed ourselves from the Coral Desert prison, and Dio was actually nice enough to apologize by giving us a gift, and that gift is
a new car.
Yeah, a new car. It's a pretty great car. We can do some pretty cool tricks with it, but before we get to that, we have to do a little bit of menuing here. We're going to heal up our party, and we're looking for a very specific encounter, which we can actually only get in this desert area here. And this encounter, we're going to learn our next enemy skill, which is going to be Aqualung.
We're looking for the Harpy encounter, so it's the one enemy, not the one with, oh, here it is. All right, that's good RNG.
So we're going to set this up by triggering the Aqualung attack by throwing a Molotov at, well, 2 Molotovs at the Harpy, and then he's going to be using Aqualung on our party. It's important because Aqualung does quite a bit of damage, so we need to make sure that everybody is above 400 HP. That's why Ben used that potion there. And everybody's going to survive the attack. We're going to learn the enemy skill, and then we're going to finish off the Harpy with a grenade. And we've got our Aqua Lung enemy skill.
That was actually really quick. You can lose minutes to that, like minutes.
That was really good RNG, getting the Harpy first fight and just getting right through the battle pretty quickly there.
So now you're going to see the buggy skip. You want to talk about that, J2?
Sure. So, like I said before, the way that the world map manipulation or the world map encounters work is that you have to take a certain number of steps before you're able to get an encounter. However, entering a vehicle actually resets that counter. So you can see Ben is actually exiting the buggy and re-entering it every few steps, so to speak. And what that's doing is it's resetting his chance to get an encounter. Now he's actually not doing that because he wants to get an encounter on this beach here. So he's just going to go back and forth and farm it for a little bit. But basically what that did was that he was able to avoid getting an encounter before he wanted to by exiting and re-entering the buggy.
Why is the world map being so nice?
The world map is not being nice right now.
Yeah,
so
it's just...
We're looking for an encounter here. Basically not the egg. We don't want the egg. And we have the beach below.
That's the good fight.
So this is the good fight.
We didn't get the egg.
So we're looking to do a similar thing here. Oh my goodness. Tifa's going to manipulate the beach plug, and we're going to use that to learn the enemy skill Big Guard. And now that we've done that, we'll be able to kill these guys off with Aqua Lung. So Big Guard is the most overpowered enemy skill in the game, in my opinion.
Definitely.
It casts Barrier, Magic Barrier, and Haste on your entire party. And it's super useful, and it can only be learned from a few enemies in the game, including those beach plugs right there. Now, the beach plugs will never use Big Guard on you. I don't think they ever even use it on themselves either. So the only way to actually get that enemy skill is by manipulating them to use it on you. So getting that first try manipulate definitely made up for the time lost trying to farm that encounter there. Here you can see more buggy skipping as he makes his way over to Cosmo Canyon here. In the casual playthrough, people may remember that the buggy actually breaks down, which forces you to enter Cosmo Canyon and do this portion of the game. You don't actually have to wait for the buggy to break down. You don't have to go through that whole sequence. You just have to get here to Cosmo Canyon.
To be honest, I didn't even know it broke down because I always just went to Cosmo anyways.
Yeah, so if you spend too much time, messing around, going to Gongaga and other places, then the buggy will break down, and it kind of forces you to go to Cosmo Canyon to get it repaired. Otherwise, you can just kind of go here, and you don't have to worry about that.
And this guy up front, he asked if we know anything about Cosmo Canyon. Of course, we tell the truth and say we don't know anything.
Yeah, you have to be honest. It's important to be honest in video games. It generally works out in your favor.
Yeah, if you're not, he scolds you and kind of doesn't let you into the village.
Yeah, there's actually a very notable place later in the game where we have to be honest in order to get a very good item. So that will come back into play.
That is true.
Here, this is Red 13's hometown, known as Cosmo Canyon, and he's run upstairs to go meet up with his grandpa, Bugenhagen. Real nice guy. We're gonna hang out with him for a minute and learn a little bit more about the planet, about the history of the planet, and about Cosmo Canyon in general. But during that time, we can probably take some donations.
Very well. I have a $500 donation from King Booty. And it reads, banana, 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 banana. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Good luck, Ben. And another $500 donation. This one from Fragments of Hope, so thank you very much. It reads, have to donate during this FF7 run. Great event, great people, and a great cause. Looking forward to making more donations at future events. Have to put this donation towards the Dark Souls run, but all the love goes to Final Fantasy. Good luck, ajneb174. Looking forward to seeing FF7. I've got $50 from Anonymous. Cue another cliche. FF7, best game ever. But seriously, props to the couch. Cheers to Nobuo Uematsu for the soundtrack. High five, announcer guy. And can we get some applause for ajneb174 for running this game?
Absolutely.
Run is going very well so far.
Yeah, let's not jinx it just yet. So, yeah, we're here in Cosmo Canyon. Bugenhagen has informed us that we should go meet up with some party members here so that we can go into his planetarium machine and learn a little bit more about the planet. So we're just going to come down these stairs over here and talk to the closest party member, who happens to be Kate Sith over here. And we'll just form our party with the first two members that we can get in there and head back up to the lab.
Be going to the planetarium.
Yeah. It's really, I like the planetarium. Every time I go to a science museum or anything like that, I make sure to stop by.
Yeah, me too, definitely.
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing, and it's really cool that he's got this in his house too.
And it operates in real time based on the universe?
Yeah, no, he's got it all set up. It's fully modeled like the Midgar model there.
Yeah,
He doesn't take baseball bats to his models though.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have any arms. He can't. No legs either.
No arms, no legs.
Is he floating on a piece of material?
So yeah, it's a little bit unclear. This game has pretty blocky sprites here. It is pretty unclear how Bugenhagen actually moves around. Our assumption as a collective community is that he is floating on the only float materia in the game. In other Final Fantasies, there is float magic, but it's mysteriously absent from this game, and our assumption is that Bugenhagen has hoarded the one float materia for himself, and he's using it as a means of transportation.
Yeah.
But he's a nice guy, so we forgive him for it. More great music during this cutscene here where they explain how the life stream works and how Mako energy is, the lifeblood of the planet, and how, everybody on the planet, everything on the planet is made of Mako energy, and when it dies, it returns to the planet, and it kind of keeps this balance of energy intact, and all that spirit energy is contained within the world and belongs there, and instead of being harvested for electric power, it should be preserved and used as that spirit energy.
Because if there is no spirit energy, the planet will pretty much disintegrate.
It will die.
Yeah.
You're literally taking the lifeblood from the planet. So you can see that everything, the plants, the humans, the people, everything is all really one. It's just a very existential and really quite beautiful picture of humanity and life that's being presented to us in Final Fantasy VII. It was a lot for a 7-year-old J2 to comprehend when he was playing through this game, but it certainly painted a nice picture.
Oh, yeah.
Through the rest of this cutscene, we can probably take a couple more donations.
Sounds great. I've got $25 from Grifter. Had to donate now because I want all of that sweet FF7 swag. Thanks for the run and awesome commentary. Save the chocobos. $10 from Rad Panda. A single push-up for last GDQ, and now 60 flights of stairs for this GDQ. I can't wait to see what Spike Vegeta will do next year. $5 from Brandon169. Loving the Final Fantasy VII run. Very entertaining and knowledgeable couch. A pleasure to watch so far. Keep up the great work. This money goes towards getting the Breath of the Wild bonus run happening. I have $150 from Anonymous. Simple donation comment. Quah!
Quit.
Quah! $100 also from Anonymous. Just confirm the Shinra building and Genova parts of Final Fantasy VII are still creepy even after 20 years. 10-year-old me refused to play those parts. Final Fantasy VII is still one of the best games, and seeing this run makes me want to start a brand new playthrough. I have $75 from Jay Holloway. Hello, SGDQ. I'm stocked up on caffeine and having a blast watching the Final Fantasy VII late night run. Got to agree with on the fantastics. Take that back. Got to agree on the absolutely fantastic soundtrack, and I'm loving the running commentary on the lore.
All right, so here the entire party is gathered around the campfire in the center of Cosmo Canyon, known as the Cosmo Candle. We're going to talk to the different party members and get a little bit of history on them. Barrett tells us that this is actually the place where Avalanche was formed. So we know that back in the day, Barrett, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse all gathered here to decide that they were going to take it upon themselves to form their coalition to save the planet.
And why would Tifa ask Cloud if he is actually who he is?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any ambiguity about Cloud being a former soldier.
No, no foreshadowing. Not
yeah, I don't feel any of that coming.
No.
Meanwhile, Eris is questioning. She's wanting to learn more about the Cetra and the Promised Land and what the Ancients are, and it's pretty clear that that's kind of her primary objective in this. And after we've talked to all the other party members, save of course Kate Sith, because Kate Sith.
Yeah.
We can talk to Red 13 or Leg Dog over there. And he tells us that his father was actually a disgrace to his family. He went to go... well, there was a war in the land of Cosmo Canyon. and he fled instead of fighting in that war. And he's felt disgraced for that his entire life, and he kind of feels obligated to make up for his father's transgressions. And Bugenhagen comes and decides that it's about time that Red 13 gets a little bit more of a history lesson about his own family.
Yeah, so, and actually in these caves, we've got one of the more flashy skips coming up. It's actually really exciting.
Yeah, so you can see Ben safety saved there, and this is a very important skip in the run. Arguably the hardest in terms of execution, but really it is the culmination of the step count. So everything that we've done up till now is to make sure that we are on step count to do this trick. And it essentially works by triggering 2 battles at the same time so that they cancel each other out. And you remember you may have remembered that we mentioned before, if you skip a battle, it's possible to get a repeating boss glitch. So that's another element thrown into this this skip as we're preparing it here. But going into the cave, we're going to do a few things. We're going to navigate ourselves through the cave. We're going to learn a new enemy skill called Death Sentence, and then we're going to set ourselves up to do what's called the Stinger skip. So.
Should we just let it happen and then kind of just like...
Yeah, I think we should describe it after. So a few steps to set up the encounters here.
Also, just as a side note, within the Death Sentence encounter, there is a small percentage chance for the enemies to drop an item called M Tentacles. That will be very useful against the Palmer fight. That casts Bio 2, does a ton of damage, has a chance of inflicting poison. It's really cool to get those, or 2.
Yeah, it's possible that they can drop 2, but that chance is pretty rare, yeah. So we'll see if we get that luck today. Okay, so the Stinger skip is coming up, and we'll let Ben focus on getting these inputs right. First, we're going to farm this encounter, though, and this is going to be our opportunity to learn the enemy skill Death Sentence. So if we get good RNG, I think these are called sneaky steps, will actually cast Death Sentence on Cloud.
Hey.
That's the good RNG right there, so we don't need to manipulate them. We can just take that RNG, learn the enemy skill, and kill them off with Aqua Lung, and be on our way into the Stinger skip.
And all right, guys, here's the Stinger skip. There we go. There we go.
Awesome. Execution of that is incredibly difficult. Not only does it require getting the entire step count up until now very precise. You can see he farmed that encounter beforehand to kind of set him up for it. But all of those movements that he did in the beginning of that screen were to make sure that he gets the fight on the exact same pixel as walking into the web.
If you are off by a little bit.
The tiniest bit, and actually being off by very little is worse than being off by a lot, because if you're off by very little, you can actually soft lock the game, which I found out in my recent PB. I soft locked there and had to reset. But thankfully we made it through that. That is a huge, huge hurdle in this game, and Ben executed it flawlessly, so hats off to him. Now we're going into the fight with Gene Attack.
Pretty hard.
Yeah, thankfully this boss is undead, and in Final Fantasy games, generally if you have an undead boss, you can kill them with healing items. We picked up an elixir earlier when we were climbing the stairs, as you guys may remember, or if you were snoozing through that section, I don't blame you. But we have that elixir now, and we're just going to toss it on him, and instead of doing full recovery, it is death. And that's Gene Attack. So that's pretty awesome to make it through the Cave of Gi with getting the Stinger Skip, getting that sneaky step encounter to learn Death Sentence really quickly, and then pretty good Gi attack fight. So we get a little bit of a relaxing scene here where we learn the true story of Red 13's father, that he wasn't in fact a coward, but actually the bravest warrior of them all. He sacrificed himself and defended Cosmo Canyon, and actually still defends Cosmo Canyon to this day. He was struck by these arrows which have petrified him to stone, and he is now a living statue guarding the entrance to Cosmo Canyon, and you can see him up there. So everybody get your oh my dogs in chat.
Franker Z's.
Your Franker Z's, whatever dog emote you choose, but we like to salute the great warrior Seto here with our awus.
And of course, the music just ties it all together.
Yes, another very emotionally upbringing soundtrack that reminds you of, it has the theme of Cosmo Canyon thrown in there, but the war drums to remind you of this great warrior. Really, the story is told through the music because there is no voice acting. There's, the dialogue is only so much. They really relied on the music to tell the story, and this is a great example of how you can use music to tell a story.
So learning about the truths of his father, Red kind of has a new fire that he's going to be the greatest warrior that Cosmo's ever seen. He's going to live up to, his dad's legacy, and he's going to do great things.
Yeah, it's kind of a coming-of-age moment for him. We learned earlier that Nanaki is actually, well, his name is Nanaki, not Red 13, but also that he's approximately 15 or 16 years old in human years. So he's definitely at this coming of age time, and seeing this and learning about his father is extra motivation for him to continue his journey and try to save the planet. So here's your awus. Spam your oh my dogs.
It's actually really cool how each character gets their own their own realization, their own story.
They really get their time to shine, except Kate Sith.
Well, he does other. Whatever.
We don't really care for Kate Sith.
Yeah.
But yeah, the party recollects here at the Cosmo Candle, and we decide, if Nanaki wants to stay here with his family, we understand. We rescued him from the Shinra Tower, and that's pretty much the end of his journey. We don't really need him anymore to proceed. We can understand if he wants to stay behind and be with his family here. Take one last look at the beautiful canyon, take a deep breath, and we're on our way onto the next area. But wait. Leg Dog wants to come along. What a good dogger.
Good doggo. And now we are on our way to Nibelheim now.
Yeah, so moving right along through this midsection of the game here, we're going to continue to use that buggy skip manipulation here as we go in and out of the buggy to make sure we're not getting encounters on the world map here. And as we come up to... careful there. As we come up to Nibelheim, we'll have a little bit of time for donation until we get to Mount Nibel.
All right, I have $50 from Juicy Siesta Orange. Hi all. Had to donate during my favorite game franchise of all time. Missed the first hour, but looking forward to the next 7. Good luck and go fast. Donation goes to the announcer's choice. $15 from Daz Amazing. Loving the story summary on the couch in this run. One of the favorite games of all time. Good luck with the run. I have $50 from Hippo52.
Hippo.
Hi, Ben and the Bananas. Good luck on the run and skipping all those unskippable parts. Hope you remembered to bring some Link to the Past randomizer seeds. P.S. May and Matt say hi in your face. $100 from Wolfblood. Mega Ran needs to put some dollars into the swear jar, but since he is such a cool guy, I'll put the donation in for him. Love the rest and good luck.
All right, so we're making our way through Mount Nibble now. Just a couple encounters on our way to the next fight. We're going to be picking up a couple items along the way. You saw Ben, as he entered Mount Nibble, the party was a little bit confused as to why, as they entered into Nibelheim, they were a little bit confused as to why the town wasn't burned down, as Cloud claimed in his flashback. They, just kind of assumed that they rebuilt it and moved right along, right?
Or maybe he wasn't lying, though.
He didn't make that up. He couldn't make that up.
Maybe a company did a conspiracy. Maybe
a little cleanup work.
Maybe
It's possible.
Yeah,
it's possible. The Shinra's capable of crazy things. Okay. So he popped into a house while in Nibelheim again. I'm sorry, and talked to one of those strange people in the black cloaks there. But one of them was kind enough to give him an elixir, which is a very nice item to have. And as we move up across this bridge here, we're going to be heading in towards the heart of Mount Nibble. We're going to pick up an item, and we'll explain a little bit more about the usefulness of that item after. But we're going to save and do a menu, and then we're going to have a boss fight. And the strat for defeating this boss is very technical and very interesting, and we don't really have a lot of time to explain it during the fight, so we'll let you see how it happens, and then we'll explain what you actually saw after the fight.
Because you may not be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. This is one of the few fights that isn't just straightforward, punch them in the face until they die fights.
It has its own unique strat for it, so... Yeah.
Setting up our menu there. We'll talk about what we equipped in a second.
And this is a Materia Keeper.
A fairly tough boss. A little bit of bad luck here. We want to get that poison to stick. There it is.
Good roll. Hey, there we go.
All right, so what just happened?
Where do we begin with this?
How did that happen? So there's a few interesting mechanics that we have to explain. The first is what's called lucky sevens. So at any point during this game, if one of your characters or any of the enemies have a health value of 7777, then they will enter what is called Lucky Sevens mode, where all of their attacks will do 7,777 damage. The important thing here is that poison is actually considered self-inflicted damage. So if you are poisoned and you take poison damage while you are in 7,777 health when you're in Lucky Sevens mode, that poison tick will do 7,777 damage. And since he had 7,777 health, he will kill himself with the poison tick. So what we did was we cast Bio, and we were looking for a very specific damage value to be done to that boss. We were looking for Cloud to do 99 damage with the poison and for that poison to stick. You saw that when eventually we got that poison to stick, he actually did 97 damage. And that's why we had Tifa in mini status, so we can do the 2 additional damage that we needed. Before we got that poison to stick, we just had to throw a potion to heal Materia Keeper back up to full health, because the way it works is that that 99 damage that we get plus 2 ticks of the poison health of 262, 262 will bring Materia Keeper's health down to 7777, and then that final poison tick just
self-destructs. Yeah.
Yep. So it's a very interesting piece of tech. Shout out to Brutal for discovering that strat many, many moons ago. But that's been in place for a long time and is a very interesting way to kill one of the tougher bosses in the game.
Yep. And no Trine.
No Trine. The one thing that Materia Keeper can do is open the battle with Trine, which is a powerful electric attack that you can learn as an enemy skill, but it's really not useful, especially since we already have Aqua Lung. So you really just kind of want to avoid that so he doesn't do too much damage to your party. Also, coming out of Mount Nibble, Ben got an unfortunate pincer attack on the world map there. Lost a little bit of time, but recovered it quite nicely. And then
pincers on the world map are very dangerous. There's a few areas of the world where you can get pincers. Unfortunately, that was one of them.
Yeah, and at this point, we're going to have to cut off the donation incentive for Sid's name. Entering Rocket Town, Ben did a little bit of shopping there. He bought a bunch of items.
Potions, high potions, some tranquilizers, some hypers, and some tents.
Any materia?
He sold materia. Sold some items. Yeah, no materia bought here yet. And we're going to go up to the rocket because we went to Sid's house and saw that there was a plane called the Tiny Bronco, and we kind of want to use that to be able to help us find Sephiroth easier. And what's Sid's wife's name? Sorry, I forgot.
Shira.
Yeah, she said, "Hey, Sid's in the rocket. You know, go talk to him, see if he'll give you the Tiny Bronco." So we're gonna go see what's up with Sid.
We're gonna need that name.
All right, so winning with $3,310.77. Sid's name will be 7 Sins, and I in Sins is a 1.
Shout out to 7 Sins and the Sinners for getting their money in for this.
Yep.
Yes. That's good.
So Sid pretty much explains here that it's his dream to go into space.
Yeah, he's been a pilot for the Shinra for a very long time and never has had the opportunity to go to space. And he just kind of hangs out in this rocket all day, dreaming of what could have been. And we'll get a little bit of a flashback to his past while we listen to more awesome music.
Oh yeah, Sid theme is great.
Oh, it's just fantastic. So Sid also informs us that he's hoping to be able to talk to the president, which means that the president is on his way here. So let's go see where he is, and maybe we'll have to confront him.
Nice little area there where you can get to the loading transition faster by running into the rocket. And now that we're back in Sid's house, his wife is going to give us a little history lesson as to why Sid may be as bitter as he is today.
Sid also really likes tea.
Yeah, apparently.
And he's also very insistent that other people drink their tea.
I mean, hey, he wants his guests to be accommodated for, you know?
What better way to accommodate your guests than to force tea down their throats?
Yeah, you know?
I do that for all of my guests.
You did for me at the room?
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
You got to come to my house. Yeah. I got tea waiting. Tea on deck.
All right, sweet, thanks.
So here we get a little bit of a glimpse into the past. Sid's kind of giving Shira a hard time for being overly protective and, you know, checking out the rocket a little bit too much. He's overconfident. We're ready to go. He's a little bit of a haughty character.
Is she overprotective, or is she?
Well, I think she's the better half. Let's be real.
Yeah, yeah.
Behind every great man, right? But here's Sid, you know, triumphantly entering the cockpit, captain's chair. He's ready to go, finally achieving his dream. But there's something wrong. There's a mechanical failure.
Yeah, there's somebody within the ship still in an area that they're not supposed to be. They will be burnt up when the rocket launches. And I don't think he wants to kill his wife.
Yeah, he's probably not too interested in killing her, although she seems very much willing to sacrifice her life
like,
for
hey,
his dream. Like I
hey,
said.
it's fine. Let me just fix this oxygen tank, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I don't care.
And here he's given kind of a Sophie's choice. You know, does he fulfill his dream and go to space, or does he abort the mission to save his wife?
Yeah, I guess we'll see what he does.
I mean, any married man will tell you there's really no choice.
Go to space.
You go to space.
Yeah, oh
Of
yeah,
course.
easy.
Yeah, so he hits the abort button here, and that's why the rocket finds itself to be so crooked in Rocket Town.
Yep. It goes up and back down. Wah.
I find it really funny that
It just
they
stops.
it does, but they decide to build a town around it. Like it's right now, it's in the middle of nowhere, and they're like, oh yeah, there's this abandoned rocket precariously, you know, sitting above this launch pad area. That's a good place for a town.
Yeah, I mean, the buildings might get crushed, but who cares?
Nah, I mean, it stood there for long enough. It's clearly not going to fall down anytime soon.
Why don't they fix it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, too much money. They're way more interested in spending their money on Neo Midgar.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Hey, there's Sid again.
And he's still upset about the tea.
Yeah.
It's way more important than getting any history lesson or learning about the importance of the rocket or Sid's background.
Oh, hey, it's Palmer.
Oh, that guy, who's for some reason doesn't seem to recognize us at all.
Yeah, he's not freaking out.
No, he just completely ignores our presence.
Because he wants tea.
He wants his tea.
That's all he cares about.
What does he like in his tea, Dave?
Lots of sugar and honey.
And lard.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
insistent about the lard.
Oh.
Don't forget the lard. So we find out that actually the president wants to borrow the tiny Bronco. So he's on as much of a planes, trains, and automobile quest as we are. You know, taking the cargo ship to a helicopter to, you know, we were in a buggy and now we're going after a plane. And
I think we're gonna take it first, though. We're gonna take it first.
we're going to see what we can do.
Oh, Palmer's kind of in the way though, so we gotta take care of him.
He shouldn't be too much trouble, right? I mean, what is he? He's just a fat guy with a gun.
Yeah, fat guy with a gun that apparently shoots magic.
Oh, well, that magic gun can actually pack quite a punch here. So
Yeah.
we're taking a similar approach to a lot of our other battles, in which we're going to go ahead and try to poison Palmer here with Bio, and we're going to throw some Molotovs at him to do more damage. Getting that first try
first
poison,
try.
that's great RNG.
There we go.
Basically, with every single attack here, Palmer's going to do a bunch of damage. Basically, the only way that he wouldn't be doing damage would be if he uses a fire attack on Tifa, I believe, because she has the fire ring. But everyone else is going to be taking probably around 400 to 500 hit points of damage from that Mako gun. And we're going to try to heal those up pretty quickly.
And actually, it doesn't really matter if Kate dies after we get this dice off.
Because
so.
we're not going to be using him much throughout the game, actually. Here we're using him because he has this great dice limit break. Ooh! Wow! Okay, so anytime you get doubles with the dice roll, wow. I wish we had splits because that would be a gold split. Getting that double dice roll is, it doubles any damage, and since he got double sixes, that's 1,200 damage, which is doubled to 24. That is insanely good RNG.
And the truck.
So, yeah, that is one of the fastest, well, that is the fastest Palmer fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
That's your marathon luck right there.
Oh my god.
Holy cow. Like, we get a round of applause for that RNG. That's insane. Ben's over here still in disbelief of that one. He's like, where was that during my last run?
Yeah. Hey, last run the practice run in the room got 2 right arms and an M tentacles.
Yeah. Even with all of those items, you still wouldn't have that fast of a Palmer fight.
Yeah.
So that was ridiculously lucky. So here we hop aboard the tiny Bronco and try to make our escape. Somehow, no one's piloting this this plane yet. Somehow it swoops perfectly.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up Sid. Yeah.
Yeah, Sid wants to come along for a ride. He's like, I'm done with this Shinra nonsense.
He can run as fast as the plane.
I'm going along with these guys, and unfortunately, we take a hit to the tail here, and that basically turns this airplane into not more than a paddle boat.
I mean, Sid doesn't seem to care that he's on electricity.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of a shock, you could say. Meanwhile,
oh, look at Cloud.
Cloud is swirling around up there. We've got a little bit of a cutscene here. We can get in a couple more donations, JT.
All right, absolutely. I have $50 from Stan Stin. Greetings from Ireland. It is a pleasure to watch you guys run these games for such a great cause. All of you should be very proud. Donation toward the Breath of the Wild. $30 to Aura108. A shout out to the Twitch chat. Summer Means Done Quick is one of the best weeks of the year, every year, so take my money. I have $150 from Otaku Taylor. Missed a lot of SGDQ this year due to visiting family, but while talking about all the good you guys do over dinner tonight, they chipped in to make my intended $50 into $150. Looking forward to watching the runs I missed online later. $10 from Zumi. Shout out to my girlfriend Lacey for getting me into SGDQ. She's working during the run of her favorite game, but she'll be home just in time for the end. Good luck with the run. $200 from James H136. Hi SGDQ. This is my first time donating to this great cause. As I am currently going through some bad medical issues and recovering from a recent surgery, you guys have really helped me fight off the depression and negative feelings. From the runners to the couch, the crowd, the announcers, and the techs, you guys are purely amazing. You have no idea how much you have helped me, and I can never thank you enough. Put this towards Reader's Choice. $100 from Shadow Arrows. All I want to see is Breath of the Wild run in SGDQ 2017. I hope we meet this incentive. Yeah, we're definitely making some good headway on that as well, and looks like we're getting really close on the Dark Souls incentive, so keep on donating, and we'll probably get both of those runs in.
All right, so coming back to Corel, we're going to head over again to the Gold Saucer. In order to progress the game, we need to find an item called the Keystone. Usually you have to go around and do a little bit of side questing and...
searching.
Yeah, a little bit of searching to figure out where this is. It also gives you an opportunity to explore the map a little bit more. Now that you have the Tiny Bronco, pretty much the entire map is opened up to you, and that's, again, this game slowly opening up more and more to get you to explore more and kind of really work your way up to exploring the whole world. But we know that the keystone that we've been looking for has actually been here at Gold Saucer all along, and it is none other than Dio who is holding this prized possession. So we pay our 3,000 gil, we go inside, and we head straight to the battle arena so that we can claim our prize.
And we're gonna see if he's gonna let us get it.
Yeah, you know, he's put a little challenge together for us, and he's hoping that we'll be able to live up to his expectations. You know, he's heard that we're pretty good fighters. We've taken down some bosses now. We're getting some pretty good levels under our belt, and he wants to see what we got.
Yeah, let's put on a show for him.
Yeah, show me what you got.
All right, Ben, put on your best effort for this, okay? You ready?
You're going to put on a good show for Dio?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Cloud's got here in the battle arena. So the battle arena is a one-on-one fighting mechanic in the game. It's a mini game that you can earn battle points later in the game to exchange for various items. But here we're just kind of doing this scripted battle, and
we're just gonna do the Running Man.
Ben, what are you doing? You're not gonna put on a show for us? No, that would be slow. So you just run away, and Dio's a nice guy, so he's just gonna give us the keystone.
He was impressed. He was impressed.
Yeah, no, I mean, no one can do a running man like Cloud.
Yeah.
He manages to not move anywhere while running at full speed.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. Very impressive. So now that we have our keystone, we're going to make our way out of Gold Saucer and on our way to the Temple of the Ancients. That's our next stop in the speed run, and we're hoping to advance the story by headed there and learning a little bit more about the Ancients. But
gonna be no hiccups in the way, right?
What are you doing?
The tram's broken.
Oh, what a troll! Look at this guy. We have to pay the troll toll to get by this guy. Unfortunately, someone seems to have bribed him. I wonder who that could be. There's no one conspicuous in our party that we might really blame that on. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, hey, at least Kate Sith got us in a nice hotel.
He's putting us up in this really nice hotel. There's you know, it's a little haunted, but
got some ghosts playing chess.
never hurt anybody. Haunted hotels.
The
Never.
scariest flower I've ever seen in the background.
Nah, none of that's ever. There's no movies about really scary hotels or anything.
No.
It's not a trope at all.
So pretty much at this point in the game, the team's kind of regrouping, re-explaining, like, hey, this is our mission. This is why we're doing this.
Right, we get a little bit of a recap here. You know, we're on our way to the Temple of the Ancients. We hear that Sephiroth is on his way there in search of something called the Black Materia. The Black Materia is rumored to be this ultimate destructive magic that is capable of wiping out entire planets. And if Sephiroth can get his hands on that, who knows what he'll do with it. So we want to make sure that we get to it first so that he can't take a hold of it.
Yep.
So that leads us to the Temple of the Ancients, where it is rumored that that Black Materia is held. And hopefully Aerith can learn a little bit more about her ancestry and possibly communicate with the Ancients a little better. We learned earlier in the story during the flashback with Elmira that Aerith actually gets some voices in her head sometimes, but she can never really make out what they're saying. It's really noisy in Midgar, and it's hard to tell what they're trying to tell her. But hopefully when she gets to the temple, she'll have a clearer communication.
And hey, the world's in danger, but let's go on a date.
Let's go on a date. You know, we're here. We're stuck here for the night. We might as well enjoy ourselves.
Let's kick back.
And here we can enjoy ourselves on a date with Tifa. There are a couple dialogue options that you can select to get this date with Tifa. The standard date is a date with Aerith, as promised. When we choose to be her bodyguard in the beginning, the exchange of being her bodyguard is to get a date with her. But in this case, we're going to go on the date with Tifa. It's also technically possible to get a date with Barrett, and while the date itself is faster because you skip this event minigame at the, or rather this little play that you put on here, it is way, way, way slower to actually get to do everything that you need to do to get that date with Barrett. So we don't do that in the speedrun. There really isn't that much of a difference between getting the date with Tifa and the date with Aerith. And then there is a fourth date option where you can get a date with Yuffie, which is obviously much slower because we don't get her at all in the speedrun.
Yep. And honestly, this right here is my favorite play. I definitely.
Oh, it's a great play. Belongs on Broadway.
Honestly, there's the biggest plot twist ever. You won't be expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, who would expect the knight and the wizard to help you defeat the evil Dragon King? Yep. What kind of trope is that?
Yep.
Oh wait.
Oh, defeat the king.
Defeat the king.
What?
Man, what are you doing? Oh man, why would you want to do that? You're trying to put on a play here. You're trying to put on a show for people.
All right, so.
No, you got to make this up for it. Wait, man, the king?
Dude, the king's not our enemy.
He's the nice guy. Tifa's now all mad at you, dude. You don't want to. She's your girlfriend, man. You got to treat her right.
Dive kick.
So yeah, the fastest way to get through that play is to actually kind of spoil it and choose the options that kind of mess up the play, so to speak, and it causes the play to end sooner. So that's why he chose to fight the king. And then we go into this gondola ride, and this is a pretty slow kind of cutscene area, so we can definitely get more donations during this time. And shouts out to our new donation reader.
Well, hello.
Hey.
Hi there. Let's give a quick thanks to our previous host, JT. What's up, guys? I'm Kung Fu Fruit Cup. Yeah. He did great. All right, we've got a $500 donation. From $500 from Ark Tenchi. He says, I didn't even know Breath of the Wild was an option. Final Fantasy VII Remake hype?
Hype?
We have a $150 donation from Patrick85. Props to all the runners this year. Keep it up and let's enjoy the rest of the show. There's a $100 donation from Rick223. Final Fantasy is one of my favorite series of all time, and Cloud is my favorite character, so I had to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run. Keep up the good work, everyone. Cheers from Bonn, Germany. Also, quick word, Tifa is my girl, so.
Tifa's Bay.
Yeah, Tifa is bae.
So actually, during that scene, you kind of don't want to look out the window, because if you look out the window there, you get some extra cutscenes, and we don't want that.
Yeah, this one is mandatory, but there are, I believe it's just one other cutscene that you don't want to see. It's some chocobos racing around a track. It's pretty cool, but waste time. So we just make sure that Cloud is not looking at the window. And then coming back from this nice little gondola ride, we're going to head off to bed because it's getting pretty late.
Uninterrupted, of course, right?
Yeah, no, just going to head straight to bed, get a good night's sleep, and head to the Temple of the Ancients in the morning, keystone in hand.
Yep, all refreshed, recharged, ready to go. Oh,
what is this guy again? What is his deal? What is this music? Why is he... Oh, what? Wait, what's he got there? Does he have something in his hand?
Dude, why does he have the keystone?
Dude, who gave him?
All right, he's going to the battle square. Let's go to the Chocobo Square.
Wait, he went to the battle square.
Okay.
All right. So actually, during the sequence, you're supposed to chase Kate Sith around the whole gold saucer and go from place to place and down through one pipe and down through another pipe, and then eventually you wind up here in the Chocobo Square. But he's actually been there the whole time. He's a much better hider than Cloud. So you just find him there in the little Chocobo bedding area and chase him around, and that shortens this little chase scene significantly.
Yeah. So at this point, you learn that Kate Sith has been a Shinra spy the entire time.
Traitor.
It's actually controlled by a guy named Reeve in the Shinra headquarters, and not only that, he actually has Marlene hostage.
Yeah, what a guy.
Yeah, you know, like, what?
You believe that? I mean, it's typical Shinra. You know, probably got the Turks to do the kidnapping for him.
Of course, you know.
Yeah, that's what they do. They're kidnappers, and there's Marlene on the headset, and you know, here we are. We realize that this guy has not only betrayed us the entire time, and he's just nonchalantly walking off. Oh, well, I'll see you at the temple tomorrow.
Let's go in the morning.
See ya. Like, this guy is totally unbelievable. Yep. So we're just going to head back to the hotel and try to get a good night's sleep after that.
On the way out, we're just going to grab a quick elixir and then head out.
That Kefka laugh. Shouts out. Kefka.
We're going to form our party. So now that we're going to the Temple of the Ancients, Eris kind of says, hey, I want to go. I want to be part of the run. So, which is kind of unfortunate because she actually has really low HP.
Yeah, she's pretty weak, low level, and not very useful. But we have to take her for this part of the speed run, so we're gonna make do. Thankfully, we can finally get out of the gold saucer, and the tram has been repaired mysteriously, and we can proceed on our way to the gold saucer. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be the first to get there. You know, we're gonna be a little bit behind the Shinra and the Turks that have already made their way there now that they have the keystone. Yeah. But we'll get there nonetheless, and we'll do what we can and learn a little bit about the ancients while we're there.
Yep.
So on our way to the temple, we're going to be doing a couple things in the meantime, but we have a little bit of world map traveling to do, so we can squeeze in just maybe 2 more donations.
Alrighty, sounds good to me. We have a $250 donation from Radio Chew, who says, donating to MSF during Final Fantasy VII kind of feels like donating straight to the live stream. Y'all are doing great work. Keep it up. We also have a $50 donation from Matt. Final Fantasy VII is my girlfriend's favorite game of all time, so we are loving staying up all night for this run. Here's to a great cause and saving those animals. But I think that's passed.
Yep.
Rip.
All right, so not the worst encounter there on the screen as you run to and from Coral, as he did prior to this, and coming on his way back. There's a potential for an encounter there that can one-hit KO any of your party members.
Pretty scary.
It's a rare encounter and it's not a rare encounter, but a rare
occurrence
attack. Yeah, from the enemy there that they can throw a Joker card at you, which just kills your your party
And
member.
the thing is, we need Cloud to have his limit break for the next boss fight. We need that cross slash. We absolutely need it.
So if Cloud does get killed by that Joker card, we would have to farm the limit break. Here you see Ben farming an encounter on the world map here, so he doesn't get a very nasty pincer encounter in this forest that he's about to enter. We're on our way to Gingaga here very quickly to pick up the most important materia in the game. That is the Death Blow materia.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get into its usage in a little bit, but basically what it does is it's a command materia where when you use it, you have a chance to critical hit the enemy. Basically, it will either miss or it will do a critical hit. And that's it. So obviously we're going to want to use that and land those critical hits as much as possible. But for right now, our chance of landing critical hits is pretty low. So we're going to do a little bit of manipulation to make sure that we can increase those chances.
Yep.
So on our way to the Temple of the Ancients here, just outside the forest here, Ben's going to farm another encounter to make sure he doesn't get a bad encounter in this forest as well.
Incredibly bad pincer in this forest. So pretty much there's these little red balls, and they attack this move called Berserk Needle, and that makes it so your party will only do attacks. Like, you can't do any other action, so you're stuck in this pincer with low-level characters just attacking, and you can also get poison inflicted. So pretty much your run just like self-destructs.
Yeah, that can be a really bad fight, ripping the run, or possibly maybe just a bad time loss. But that encounter that Ben got was not the best encounter to get. You saw that attack that he did on Cloud. If he happened to get another one off and it was on Cloud, that could have been really bad. But luckily he was able to escape. So here we are into the Temple of the Ancients. More great music, and here I feel like the atmosphere is very mysterious, and kind of opening up the mystery of the ancients and who they are, and how they've contained the black materia within this strange structure. It's a very cool place, really cool atmosphere, and oh no, that's a poor Sang.
He doesn't look too good.
He looks ill.
Yeah. Oh.
He looks like he had too much Kool-Aid.
Or he got a little bit sliced.
It could have been. It could have been that he got sliced.
Yeah, I think he got cut.
Yeah. But luckily, well, maybe not luckily, Sephiroth didn't leave his sword behind this time.
Yeah.
But Sang is nice enough to pass off the keystone at this point, so we can enter after Sephiroth and chase him down here. But Eris is a bit distraught at seeing Sang in such a beat up state. He's our enemy, the Turks, but she still feels bad for him.
Even though he's the enemy, she's known him her entire life.
Yeah.
So
we do have that cutscene of her as a little girl being where Sang tries to recruit her to learn about the ancients more, and he has been a big part of her life, and she hates to see him go out like that.
Yeah. So look at all of these winding paths.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the first time I saw this, I was like,
It's
oh,
incredibly daunting.
I ran around for hours trying to figure out where to go. Luckily, in the speedrun, we know just the exact right path to go, and it's pretty quick once you know where to go to get through here. Maybe not. It's no big deal. Not too many steps there. But we're just basically going to follow that little wizard guy through this area here, and we're going to pick up any items along the way. Yeah, we'll get a turbo either.
And this trident. So also, if you've noticed, throughout some of the towns and areas we've been in, there've been these like cloaked, like black cloaked creatures, I guess you could say.
It's unclear
people.
what they are.
What it is that those are people that have been experimented on and injected with Genova cells, and Genova is actually calling these people for something called the reunion. If you talk to any of these people, they talk about something called the reunion, and I think that's Genova trying to piece herself back together. And
yeah, we'll learn a little bit more about those people who have been infused with the Genova cells as we get to the latter portions of Disc 1 and the middle of Disc 2. So here, just another little mini game. It's kind of like Frogger. Kind of got to crouch under these spots in the boulders. There is a way to get a faster cycle here, but I believe this is RNG, isn't it?
Yeah.
The way they roll in there?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I've had it troll and I've had to backtrack a little bit, but that's pretty rare.
It's not a huge time loss there, so.
And so Eris is about to start hearing those voices we were talking about earlier. She's being called to this giant pool over here that is going to reveal some of the things that happened in the past not too long ago.
Yeah, and she's very insistent that we follow her. We can probably get in a donation this time.
Sure thing. We've got an anonymous donation of $50. It says, Final Fantasy VII was my first RPG, but Dark Souls made me the man I am today. Here's to getting that bonus game. Don't forget, guys, there is Dark Souls as a bonus game. It is getting close to the goal. We're about a little over 37,000 out of the 50K total. So let's get some donations in so we can see it. We also have a $150 donation from Philbo248. Said, had to donate during the game that started my love of all things Final Fantasy. Thank you. We got a $15 donation from King Charizard. Need me some Breath of the Wild. We've also got a $100 donation from, I'm going to mess this up, C-Funk. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game from my childhood. I love seeing you guys break it. Shout out to everyone in Wolfcord. Donation to Runner's Choice.
All right, so here we can see Sang has entered this hieroglyphic room and is trying to decipher what's on the wall, and Sephiroth appears and starts explaining to him what is being depicted here, and that is the danger of the black materia and its power. We can see where Sang suffers his mortal wound, and we learn that that's where we need to go. We need to find that room with the hieroglyphs on the wall.
I want to know how he was able to crawl his way out.
Maybe he had one of those grabby robots.
Yeah,
Pick him up and take him over there.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Dio hooked it up for him.
So we're going to be doing some menuing here for the next boss fight, which is Red Dragon coming up, which will be our first instance of using cross-slash in the run, and you guys will see just how important it actually is.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time ahead of that here. Just one more mini game two more mini games to make our way through the temple here. The first one is this spinning clock.
Let's go to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so there's an interesting difference between the North American version and the Japanese version. Here we have the option to kind of manually move the clock, where we just tick it ahead a couple minutes to get it to whatever time it was. I'm bad at times. I think it was 10:30 to put you in that into this room. Whereas in the Japanese version, you can only randomly spin the clock. So you have to just kind of...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh.
You can only... you just have to get lucky, and that's a big RNG time loss there. So here's the next mini game where we're chasing this little guy around here. Thankfully, we know the pattern by which we can find him pretty quickly, and he opens the door to what is the hieroglyph room. Just quickly going to save up here as we're approaching the first of the 2 boss battles within the Temple of the Ancients. As Dave mentioned, that is the Red Dragon. So I'm going to go in this door and then back in that one, and we're up at the top. We can head into the hieroglyph room. Also very important in this room to be on step count. There are some pretty nasty encounters in this room, really nasty pincers that we're trying to avoid. So thankfully we're still on step count, and we can make sure that we're not going to get those encounters.
And right here on the walls, you can kind of get a glimpse of what the black materia is all about.
Right, you can see the temple being built on the left, and then in the middle you can see that they're kind of gathering materials, and it looks like that's possibly the black materia in the center there on the wall of that hieroglyph. And then as we move down further on the wall...
And what's that?
We see this big, nasty...
is that the sun?
It could be the sun.
Hopefully it's the sun.
But
why does it look like it's got momentum?
It seems to be crashing into something. I don't think it's the sun, Dave. I think it's...
Maybe it's setting. It's a nice...
The sun is setting.
Look at that nice sunset. They just couldn't really paint it.
Daunting black materia.
But there's
really
there's people on fire there.
Oh,
so
no. Yeah, so he's talking about a meteor here, which is... the black materia will summon meteor, which is the ultimate destructive magic capable of destroying an entire planet. Basically, Sephiroth is revealing to us his grand plan, which is to get the black materia for himself, summon meteor, have it crash into the planet Gaia, and what that will do is injure the planet. So he kind of illustrates that by stabbing his sword into the ground. He says, okay, so if I make this little injury to the planet, it will gather the spirit energy that Bugenhagen was talking about to repair the planet back to its whole, right? But what happens if the wound is much, much bigger? You know, maybe meteor size.
Yeah, the size of a whole meteor.
Yeah, like maybe a giant crater. The spirit energy that would be gathered to repair that wound would be orders of magnitude larger. And Sephiroth is hoping that he can harness that spirit energy and use it for his own personal power.
And here, Cloud starts to lose his mind, and you start to really get the feeling that Cloud can't really control himself.
Yeah, he doesn't have full control over his body or his mind or, his thinking, his actions or anything really. And it becomes really troublesome because, Cloud's been our main character the entire time. We've been controlling Cloud, and it's almost like we don't have control of ourselves. It's a really strange thing in an RPG where the main character isn't as solid of a rock as you might think that they are. And
Cloud isn't very solid at all.
Yeah, no, he kind of plays it off as no big deal. He's like, oh yeah, so this is Meteor, huh? Yeah, no big deal. Don't worry about it. And, in the meantime, we're going to be approached by the first of our 2 boss fights here in the temple. It's the Red Dragon. So, Dave, you want to talk to us a little bit about the strategy?
Yeah, alrighty. So what's going to happen here is you're going to see he's going to open up with Big Guard, and then he's going to cast Death Sentence on Tifa. And that is because Tifa has the Power Soul weapon equipped, and that makes it so certain conditions will multiply Tifa's damage. Death Sentence being a ×4, and then critical HP. As you can see, Cloud is in critical HP. We don't want him in critical HP, but if we can get Tifa in critical HP, that will be an additional ×2. So we can get a ×8 damage along with the Death Blow crit. And additionally, like we said earlier, you need Cross Slash. And what that does is it will stop the enemy. And if an enemy has the stop effect on them, Death Blow has a 100% chance of hitting. And as a result, we're able to do what's called A to B weight tricking and minimize the amount of time that the stop animation goes. And we can maximize our amount of turns and pretty much decimate Red Dragon while he's paralyzed.
Yeah, so you can see that 8x multiplier combined with the Death Blow giving us a 16x total damage, and that just absolutely obliterates Red Dragon. Tifa doing 1,800 damage per Death Blow.
Yeah, and that was really close because Red Dragon had it out for Cloud in the beginning there.
Yeah.
Luckily, we kept that Cross Slash.
Yes, if Cloud had died there, we would have lost the Cross Slash, which would have kind of reset that entire fight. We would have had to farm the limit break. We would have lost a bunch of time there.
Yeah, it's so bad.
But Ben pulled it out, so nice work.
So, at this point, we learn just a little bit more about the Black Materia. We learn the fact that the Black Materia isn't it's not like a thing. Well,
yeah.
it is, but it's actually the entire temple. And what you have to do is you have to solve puzzles within the temple that shrink the temple down to the size of something that can fit within the palm of your hand. But if you do that, it kind of crushes the person inside the temple. And the party doesn't really know what to do at this point. No one really wants to sacrifice themselves. They kind of want to try to figure out a way that they can do it without sacrificing. But they're going to be getting a phone call here soon saying, Kate Sith's just like, oh, hey, I can do it.
Yeah, finally coming through for us instead of constantly betraying us.
Yeah. Maybe he's starting to get a good conscience, get a feel that, hey, maybe...
How can a toy have a conscience?
It's
the person controlling the toy. Yeah, I don't give you that.
But no. I mean, he might be like lightening up to our cause. You know,
All right.
he might want to support us a little bit.
Let's
but
hope throughout the run that we can turn him around and realize the evil of Shinra and how we need to fight Sephiroth together.
He's still getting a paycheck from them though, so he's kind of got to play. He's got to play both sides.
That's true.
So a quick rest and a quick safety save before arguably, well not arguably, the most difficult fight in the game, I'd say.
I would say so as well. This is the Demon's Gate fight. So we're going to prepare ourselves for this fight by saving here and by making sure that everybody has the sadness effect. So when you rest at that guy there, he removes the negative status effects, including sadness. So we just have to reapply that to our team members.
And we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be having Tifa in death sentence to do big damage, and during some parts of the fight, we are going to be having her in critical HP, but only certain parts. After you reach a certain damage threshold on this enemy, it will enter a mode called Demon Rush, where it won't attack for a little bit, but then it will barrage your entire team. Thus, you're able to kind of accommodate for the critical HP. Let's see how Ben handles this.
Right. So Demon's Gate can be really nasty. He can open up with a move called Rock Drop, and he can do 2 of those back-to-back, which will basically instantly kill a party member.
Especially if they crit.
There's also a chance for the Rock Drop to crit, which means if both of those crit, he can instantly kill 2 party members, and that's basically the end of your run.
Honestly, Eris's HP is so low that if she just took a Rock Drop without having Big Guard, she's gone.
Right. So pretty much at all times, we're going to be managing everyone's HP. Tifa is going to be attacking throughout this fight because trying to do death blows here, we can't stop Demon's Gate the same way we did Red Dragon. So death blows would be too risky as they would miss all the time. So instead, with her in death sentence mode, we're just going to take that 450 damage as it is. Demon's Gate has 10,000 HP, so the first thing we're going to do is try to get 2,500 damage on him with a combination of items that we're throwing as well as attacks from Tifa to get him to 2,500, which will queue up the first Demon's Rush.
And additionally, what you notice he just did there, he actually queued his actions while the Molotov damage values were on screen. That is actually called advanced ATB weight manipulation, because when those damage numbers are on the screen, the time itself is actually frozen in place. You don't even have to have the ATB held. Thus, you can use that very small period of time to queue a bunch of quick actions and not have any ATB leak through it, and you can maximize your turn potential.
Yeah, it's basically a free hold. So what you'll see oftentimes is that while we're doing the weight tricking, we're kind of holding the ATB with one character. No crit there, so that's pretty good. We have Tifa in yellow. We say yellow for critical HP. So now she's going to be doing double damage, but that free hold of the ATB is really useful. It's kind of like having an extra character. So again, we're just going to keep throwing Molotovs. Ben going for the death blow there because he got the limit break, which gives him an extra attack here. Limit breaks ignore the bonuses of the Power Soul weapon, so you won't see the double or quadruple or 8 times damage because the limit break ignores that Power Soul advantage.
Oh, there we go, dude!
An amazing Demon's Gate. Fantastic. So the goal is always to defeat Demon's Gate before that extra Demon's Rush, and he just pulled it off like a champ.
And also, another good thing, another instance of us setting up for the next fight. Cloud needs a limit break again, and we have one. So
he has it, so he's good to go.
Hey.
So here comes Kate Sith, ready to save the day, solve the puzzles, and shrink down that temple into the black materia. So while this is going on, we can get a couple more donations in.
Alrighty. We've got $10 from Shawnee. Loved the Kingdom Hearts 2 run last night, and now I'm loving the Final Fantasy 7 run. You guys are epic. The JRPG runs are the best, so I'm hoping to see more at AGDQ 2017. Much love from the UK. $25 from, looks like, Walton. W4Walton, so I'm guessing Walton. Had to donate during this game. Had barely any sleep to get up and watch this run. UK time for you. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game and just had to watch. There's an anonymous $10 donation that says, fun fact, the pumpkin's laugh in the haunted hotel is Kefka's laugh from Final Fantasy VI just sped up. We've got a $77.77 donation from Renzo. Awesome run and commentating by the couch. There's a $250 donation from Magicos. Hey guys, loving the event so far. Keep up the great work and good luck to the runners. My full donation goes to Chris Wilson for the Diablo 2 character name. Path of Exile community represent. There's a $150 donation from Professor Gast7. I just woke up to my favorite game, so I had to donate. It's amazing to see so much raised by this awesome community. Good luck with the rest of the run.
So as you can see here, Kate Sith is solving the puzzles, and the temple is about to shrink down to the size of the black materia.
So that'll be Rip Kate Sith number 1.
Yeah, rip. Wait, number 1?
That's right. We're stuck with him.
I thought he was gone,
me
dude.
Too. Me too. Thankfully, we don't have to name him again, but yeah, we're gonna get another one.
All right.
So there it is. There's the black materia down at the bottom of that that pit, and we're just gonna head and jump down there and claim it.
Now we can get it and keep it safe from Sephiroth, right?
Yes, that is the plan. Keep it away from Sephiroth.
Keep it away.
Yeah, don't let him get it.
Don't give it up, Ben.
Yeah, do not give the black materia to Sephiroth.
That is like absolutely the.
Oh no! Oh no! This is not good. This music cannot be good. How does he fly like that? I thought Sephiroth was a person.
Yeah, maybe Sephiroth. Maybe that's not Sephiroth.
I don't know. I don't even know who it is. So we've got Cloud, who's kind of freaking out. We've got Baby Cloud.
Baby Cloud.
Shouts out to Baby Cloud, so kawaii. Just running around on the screen. Meanwhile, your Cloud, grown-up Cloud, is running very, 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 very slowly towards Sephiroth, and he gave the pen.
Dude, that was the one thing.
We had one rule. One rule. Don't give the black materia to Sephiroth. All right. Well, you don't really have choice there, and clearly Sephiroth is manipulating Cloud and making him do things that he doesn't want to do, and this is bad for Cloud. If he's unable to control his actions, what is he capable of? And he's slowly becoming a danger to himself, a danger to his fellow party members, he's a danger to the planet, really. Oh, here's Kate Sith number 2 showing up at the most opportunistic time.
You can go back.
Dude, bad timing, man. Yeah. Bad timing. We really don't need you here right now. This is not a good moment for us as a crew. We don't really need your judgment. So yeah, after that strange scene, Eris decides that she needs to run off and kind of do things on her own.
Yeah, so she pretty much tells you that, hey, I'm going to the City of the Ancients to do what I gotta do.
Yeah, take care of business, so to speak. And where is the City of the Ancients?
Goes through the Sleeping Forest, but where
that? I've never heard of it. I know Midgar, Mount Nibble, Cosmo Canyon, but
we haven't been there yet.
The Sleeping Forest. So yeah, when I was a kid, I got to this part in the game and pretty much hit a wall for about 6 months, completely unable to get anywhere, not realizing that I had to go, you'll see where we go to find Eris, but eventually my parents were kind enough to buy for me the Final Fantasy VII strategy guide, so I was able to figure out where I was supposed to go to find Eris, and that was the only greater Christmas morning that I had than the day that I got my PlayStation and Final Fantasy VII was the day that I got my Final Fantasy VII strategy guide.
Oh, yeah.
So it took an entire year just to complete Disc 1. Granted, I was 6, but...
and granted, really I think up to this point, it took you a little bit more than 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
It was probably like... instead of 4 hours, 30 minutes, like 430 hours.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah.
It got to a certain point where I just gave up and just played the demo disc over and over again because that was as far as I could get.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we're finding, Eris has run off. We don't know where she is.
We don't even really know where we are just yet.
Well, yeah, that's true. We were supposed to visit this town at some point, but we kind of skipped over it. This is Gungaga, where we got that death blow materia, but we never really went inside. Here the party is kind of resting up, and Cloud is
insane.
He's really unsure of himself. I mean, wouldn't you be if you didn't have control over your body anymore? And I don't blame him for kind of doubting himself at this point. But
yeah, he feels like he can't trust himself anymore.
Right, and he's scared of what he might do. So Barrett and Tifa are good enough friends to convince him. Hey, get up, dust yourself off. We got to continue. Sephiroth has the black materia. There's still work to be done. So,
and we grabbed that X potion. That's pretty important.
Yeah,
I'd say
pretty useful item. X potion will heal single party members' HP entirely. So we're just going to go ahead and continue on down towards the Tiny Bronco, and we'll head up to the City of the Ancients from there.
Oh, hey, look, another burned town from a reactor.
Yeah, impossible. Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, that's not a trend at all. In the meantime, we can get in a few donations on our way.
Sounds good to me. We've got a $150 donation from Eshwin. Every GDQ reminds me how awesome gaming and the communities that surround it really are. I always donate during Final Fantasy, and I'm loving the run and the commentary tonight. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $250 donation comes from Cyclops Boy. Happy to see Final Fantasy VII get the full 8-hour treatment this year.
Hey.
Shouts out.
Yep.
We need to get that Breath of the Wild run in. Greetings to Germany. Quick reminder that Breath of the Wild is a bonus game coming up. It's a $100,000 total to get the run in, and we are currently around 14,000. So guys, get your donations in so we can see Breath of the Wild. I want to see it. We've also got a $150 donation from Dragon Lacey 169. Hi all. Always said to myself that once I had a job, I would donate. Well, had to donate during the run for one of my favorite games ever. A big thanks to everyone at the event this week as I took off time to watch and have enjoyed every second. You have all done amazing work for charity. Let's see. $20 from, I want to say, Irene, maybe? Loving the runs, loving all the runs so far. Big shout outs to all the runners, commentators, and most of all, the announcers. Donation goes towards Announcer's Choice.
All right, so right here we need to get an item called the Lunar Harp, which allows us to get through the Sleeping Forest. Luckily, Ben knows exactly where it is.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty forgiving hitbox here. If you're kind of anywhere within this area and you dig for the Lunar Harp, you're going to get it. But basically, the Lunar Harp is required to get through the Sleeping Forest, and we just pick it up and we're on our way. If you don't have the Lunar Harp when you try to enter the Sleeping Forest, it'll just kind of loop forever
infinitely.
And ever. Forever. It's a lot like the stairs in the top of Super Mario 64.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in the Shinra building.
Oh, well, that almost goes on forever. No backwards long jumping here, though.
Oh, imagine.
Yeah, that would
imagine.
Lunar Harp skip?
Oh, it's stair,
man.
Shinra stair cheese.
Oh, man. Shouts out to cheese.
Hey, didn't even mean for that.
All right, so on our way here, we're going to pick up this item called the Water Ring. This
Very important.
Yeah, it's a really important item because the next Genova that we're going to encounter uses all water attacks, and any character that has that equipped will be entirely immune to those water attacks. So it basically makes the fight so that we can't die, but bad things can still happen in the fight. And hopefully they won't, but we'll address it when we get there.
They're not gonna.
I don't think they're gonna.
Yeah, no way.
Not today. So approaching the City of the Ancients here, another great song.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have to go through the world map first, though, and then into the city.
But, I mean, we've been searching for Eris, it's been about, like 10 minutes since we left the temple. I think it's time for a nap.
Yeah, I mean, we just, we had a nap, but we could use another one.
And there's actually a potential here for a skip coming here. It's called Shell Hut Skip. You see there's a box right here underneath the beds. He can actually grab that box while the party is about to sleep. Hey, so now he's allowed to open up the menu and retain movement of Cloud through this cutscene. And there actually is potential to soft lock here.
You just have to be quick with your menus.
Be quick with your menus, and then
Your movement thereafter.
you'll see right here that the two characters spawned in right there. If you fail to grab the ladder before those characters spawn, the ladder hitbox doesn't work anymore, and you can't grab it, and you're pretty much stuck there. But Ben's good.
So yeah, that was the shell hut skip. It saves a little bit of time. It just skips there's a few dialogues there, right?
Yeah, yeah. They're like, oh, I hear something. Yeah.
So then we're coming here towards the center of the City of the Ancients, and I always find it very strange how in this area there's the normal fade out, fade in screen transitions aren't present here. It just kind of, well, it is here, but in the prior two screens it's not, and it kind of keeps with that eerie mood.
And just everything's like discolored and darker, and this music wasn't present before. Little side note here, you can kind of grab the comment material from under the stairs there.
Yeah, another little skip there. You don't have to go all the way back up, all the way up around that spiral to grab the comment material. You can just grab it through the ceiling. And then we're coming all the way down this floating glass staircase, which is really cool.
The best part of the game.
And then coming over here, these pillars that you have to jump on are notoriously annoying, but speedrunner friend, shouts out to Skate for a Living, let me know that you can just mash the left button.
Yes, yeah, I did know that.
You can't hold the button. I always, tried to hold it and then like move up and then down and then left and then right. And you just have to mash the left button and then you're good to go and you can make it across those buttons.
You start jumping backwards if you're not doing it right. It's so annoying.
Yeah. So here we find Eris. She's mid-prayer and something's happening to Cloud. He doesn't quite feel like himself.
That's a sword.
Yeah, where did that come from? His deep pockets? Oh, Ben, what are you doing?
Ben!
Stop, please.
All right.
How could you do that to poor Cool Ranch Doritos? They're delicious. Wait, what's happening here? This doesn't sound good.
Hey, he's not wearing gloves.
Rip.
And now he has gloves. Rip the girl.
Yeah.
Because if you die in a cutscene, you die for real. No Phoenix down.
That's true.
Sorry. And they should probably grab that. I mean, there seems to be a very focus on that.
Yeah, wasn't there some marbles?
Collect the marbles.
Yeah.
Whatever, we'll worry about it later.
Yeah, it can't be too important. I mean, she said that the material that she has is useless.
Yeah, she says it does nothing, yeah. So we'll just let it go in the water.
It's fine. She'll be down there soon enough anyway.
I mean,
What? Spike Vegeta is very upset.
His mouth is dry. His eyes are burning.
His tummy is rumbling. Oh wait, that's me.
All right, guys. So this is a Genova Life. She has the chance of opening up with a move called Aqualung, which will kind of kill the party except for the person with the water ring. So that's not going to happen, though.
It's about a 1/3 chance.
It's not going to happen.
You don't want it. If it happens, it's a pretty big time loss.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
No Aqualung today.
I mean, there is a backup if you do get Aqualung, but sometimes it can just derail and not go right anyways. And alternatively, what you have to do is just wait until Genova Life keeps casting moves until she runs out of MP. and then you can just kill her. But
Yeah, so what Ben's doing here is he's again setting up the cross slash, which will stop Jenova. We've got a Molotov queued up to bring Tifa into critical damage, and then she's just going to death blow for the win. As you can see, she's doing a ton more damage, and that's thanks to the Gigas armlet. That was a drop in the Temple of the Ancients. We have that equipped now, which really boosts her strength, and she just does a ton more damage now, and definitely helps for the ladder fights here.
there we go.
So it was another.
That was a great
another
disc one.
great fight. Really a good disc one
That was a
here.
great disc one.
It's a really sad cutscene, but during cutscenes we like donations. They make us feel better, so
Yeah.
we can get a couple of those in.
That sounds good to me. Poor Cool Ranch.
Rip Cool Ranch.
Rip Cool Ranch.
Aw.
We've got $20 from Cybermonk. Major props to the entire couch. Always feels great when the commentators turn a potentially unapproachable run into an informative, fascinating, and fun experience. One of the best runs yet, this SGDQ.
Thank you.
Yo, I agree. Good job, guys.
Hey, thanks.
$15 from Anonymous. It says, hi there. Best couch of SGDQ 2017. I'll donate another $15 if they answer a question for me.
Sure.
What's up?
Why don't you grab Deathblow on the way to Cosmo Canyon?
Because you get a boss fight. You actually have to fight the Turks if you go there first.
Right.
So, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, basically it just takes extra time to do that fight, so we wait till as late as possible to grab the Death Blow. We don't really need to use Death Blow for the two boss fights between there, which are Materia Keeper and Palmer.
There was a little bit of experimentation done for like a hot minute of cross/Deathblow Palmer, but it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it doesn't save enough time versus doing that boss fight with the Turks, so that's why we don't do it that way.
Makes sense. Easy answer. There we go. It also says donation goes to Breath of the Wild, of course.
There we go.
Yo, let's go. Do one more. We've got $10 from Muno. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite Chrono Trigger game. It has been. I know.
It's better than Chrono Cross.
It has been a great week.
Shots fired.
I love what you all do to make speedrunning accessible to a larger audience. We've got another $10 from Jester11. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII. Never seen a speedrun of it before. Really great to see all those top strats. Fantastic commentary, too. This goes towards bonus Dark Souls.
Disc swap hype.
Yes, this is the end of Disc 1. I'm just going to save here for the transition. And Final Fantasy VII takes place across 3 discs, which is really impressive. You know, this is the beginning of the CD era of video games, and you know, each of these discs holds about 700 megabytes in storage. So altogether, this game is rather large, and that's mostly due to the FMV cutscenes, which are prominently featured in this game, and really helped this stand out as one of the first games that was marketed and approached to the audience, or presented to the audience as very cinematic and very much like a movie rather than just a video game experience. So that was why there was a significant usage of the CD-ROM technology to bring new technologies like you know, the great soundtrack, you know, having high-quality music, high-quality audio, high-quality video, and full CG.
Everything top-notch.
Yeah, really. You know, this was the largest development team ever in a video game was put towards this. It had the largest marketing budget ever for a video game. Really impressive technology, and it was because of the CD-ROM necessity that Squaresoft decided to move the Final Fantasy series away from Nintendo and onto PlayStation.
Yeah, yep. And so right out the gate, it started Disc 1. You just switch the ATB to active so you can get faster escapes on the way out. Heal the party. If Jenova life happens to Aqualung, you do reapply your tranquilizers and stuff, but luckily she was nice.
Yep, so that's all intact, and we're ready to proceed to the next part of the game. So Disc 2 is it's a bit of a roller coaster. It starts off really, really strong, and then there's some pretty long lulls in the middle of it with some long cutscenes and flashbacks and stuff like that.
Some of the best cutscenes, though.
Some of the best cutscenes are definitely on Disc 2. Here, the action kind of starts right away. The first part here, where we're going through the snow area of the map, is a pretty high intensity, pretty serious part of the run. We're picking up a couple items here.
You can grab the bolt armlet through the floor right there.
Yeah, more instances of picking up items from the ceiling. We get the bolt armlet and the mega elixir there. And the bolt armlet will be useful because it is an armor that, when equipped, will nullify any bolt elemental attacks on that party member.
And we're just gonna head our way out of this cave and make our way over towards Icicle Inn.
Yep. So enjoy the world map music here while we got it, because this is the last taste that we'll get of the awesome main theme of Final Fantasy VII.
Until live stream.
Until the live stream. We do get it again briefly, unless you're watching Ben's stream, in which case we replace it with something else. But yeah, here's, after this point, we won't be hearing the world map theme for a while, and then by the time we get back to the world map, it'll be a different song.
A little more somber.
A little more somber. The mood's a little different. So here on the world map, there is a risk of a pincer attack. We're really kind of hoping that we don't get it. Not the deadliest around, but certainly a time waster, so let's hope we don't get it here. Okay, single wolf is no problem.
So yeah, like two fights on this world map isn't bad.
2 fights is great.
Yeah.
Not going to complain about that ever.
There we go.
So in Icicle Inn, we're going to run over to this house over here and pick up a couple items. We're going to get a hero drink and a vaccine. The hero drink will boost your party members' stats through the remainder of that fight in which you use the hero drink. And the vaccine will actually prevent that party member from receiving any status ailments during that fight. Very useful for later in the run, as we'll point out. He also takes the glacier area map, which is required for progressing here in this story. In order to advance to the next part of the screen, he needs a map and a snowboard. And in order to get the snowboard, you have to do this little mini game with Elena here, where she tries to punch you in the face. What is it with people getting punched in the face in this game?
Hey, we're gonna dodge though. We're gonna dodge.
I mean, we're gonna do our best.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard.
Yeah. So this is another instance where you mash left or right to win. Basically, Elena does kind of a swing and a miss here, and just goes tumbling down the snow slope.
And she goes rolling.
Yeah, those poor soldiers have to go chase after her, but
wow,
yeah.
what kind of force was in that punch to cause that?
Yeah, she put her back into it. She put her whole body behind that punch. So if you do happen to get knocked out there, it's not the worst thing. You kind of just wake up in the house next door, and
Thank you for talking to the cat.
you proceed on your way. But here now you're able to pick up the snowboard from the boy, and you get a nice warning from the gentleman warning you to be careful and wear a helmet while you snowboard.
Oh, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, no, we're in Minnesota. After all, people don't wear helmets here.
All right, time for Ben's expert snowboarding skills.
Yeah, so Ben is from Belgium, and apparently in Belgium everyone's really good at snowboarding. Basically, this is another one of the mini games that you can replay numerous times in Gold Saucer, and basically there are a couple different branching paths within this mini game. We're going to choose our path very specifically because it sets us up in the next area to get through the area the fastest. It doesn't set us up for the fastest way to progress through the subsequent snowfield area, but what it does allow us is to get us access to a particular item that we want to pick up along the way. So we'll be making sure to be very deliberate about our path here in the snowboard while simultaneously dodging snowmen and other obstacles.
The tree part is definitely my favorite.
Tree part's the worst.
Oh no, because Ben's good at it.
Yeah, no, he is. I always found it kind of funny how, like, your friend, integral party member is recently killed, and you kind of blow off some steam by going snowboarding at high speed down the slopes here.
What else would you do?
You can see Cloud is snowboarding at like over 100 kilometers per hour, and I don't know. I'm from America, but that sounds pretty fast.
Yeah.
Ben can attest. I don't think anybody snowboards at, like, I don't know, what is that, 70 miles an hour?
So you're going to see right here, Ben's going to hug the left side, because luckily if you can stay close to these trees, one's not going to spawn in front of you. You just got to be very conscious of when you're going to pop out.
Right, so right there, it's pretty easy to crash into that wall. But like we said, Ben, Link to the Past randomizer champion.
Grand champion.
Grand champion. He knows how to minimize those bonks. And menu time. Very important for RPGs.
Every idle second is against you, so.
Yeah. So first time we go right here at the intersection, and then we get the snowball area here.
The hitboxes on these things are so funny.
Yeah, really
like, I don't get it. That, like, they work in Ben's favor, but never in mine.
Never in mine.
Yeah.
Either.
Some disco icicles.
And that's about it for the snowboard.
Yeah, just like Shaun White.
Yeah, 225, 226, that's a pretty good time. No bonks.
Yeah, literally no bonks. Good job.
Yeah. It's a bootless seed. So here we're in the snowfield. This area is kind of designed to be a bit of a maze. A lot of the screens look the same. You're supposed to get lost, and eventually, if you run around for too long, you'll pass out and wind up at this caretaker's house to bring you to the next area. But it's really important that we don't do that, and we move very deliberately. One, because we're on step count, and we need to make sure that we're maintaining step count throughout the whole area here. And two, because we need to get a very important item on the way, which is the added cut materia.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, the added cut is a support materia. It's one of the blue colored materias. And support materia work well because they're paired with other materia. A casual player might be very familiar with the all materia. When paired with magic, it'll allow you to use that magic on all enemies or all party members, like a cure all or a fire or bolt all. But in this case, the added cut materia, when paired with a command material, will add an extra attack on top of whatever command it's paired with. So if you pair it with the steel materia, that party member will use steel and then and then do an attack to follow it up. But in our case, we don't really care about that. We pair it with death blow to do more damage.
And you kind of touched on the map earlier. Like, honestly, I've tried to refer to that. I never understood it.
Oh, the map is awful.
Yeah.
The only reason that you get it is because you absolutely
progression.
need it.
Yeah.
It doesn't let you progress throughout the story
It's
without
like,
it.
I tried to use it to find my way around. It's not very helpful.
Yeah, no. If you pull up that map, you're as good as lost anyway. You might as well just run around in circles until you pass out.
You're gonna have a bad time.
So there's the added cut materia, which is basically invisible on this map. It's a light blue color on light blue snow, so good luck. Other people might recall in this area, you can kind of touch one of these hot springs and then go down this other side quest to talk to this enemy that may or may not be a boss and do an encounter with her to get another bonus materia. But that's a whole extensive side quest that we don't need to do for this speedrun.
Yeah, we don't really need Alexander, so...
Yeah. That's not a part of the run. We just kind of proceed here to the plane, and out here it's very disorienting. The camera's going to swing around, and you're supposed to place these poles on the ground. But what Ben taught me recently is that you don't have to use any of that. You can just use the textures on the ground to kind of find your way across the map here. So you see that rotation rotates the textures on the ground, and if you just kind of follow the grain of the snow, you can always know which way you're going.
And unfortunately, this is one of the areas where the encounters are truly random. This is much like the world map. Yeah, so this part isn't tied to step count.
Yes, this area is treated as a world map, so there is no step count manipulation in that overall snowfield area. It's possible to get no encounter there, but...
Getting one isn't bad.
Yeah, one is no big deal, especially with a quick escape.
Yep.
So you see he popped out to one side of the snowfield, and now he's just going to run straight up to get out the other side, which will take us to the next area that we're trying to go here. That's the hut of the caretaker. I believe his name is Mr. Holzoff. He's a very nice guy who warms you up in blankets and probably gives you some tea to Sid's delight.
Yeah, if you happen to pass on the snowfields, that's where you end up.
Right. And same thing here when we're climbing this mountain. You see Cloud has to maintain his body temperature. I believe he passes out at 26 degrees.
Yep.
So we're just going to manage that as we climb our way up this mountain. As a reminder, we're back on hostile field map territory here, so step count is important, especially when moving across these little cliffs to grab these to grab the walls here to climb up, you have to know exactly where you have to move to grab and climb up the next area. Those flags are kind of helpful for knowing where to grab, but they're not exactly perfectly located. You can see that one's a little off from where you have to grab. So having precise movement here is really important, as well as optimizing the time that you spend warming up your body versus just continuing to climb.
Yeah, so luckily you can actually make this first entire set of climbs without doing any warm-up if your movement is good.
My movement is not. I have to warm up.
Oh. I mean, it's okay. You know, better safe than sorry. You don't want to rip the run, rip this.
Certainly.
Because if you pass out, you know, step count's gone. Your run's over.
So a little more menuing here. We're going to bring the added cut materia into effect, doing some other preventative measures with the elemental materia, as we mentioned earlier. That elemental materia is a similar support materia, so you pair it with magic or a summon materia. You can use that in your weapon or armor. So this is an encounter that's routed into the step count.
Actually, have the chance to learn a enemy skill off of it. We're pretty much looking for a first turn magic breath. If it doesn't happen the first time, we get it in the second encounter. And you also saw there Ben's picking up the ribbon, which is a very, very important item. It's an accessory that makes you immune to all status effects.
Yeah, it's the second best accessory in the game. Can really come in handy in some of the later fights where you get some nasty status effects inflicted on your party. Never quite understood how a ribbon protects you from like
Yeah, I don't know either.
blindness or
I don't know.
silence, but it works.
Yeah.
They're pretty.
Yeah.
That must be it. Here, these bats are kind of annoying because their supersonic attack, what you just saw there, is pretty slow and takes a lot of time. So you kind of want to avoid getting encounters with them. But naturally, on the step count, there's nothing we can do about that, and we're just hoping for the good luck to escape quickly from those.
So you're going to be getting in our second fight with the, it's called the Stilva?
It is called a Stilva.
Yeah.
And this guy, he packs a punch. The magic breath, which we're going to see here, is really going to do some nasty damage to our party. Thankfully, magic breath is an elemental attack, so we can see that it does no damage to Cloud and it actually heals Beefaroni there. And we just kind of knock him out with a Comet and a hit from Tifa. And,
1-2 punch.
That's enough to knock him out, and we get that magic breath.
Very
enemy
powerful
skill.
magic spell. Very powerful. We're going to be using it a lot throughout the run.
Yep. So as we proceed to the next area here in the cliffs here, we can take a couple more donations.
Sure thing. We got a $1,000 donation.
Hey.
I agree. From Ominous Cow, it says, Breath of the Wild is good, so have some monies for a good cause. Keep it up. $15 from Entering. $15 for all the Final Fantasy speedrunning communities out there. A $100 donation comes from Icy Cookie. Missed donating during Kingdom Hearts 2, so I'll finish my donations for the week during Final Fantasy 7. Can't wait to go back and watch this week of runs on YouTube. Love you all and what you do, and I can't wait to make it out live to a future GDQ. $20 from Astray Lamia. Can't believe you guys are doing an 8-hour run. First time donating, but I've been watching for years. Thanks for the fantastic commentary on Final Fantasy VII.
All right, so into this next area here, our progression is blocked by this little pool that we're unable to jump across. So we have to go upstairs here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna be dropping some large icicles down into this lower area to bridge that gap. So really just coming around into this area here in a casual playthrough, coming out through this this pass here, there are some really nasty encounters that you can
the
get.
mob roll. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is a huge reason why step count is important. We completely avoid that fight. No bad breath, no nothing.
Yeah, that can be a run killer right there. So when I do my run, since I don't have step count in my run, I make sure to farm an encounter there beforehand, so I'm unlikely to get an encounter there with that Marbo. A little bit of menuing here, we're again equipping Tifa with the Gigas Armlet to get that strength boost, preparing some of our elemental protection using fire armlets and elemental materia, and that's setting us up for the boss fight of this area. But here we've got the icicle fights, and this is a really interesting Easter egg in the game. So the icicles are hanging from the ceiling, and how do you bring something down from the ceiling, Dave?
A laser beam. Right?
Well, sure. But basically, the laser attack is gravity-based damage, and gravity-based damage in Final Fantasy is like a percentage-based attack, but they thought it was kind of funny to use gravity to bring the icicles down from the ceiling. So that's why we use laser, and it's a one-shot kill on the icicles.
Easy.
Easy every time.
These fights can be kind of frustrating depending on who gets the ultrasound and depending on who you have the ribbon on.
Right.
I mean, granted, Ben has 3 enemy skills, so he's got a bunch of people with lasers, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's less of a concern here because he's got the protection of the ribbon and the multiple enemy skills. But we're just going ahead and attacking that icicle. We don't have to worry about the bats. And as you can see, when we return back to the previous screen, there are 4 of these icicles hanging from the ceiling. We're only going to fight 3 of them because that's all we need to bridge the gap in that pool in the room below. The 4th icicle is used to access an extra item, as well as to reach the item on the left here, which is a Mega Elixir, but we don't need that, so we're not going to be doing that today.
You're pretty much at the mercy of your starting ATB here. If you get really bad time there, they can get in like 4 turns.
Yeah, and these bats are pretty relentless. They're very fast, and those attack animations are so long and annoying, and they have that horrible piercing sound.
Oh yeah,
you never want to hear that. So getting onto the icicle attack as soon as possible is always desired.
And so after 3 icicles, we're gonna hop down.
Yeah, Cloud likes jumping from high distances.
It doesn't phase him.
Yeah, no. Look, what is that?
1,000 feet?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so now those icicles are in place here, and we can make our way across. And then we'll be looping back up around the cliff, similar to the screen that we were on before. You can see the path that we previously took us to the right, and now we're on the left. Picking up the enhanced sword, that we'll sell that for money later.
We're going to be doing a pretty large shop later in the game, so we're going to be rallying up a bunch of items and stuff.
Yeah, and at this point, the items that we get are actually pretty good, and they sell for a pretty high cost, which gives us the wealth of money that we're going to need to buy a bunch of materia in about, I don't know, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So here, progressing towards the end of this, I believe this is called the Gaia Cliff section of the game. Just one more quick climb here, and then we're on to the final boss. So we can get in 2 quick donations here.
Sure. We've got $25 from John. It says, getting married in 6 hours. Congratulations.
Ooh, yeah, congrats, dude.
So I will have to watch the ending of Final Fantasy VII on VOD. Enjoyed SGDQ as always this year. Good luck to the rest of the runners. Let's get to 1.5 million. Oh, let's go. I agree. $100 from Denya. GDQ all around the world. Keep up the good work and greetings from Switzerland.
All right, so into the final section of the Gaia Cliff here. We're going to be saving here in preparation for this boss fight. We're going to be fighting Schizo, which is a 2-headed dragon. Another classic RPG trope of the 2-headed dragon that has, each element in one head.
Yep.
More Link to the Past references. Except that one's a 3-headed dragon, but we don't really concern ourselves with the 3rd neck. This fight has some interesting timing and manipulation of how you inflict damage to it. So
Yeah.
Dave, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, okay, so multiple things going on here. The two heads, one shoots fire, one shoots ice. You want to kill the ice head first, which is Schizo's left head, or the one that we see on the right here. And there's actually a mechanic with Schizo where each head will counterattack with like a Quake move after a certain number of turns. So the head, or Schizo's left head, or the one on our right, will counterattack after five? Yeah, it's 5, and then the left head is 6. So we're going to use that to our advantage. We picked up the hero drink in Icicle, and that's going to increase Tifa's stats immensely. And we're going to get her in death sentence, and we're going to death blow the heads. We also have the added cut materia.
Yeah, this is where the added cut comes in, doing that extra damage. Here, we're just really hoping and praying for death blow hits, and this is one of the more RNG heavy fights where we need those death blows to hit. There's really no two ways around it. We just need those death blows to hit,
and it's all because of those counterattacks. You know, if you can get those critical hits in and you know, not get that counterattack, you'll be saving time.
So far, so good, Tifa.
Yeah, good job.
0 for 2.
Hey,
let's hope we can turn
beefaroni.
this around. Oh my goodness. And that's, you can see the value of the added cut. So we're not entirely losing this turn here, as well as the added cut works like a regular attack. So it does get all the benefits of the power soul being, you know, with the death sentence. There we go, there's one.
But yeah, so if we kill the ice head first, that just leaves the fire head, which will actually heal 2 of our party members. Or one of them's immune, and then the other one will get healed.
Right, it does no damage to Tifa, which is really useful if we want to keep her in critical health.
There's that counterattack, by the way.
Yeah, there's that Quake after the 5th turn. We don't have to worry about Tifa taking damage and possibly dying in that critical health when it's only the right head that's left. So hopefully we can kill off this head here.
Hey.
All right, so now that the first head is dead, Schizo is going to use his big nasty attack here, which is the reason that we prepared all that elemental stuff.
Puts her in critical health
and now
right
we're
away.
in critical health, so that's kind of where we want to be. So hopefully she'll land her death blows here. There's one. You can see that benefit of her being in critical health, doubling the damage right away from 3,000 to 6,000 with the death blows.
And if she hits 2, that should remove the counterattack. So if she hits here,
one more here. There we go.
There we go. No
right.
counterattack. I mean, this is a natural counterattack.
Right.
And also, it's very okay that Tifa dies here. We actually want her to die so that we can Phoenix down her later in critical health.
Right. There are certain points in the run where we actually want Tifa to die. That way we can just bring her back. A Phoenix down, when you revive a party member with a Phoenix down, we'll bring them back with 25% HP, and 25% is the exact threshold for being in critical health. So that's really useful to have that mechanic where reviving a dead party member puts them directly into that critical HP status. So here we're climbing up over the cliff here and entering what is called the Northern Crater, possibly the most mysterious part of the entire world of Gaia.
Yeah, do you want to talk about how that crater was formed?
Yeah, so it is... Well, there is mythology that states that the great calamity Genova crashed from space. Genova is an alien, and that impact is what caused this crater to be created on the planet here. And as you can see, the life stream here is bubbling up, and there's a lot of spirit energy being gathered here in this crater location to slowly over time repair this ancient wound to the planet. With all this spirit energy and everything being gathered here, is it possible that this is the promised land that they were referring to?
I guess we'll see if we see Shinra.
Yeah, if we see Shinra, we know it's the promised land, right?
Yeah.
That's what they've been after the whole time. So being on step count actually helps us skip a very nasty encounter on that screen that, well, earlier on this screen, you can get a really nasty encounter with an enemy called a Gigas. And the Gigas is a big, nasty Cyclops dude who can cast Quake 3 on your party, and that's basically rip the run. So being on step count again, coming in handy, dodging a really nasty encounter and saving us from instant death. As we proceed deeper into the crater, we're going to see more of those cloaked people who are gathering here. at the northern crater into the promised land. This is supposed to be the place where reunion is going to occur, and reunion is the phenomenon by which all of the separated parts of Jenova are gathering together to coalesce back into the original full form of Jenova. And it is rumored that if Jenova can reconstitute itself entirely, then it'll regain its original power and be able to wreak some more destruction on the planet. And with all of the Cetra and the Ancients now gone, with Eris being the final member, who's going to be around to stop Jenova?
Yeah.
That's all that we had last time. So.
And could the reunion possibly be a reason why Cloud wants to find Jenova?
I don't really see why that would make any sense. You'd have to have some Jenova cells inside of him for that to be.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
We'll brush that off for now. More continuity errors.
Yeah.
And moving through that whirlwind can be a little tricky. You kind of have to hesitate for a half second before you run through. Otherwise, you will get an encounter if you are brushed back by that wind.
You could also see right there that Ben was actually able to be moving Cloud, even though you couldn't see him on the screen. You're still able to have movement of Cloud there.
Again, more items being picked up to be sold. Slow enemy animations.
This next whirlwind in particular is pretty tricky. All you got to do is wait for like not even half a second and then go forward. If you're just holding forward, you're going to get hit. But if you wait just a little fraction of a second, you're able to just walk right through.
Yeah, and the encounter that you get from being knocked back by the whirlwind is actually really nasty. It's it looks like this totally normal flying dude who you see throughout the game, and you don't think that it could do that much damage, and then it casts Arrow 3 on you, which is totally out of nowhere. We didn't even know that there was an arrow materia in the game, because guess what? There isn't.
Yeah.
But somehow there's no Arrow 2, but there is an Arrow 3, and that enemy's got it. So see, Ben just hesitated for just a few frames there and then runs through to the next screen. Here we have yet another encounter with Sephiroth. Ben quickly menued before that to resurrect Tifa.
Oh yeah, that was so fast I didn't even see it.
Yeah. That, again brings her back into critical HP so that she's prepared for this upcoming fight. It's our next Jenova fight. Very much like the last Jenova fight, this one is elemental based. The previous one was water. This one is fire. We are set up just like we were for Schizo, where we had neutralized fire damage on Tifa. So we don't really have to worry about taking too much damage in this fight. It's about execution. And again, we're going to do the same thing with Cloud, cross-slashing the enemy to inflict the stop status on it, and then going ham with death blows until it dies.
And not every enemy can be stopped, but coincidentally, Jenova can.
Yeah, actually, most bosses cannot be stopped, funny enough. But the Genovas can, and a few others that are in the run. Palmer is one, but we don't do it on him.
Red Dragon. We
do use that strat.
But yeah, so this fight you actually can't die in because of the firing and the fire armlet.
Yeah,
so.
It's impossible to game over here, but you can lose a bunch of time.
If wrong person gets silent, or I mean, you got enough enemy skills to where silence doesn't really play a huge factor, but.
So you may be thinking, well, if you can't die, then why are you casting Big Guard if you're not worrying about damage? Well, Big Guard, as a reminder, also inflicts haste on your party, which is essential for getting all of these attacks in during this stop portion. So between having that haste, properly weight tricking, you can see Ben trying to get an early death blow in there before the cross slash. So the combination of being in haste, proper weight tricking, and using that stop, we're able to quickly dispose of Jenova death here. Getting that great Jenova music once again.
Oh yeah. And luckily Tifa is faster than Cloud. That can be the worst when you're doing this weight tricking, when Tifa is actually slower than the other party members, and you go to insta-Q a death blow and you accidentally just attack with a party member or recast Big Guard because that's what's on memory. It can get pretty messy.
Yeah, and as you can see here, it isn't a guarantee that that you're able to get all of your death blows in time for the stop. That's why he did that early death blow to get the added cut in. so that in case he has to do an extra one and he misses the death blow, that extra added cut will do the damage necessary to kill off Genova Death.
Yep. Easy.
Easy every time.
Oh, hey, it's a black materia again. Let's not give it to Sephiroth.
Oh, where'd that come from?
Let's not give it to Sephiroth.
Okay, we're going to take it. We're going to, Ben, grab the black materia, put it in your pocket. You pick it up, you put it in your pocket. He's got so many things in that pocket, it'll just get lost in there and we'll never have to worry about it again, right?
How much materia have we gotten so far?
Oh, so many materials. There are so many materials.
You know what? Hey, I'm not feeling good about Cloud having the material. Let's give it to Red.
Yeah, Red, he's, like Dog is a pretty reliable doggo. He's been pretty good for us the whole run. So I think we can trust him.
Yep. Gonna pick up the MP Turbo there.
Which is mysteriously colored yellow, even though it is not a command materia. It should be blue.
Yeah, that's not correct.
It's possible that they chose to make it yellow to make it a little bit easier to see, but then you wonder why they didn't do that for added effect. Or, I'm sorry, added cut.
Yeah. And we've got the most difficult whirlwind coming up here. It's got 3 aspects from it. Not only does it have the wind, not only does it have that wave that goes through it, but now there's thunder.
Yeah, it's like, why do they have to add more? At this point, this is almost getting tedious to run through these things. But Ben is setting himself up here.
Yeah, Ben adjusting for his step count. He's actually pretty ahead.
Yeah, so...
Ooh, I haven't seen that setup like that.
That was pretty nice.
Wow.
Well done. So we say he's ahead of his step count, which means that he's moving too well through his field maps, and we want to make sure that you don't get too far ahead of the step count and get an encounter that is undesirable. So sometimes you have to take a couple extra steps to make sure that you're staying on the step route. The step route isn't a perfect movement through the game because that would be extremely unforgiving and really brutal to any kind of runner to have to maintain a perfect step route throughout. So sometimes you'll find yourself a little bit ahead, sometimes you'll find yourself a little bit behind, but Ben taking a couple extra steps there to make sure that he's on the right step route. And here we see...
Who's that?
I don't know.
Is that Cloud?
Did he dye his hair?
Yeah, well, why does he have dark hair?
Maybe he lost the SWATs minigame, and that's the other wig that you get.
Yeah.
That must have been it.
I mean, he's got the Buster Sword, so yeah, it's Cloud.
It's got to be Cloud, right? Who else could carry the Buster Sword besides Cloud?
Nibelheim's lit again.
Yeah. Oh, wait. What? This guy again.
Wait, I thought Cloud did that.
Now I'm really confused. So this is the part of the game where things really start to spiral out of control for Cloud. Sephiroth starts to show us these flashbacks, which, at first glance, you would say, are lies. They don't make any sense, especially given the story that Cloud gave us back in Calm. But the team is slowly coming to the realization that there are a lot of plot holes. I mean, aside from all the continuity errors that we're pointing out in this game, there are a lot of plot holes in Cloud's story. How did that showdown with Sephiroth end? Why is Cloud still alive? What happened there? And Sephiroth appears here to kind of rub it in Cloud's face that he really doesn't know what's going on.
Yep.
And really, in the end, he says, you're just a puppet in all of this, and you have no power, and you don't really understand what's going on.
And coincidentally, even though we got the picture skip, I think Sephiroth's going to be showing us a photo.
Yeah, I mean, we skipped the photo, so there really shouldn't be any evidence of this.
Just another continuity error.
Yeah, I don't know how they keep pulling these out.
Why didn't they adjust the game for speedrunners?
Well, it must be that Cloud's flashback was wrong. Yeah, I guess it's possible. So while we're doing all of this soul searching, we can probably get in a couple more donations.
Alrighty. $150 from Lent. Always donate for Final Fantasy VII. Such a great game and a great cause. Thanks for keeping me company all week. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $200 from Anonymous. Greetings from Germany. Awesome event. Thank you guys for the great job you do. Hope this Zelda bonus run is happening. Got $15 from Anonymous. Thanks for answering my question. 15 more for Breath of the Wild.
All right. No problem.
$100 from Ender's Shadow 1. So crazy to see a game that literally took me a year to get through get smashed in less than a third of a day. Mass impressed. donation to Breath of the Wild.
And there's that picture. I mean, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Cloud.
Yeah.
A little bit. Could be the clothes. Do you think he stole the clothes? Who would do that? I don't know, Cloud's weird. So now we have this really weird disconnect between what Cloud remembers, what Sephiroth is showing him, and what Tifa remembers. And
He has no idea.
he has no idea, but this is the part where Tifa starts to realize that what Cloud said is actually wrong, and Sephiroth's story has some truth to it. It kind of makes more sense in, given her memories. She actually doesn't remember Cloud showing up to Nibelheim 5 years ago. And that's really strange, because Cloud said he did, and he had all those memories, and he described it, pretty well. So how could he possibly know of all that? Maybe it'll all get cleared up later. For now, here we are, down in the center of the crater.
Are those some faces?
I don't know.
What's that?
It looks like materia. All this crystal here looks very similar to those crystallized materia we saw in Mount Nibble earlier. And Hojo is just licking his chops at all of this stuff going on.
Is that an eyeball?
Did you see something?
No.
I don't know.
Whatever.
Let's continuity errors. So Hojo is really excited about this prospect that I totally saw an eyeball. About the prospect of this being the promised land that was spoken about and rumored.
What's going on
What's
here?
happened to Leg Dog? Poor guy.
He's
Poor doggo.
lost.
There's nothing worse than a lost dog. So
Oh, hey, there's Tifa. Well, why did Tifa run all the way back?
I don't know, beefaroni. Leg Dog's never been happier to see some beef.
So why? I mean, we can't even blame Ben for handing off the black materia this time.
Yeah, no.
No.
Oh, wait.
yeah.
Oh.
Yep. There it is.
Sephiroth, you sly dog, you.
I mean, Katesith can stay there. Barrett can come with us.
Yeah, we'll leave him behind.
Yeah.
So what happened there is that, Sephiroth takes the form of Tifa, or whatever Sephiroth is, takes the form of Tifa and convinces Red 13 to run ahead and bring the black materia up into the next area, while simultaneously confusing the other members of the party. So here, Cloud is once again losing control of himself, and don't worry, Red 13's here with the black materia, just
to give it to Cloud.
just as Tifa wanted, right? She said, come over, bring the black materia, and
Yeah.
Cloud's like, oh, I'll take it now.
Yeah, and Red just gives it to him, even though Cloud has had his hands in his faces.
Specifically told him, don't give anyone the black materia, and here he is. He's just not listening.
So, I really like this part of the game because if you really look at what's going on, I feel like this plot point kind of goes over people's heads. So we're gonna see Sephiroth crystallized up top here, and so he's actually been there the entire game.
Yes.
Sephiroth has not been present anywhere else. Throughout the entire game, that has actually been Jenova taking the form of Sephiroth, and yeah.
That's right, and that's why we saw in the Shinra building, Jenova had actually escaped from that holding cell. Rather than being released by Sephiroth, it actually broke out on its own, took the form of Sephiroth, and has been traveling across the continents, wreaking havoc, flying around, which is something Sephiroth can't do. Sephiroth is a human, after all.
Yep.
He has different powers and strengths that are infused in him because of the Mako infusions and the Jenova cells in his body. But the reality is that he has been dead for a very long time, and he's been encapsulated in this crystallized materia here in the northern cave.
It's like his conscience is existing, but he's like.
But his body is in fact dead here, and or at least in some kind of hibernation state.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting that in this image of Sephiroth, you will see that he has no legs. he's cut off at the waist, and you can actually see that because you'll see his hair hanging below his torso. So look carefully in this cutscene here, and you'll be able to see that.
I actually don't even think I've looked for that. All right, so we got the hair. Oh.
Yeah, you'll see it better in the next cutscene. Right there.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
see his hair hanging below his torso there. So he seems to be severed in some variety.
Severoff.
Yes.
Hey.
And the problem is, Cloud approaching Sephiroth with the black materia. This is causing the planet to freak out.
The planet is not liking this one
Yeah,
bit.
it's sensing something is going horribly, horribly wrong here, and it doesn't really know what to do. And we'll see exactly how the planet reacts to this next turn of events here. And again,
Come on, Spike Vegeta, what are you doing?
we see Spike flying all over the place. How did he get the power to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. Come
Spike,
on, dude.
Why? Why did you betray us like this? There you can
Oh,
see
yeah,
the
no
hair
legs.
very clearly. And he gives the black materia to the body of Sephiroth, and that sets off this chain reaction of not only the black materia becoming activated by Sephiroth, but also the planet reacting to that activation of the black materia by collapsing the North Crater here and releasing the weapons onto the planet.
Pretty much guardians of the planet.
Yeah, so the weapons, as you'll see here, you see Sapphire weapon, who doesn't have an official name, but we just call him Sapphire because of the others that are named Diamond here. And we'll get a quick look at Ruby, Emerald, and Ultima as well. And the weapons were originally formed by the planet as a preventative and protective measure. There's Ultima weapon. They were formed as a way for the planet to protect itself in case of a great calamity, possibly after the original calamity, Genova, crashed onto the planet. It's unclear as to when exactly they were formed, but we know they're here now and they've been released, as well as Sephiroth having the black materia. So there you see the 4 other weapons fly off. People may know Ruby and Emerald weapon as being the super bosses in the North American game. I believe in the European version as well, they're present as super bosses. In the Japanese version, they are not.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there are no Ruby and Emerald super bosses in the Japanese version of the game.
Okay.
It's an exclusive North American, European release. So a little bit of extra content there.
Thanks.
And here we realize that Cloud is now lost in the middle of nowhere. A reminder, he was in the middle of all of that havoc that was just wreaked in the northern crater, and he's kind of lost and tumbling around in the live stream now.
Yeah, everybody else made it out on the high wind, and Cloud was left behind.
So we can take a couple donations in this cutscene.
Sounds good. We've got $150 from Anonymous. Thank you for a great event. Really enjoying this Final Fantasy VII run and commentary. I have many fond memories of playing this game in my dorm room. Cheers. $50 from The Error. Had to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run, my favorite game ever. A great job goes out to everyone involved. Keep up the good work. I'm gonna take a guess. I have a feeling this is a lot of people's favorite game. I don't know. I'm just getting
It might be mine.
At least all the
don't
people
know.
that are donating.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Happy to show this off for you guys. So here we can see how Cloud wound up meeting back up with Tifa, and you can see that he wasn't in the best of states when she found him here. He was kind of slumped over on the ground. Maybe he had too much of that Kool-Aid too.
Yeah, maybe he just gotten a few encounters on the way.
Yeah, that's possible. But here he is, and he's, she says, Cloud, and he's, realizing, I'm Cloud, that's me, Cloud, yeah, here, you're Tifa, sure.
He's pretty much in the process of putting his mind back together at that point, and he forms this identity.
Yeah, so it's not strictly shown in this game, but very immediately prior to those events of Tifa finding Cloud there, he goes through some pretty traumatic events. if you haven't played the game Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core on the PlayStation Portable, be sure to check that out, as it contains a lot more of the backstory of how Cloud wound up there and all of the things that happened prior to Final Fantasy VII.
There's actually some really, really cool hidden cutscenes that you can find within this game that kind of show some of the journeys that happened before Midgar, or at the beginning of the game, I should say.
Yeah, they give a little more insight as to the events that happened at the end of Crisis Core. But if you want a more detailed look at it, be sure to check out that game, or at least check out a speedrun or a VOD of it, so you can watch the cinematics.
I just wanted to throw this out there. If you're interested in running the Final Fantasy VII run, there are resources out there. There's tutorial videos, there's public notes available, there's Discord servers. You can contact any of us, and we can give you a hand.
Absolutely, there are a lot of great, very supportive runners out there who would be happy to help you out. They're all really great people and love to help out new runners. This may seem like a very daunting game, because it is to run it at the high level that we're seeing here showcased, particularly with the step count and some of the advanced.
You don't gotta learn step count at first.
You absolutely don't. You can do a run. You can do many runs and get a very good time without the step count. So don't let that stop you from getting a time on the board. If you really love this game as much as we do, and as much as everybody who seems to be donating does, give it a shot. It's a really rewarding speed run, even though it does take a full day to actually do.
It's only a full day.
Yeah.
And so here we're going to see the result of the Black Materia and the new overworld theme for the world map. Doesn't look too good.
No, it kind of looks like that picture in the
in the
Temple of the Ancients. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I pictured coming out of that hieroglyphic. And here we can see Rufus and the Shinra leaders are informing the Avalanche Party that they have been captured and they are due to be executed now for their crimes against humanity. Of course, anything they can do to blame Avalanche for all the stuff that has gone wrong here, they're going to do. I guess they're kind of right. It is our fault that Sephiroth got his hands on the Black Materia. But I'm sure if the Avalanche crew wasn't there, Shinra would have found their own way to give the Black Materia away to Sephiroth.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really trust Reno and Rude with something so precious, now would you?
Oh, no way. So pretty much at this point, we learned that the party has been placed under arrest, and there is actually going to be a televised execution of the party, apparently.
Yep. And they're gonna start with Tifa because they want to make Barrett watch, which is
pretty brutal.
Yeah, a little bit. But hopefully we can figure out some way to stop that and get out of it. We might need a little bit of RNG.
We might need a little cutscene skip also.
Yeah.
Maybe. We might be talking about one in like a couple minutes.
Yep. So this is the gas chamber where they're going to put Tifa and strap her down there.
Smack.
That won't be the last smack.
And of course, for some reason, leaving the key behind.
Yeah, maybe the guard has a crush on Tifa.
Yeah, he did that on purpose.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
Oh, it's the weapon. Okay, you mean the cannon?
The cannon,
the giant weapon that's attached to Junon?
Yeah, it's about to fire,
Who's
right?
that reporter guy? Like, why is he all... Oh,
okay.
Nice. Okay, sleeping guy?
Oh, hey, doing something right for once.
Yeah, Kate Sid coming through in the clutch.
Okay, so we gotta do this fight first.
Yeah, we got this fight. We're in a locked room. We're gonna... Wait.
Let's get rid of these guards, or we can just run away and they're gone.
And where did they go?
Yeah, okay.
All right,
sweet.
On to the next one. So now we have Kate Sith and Barrett are teamed up, and hopefully they can figure out a way to break Tifa out of there. Barrett's going to come over here and try to pry the door open, unfortunately to no avail. Meanwhile, the rest of the Shinra crew is kind of panicking because there's something going on here at Junin. We're not exactly sure what it is yet, but we know it has something to do with a weapon.
Yeah, it's a weapon.
And it's not the cannon, so it must be those giant monsters that we just saw.
Oh, they're charging up the cannons.
So it looks like they're going to fight this this giant weapon head on. Good for them.
The entire city going into lockdown mode here.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I mean, God forbid you were outside right now on that street.
Yeah, good luck getting back inside. And we can see how this cannon is designed to move around on that like mechanical pivot and all these pistons and stuff. It's very cool and well designed, kind of a little bit of a steampunky vibe here.
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
It really gives the sense that Junin is actually a military stronghold rather than just a city where you have a parade. That thing makes quite the ominous boom.
Guess we'll see if it did anything.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
Considering they hit open water. I never understood why they took that shot.
Yeah, me neither.
What are you firing
So-
at? And then the music stops, and you're like, oh, it must be it.
So
They got it.
what you're actually going to see here, on the next screen of the control room, Ben is actually going to be moving an invisible cloud that starts in the top right corner of the room, here.
Right.
This screen right here, he's in the top right corner, he's moving down, and he's actually about to hit the loading zone in the bottom. He just hit the loading zone. There's Barrett.
So that's a skip. He skips a cutscene there, and it saves a few seconds. But what it does is it saves 2 minutes. All right, it saves 2 minutes, and what it does there is that on every cutscene, for some reason, they programmed it so that Cloud is always on the screen. So literally always Cloud is on the screen. And for some reason, sometimes they didn't lock Cloud's position into place. And that is another way by which we can actually do some skips in the game. So before we were talking about paralysis dodge skips that use multiple text boxes. This is a totally different kind of skip that uses the invisible Cloud mechanic. So that's the first one that we're going to see.
We'll see one more that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a couple hours. But this one saves a cool cutscene where you would see the weapon attacking Junin. Thankfully, we're still going to be able to see the climactic end of that attack on Junin right here.
Yep. So pretty much after you initiate that that cutscene skip, you gotta just return back to the room, and you'll notice that Barrett just teleported over to like where the gas chamber was, because that's where he was supposed to be after the cutscene.
Right.
And we're gonna make our way out and maybe take a vehicle, maybe.
Well, that's the plan, right? We're headed to the airport, I think Kesa said. So
That's the plane.
hopefully we'll find a plane or a train or maybe a buggy.
Automobile.
Yeah, something to get us on our way. Or that thing. That thing looks pretty cool.
Yeah,
Let's take that thing. And here, Kate's just like, oh, yeah, we made it. And Barrett's like, wait, what are we doing here?
We need Tifa.
We need Tifa. We need someone who can actually fly this thing.
Yeah.
So that kind of doesn't really help anything. So here we are, Tifa in the gas chamber. We have to do a certain set of inputs here. So we move the legs twice, and then we sit back up in the chair. She's going to take the key in her feet and bring it up to her mouth, and then use that to unlock her hands. One after another, and then finally unlock herself out of the chair entirely. And then you just come around here and turn off the gas, and that gets her out of the gas chamber. But unfortunately, the door is still locked. So she's kind of stuck in there for now, and we're just going to have to...
Luckily, good guy Sapphire Weapon is going to carve us an opening.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do for us. Here's the Sapphire Weapon again, rearing his ugly, ugly head.
Oh, you don't think he looks good?
No, I think he needs a haircut.
Dude, haircuts are bad.
So he's using his nasty beam attack there and carves a big ol' opening in the top of the Junin Tower there. And of course, the Shinra retaliate with a boom headshot.
And the ooze. And I love how you see the light of the tail just fade as it's coming down.
Yep.
Just lifeless.
Yep. Very cool death sequence there.
And now we can climb out.
Yeah, Tifa's going to climb up out of here and run to the end of the cannon and have a little bit of a... We're going to have a little cutscene here, so during this we can probably squeeze in maybe 2 donations. Of course, the incompetent Shinra soldiers chasing after her just kind of fall. Tifa, luckily, when she falls, she
Survives fall
survives,
damage.
yeah. I mean, Cloud and Tifa are both jumping from incredible heights without any real consequence. Here we're getting another continuity error. We promised we wouldn't point them out, but this one's one of my favorites. Here you can see on the cannon, the name Sister Ray is engraved there on the cannon, but that name is not given to the cannon until later in the game when the cannon is actually moved. Scarlet,
Oh, I didn't know
Scarlet gives it
that.
that name at that time. So that's just a strange continuity error.
And now it's time to duel.
Yeah, here's the showdown of the century. And unfortunately, it's actually faster just to lose this slap fight here.
But I think we're going to win it. Because why not?
Well, Ben's pretty good at mashing, so he can probably get through it pretty quick. Oh, you can hold.
Wait, really?
Apparently you can hold.
So it's just RNG. Hey, victorious.
Tifa wins. Good job, Beefaroni. It doesn't really matter. The result of that fight is totally irrelevant. I don't even think it saves or loses time one way or the other. So it doesn't really matter. And someone's telling her to run to the end of the cannon. That doesn't seem like a good... Oh, hey! Look at that.
Barrett to save the day.
Yeah.
Oh, Tifa got some dance moves on that cannon, though,
And we get the awesome high wind music.
that we'll get to hear a lot.
Yes. It is brilliantly blended with Sid's theme, and it's just another great song in this really fantastic soundtrack.
So now we finally have a flying vehicle that we can use to pretty much go to any point of the world map now.
Yep. And that really opens up the entirety of the world map for us to explore. This is the last stage of the opening exploration of the map. At this point in the game, while Cloud is still missing, you really have the option to go basically anywhere and do any kind of side quest, chocobo breeding, racing. You can do Wu-Tai side quests with Yuffie. You can do Nibelheim side quests with Vincent. But we don't need to do any of that because that doesn't really fit into the speedrun. So we're just going to come over here and meet up with the party. And there's nothing really too eventful here, so we can get a couple more donations in.
All right. We've got $50 from Verwolf. Hello, SGDQ. Thanks for many great runs this week. My donation goes towards the Breath of the Wild any % run, which I've been waiting eagerly for. Just as a reminder, we are almost at 17K for the Breath of the Wild run. We need to hit 100K by this evening.
Come on, guys, let's do it.
Let's get it going. Let's get it going.
I think we'll get there.
I think we all want to see it, so I think we will too.
Yeah, Orca's got a really good run with that, so you guys better get those in.
Absolutely. We got $10 from Phenomenon 328. Thanks for providing the whole Final Fantasy VII experience in just 8 hours. It usually takes like 50 hours when I replay it. Great run. Greeting from, wait for it, Germany.
Of course.
Of course. $100 from Clara. What more could I ask for while sick? Reliving my childhood with wonderful commentary. Every GDQ I get impressed by runs even more. Thank you for all that you do, everyone. Best wishes from Australia. P.S. holding my breath because SGDQ is so wild. Link me up with that bonus game.
Oh, come! I did. Oh my god.
That was pretty good.
I didn't even get it until the very end. There we go. Oh.
It's okay.
All right, so now that we have control of the high wind, we're moving down here to medial. We're going to do a little bit of a shopping sequence first here, and then we'll run into a trigger with the dog there that's kind of laying around on the ground, and that'll progress the story.
But before the shop, we're actually going to get probably one of the most important items of the game for the end game.
Yes. Certainly the most important accessory, that is the curse ring. So the way that you get the curse ring is that you go over there and you knock on that door and realize that it's locked. And you come over here to this random spot on the ground and find the beat up old useless key.
It has no use at all, not one.
Yeah, it can't be good for anything except when you put it in this lock over here, it turns out that the key snaps. Oh no. And this guy turns around and is like, hey, what are you doing back there? You're messing around. And
it's another good instance to tell the truth.
Yes, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, where you have to tell the truth to get the reward, and you also have to pick the second option, otherwise it's rip run.
Yep, yeah.
But doing that gives you what this guy, he calls the curse ring, the cursed ring, but it's in the menu it's known as the curse ring, and that is pretty much the most overpowered accessory in the game. Not only does it automatically put the character in death sentence, which we know is very useful for combining with Tifa's power soul and death blow and all of that, but it also has insane stat boosts and makes your character super strong. So here we're going to be selling a bunch of items, and we're looking to end this shopping sequence with a very specific amount of gil. So we're going to buy some materia, including the destruct materia and a bunch of HP pluses, and you can see Ben had 4,261 gil left over. You want to make sure that you have between 4,000 and 4,399 gil. That'll come into play later, but having that shopping sequence all mapped out gives you that right gil amount. As a reminder, we don't fight any extra battles. We don't kill any extra enemies. We know exactly how much gil we're going to have at this point in the run, and that's really important to know for these shopping sequences late in the game.
So you pretty much find out here that there's been a spiky blonde-haired dude that has washed ashore, and
they brought him into the clinic
yeah,
here.
The team thinks it might be Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, who else could it be unless that other dude dyed his hair blonde?
Yeah, yeah. Who's that other dude?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
Jeff or something.
Jeff. Yeah.
So this guy...
I like that doctor's mustache.
Yeah. I wonder if he has any borders.
Ooh.
Probably not. And we found Cloud here. He's not in the best estate. He can't really say anything or do anything. He's kind of confined to the wheelchair, and we find out that he has a very, very bad case of Mako poisoning. So, as we mentioned earlier, like very early in the run, Eris notices that Cloud has what's called Mako eyes, that are, a sign that someone has been infused with some amount of Mako, and it changes the color of their eyes. Someone who is exposed to Mako for a long period of time can actually get a very severe case of poisoning, and that appears to be what Cloud has gotten here after falling into the life stream and then being bubbled up onto the shore here. He spent too much time surrounded by Mako energy and thus has become very sick.
Was never able to discern what this noise was.
I always imagined it was like a
apparatus, sort
like
of?
an air pump.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't able to breathe on his own. I forget what
A
what are those things called?
No, I don't know.
I'm not a doctor. I have plenty of borders, so don't ask me. So here, progressing with the story, we realize that though we found Cloud, he's not exactly in the state that we were hoping that he's was going to be in.
So what do we do?
Yeah, we're just going to have to go ahead and move on without him for now. Tifa's going to stay behind and take care of him. So it's up to the rest of the crew to kind of press on and carry on with the mission of making sure that Shinra doesn't do crazy stuff. Poor Cloud.
Rip.
He's not dead yet. Just feel bad for him. Yeah, not yet.
Yet.
We just feel bad for him.
So right now the party kind of just goes back to the high wind, and they need to regroup and think about what's going on. What can they do at this point in time?
Yeah, and it's at this point that Kate Sith overhears a conversation. At this point, he's he's been converted, basically.
Yeah, he's on both sides.
He's really kind of playing both sides, and he's sharing some information. And he finds out that Heidegger and Scarlet are up to something. And that something is that the Shinra company is now gathering up what are called huge materia. And the reason that they want to gather this huge materia is their plan is to use that huge materia to destroy Meteor before it destroys the planet. So the way that they're going to get the huge materia is they're stored through in various reactors throughout the world, and they're just going to go around and scoop up the huge materia. There's one in Fort Condor. There's one in
Coral?
There's one in Coral. There's one in an underwater reactor that we don't know about yet. And they said that they were already able to harvest the one from Gongaga and Mount Nibble. So they have some of the huge materia on hand, but now our new objective is to make sure that they're not able to get all of the huge materia. And given that our motley crew is down to 4 at this point, we need to elect a new leader.
And Sleepy Sid is now the leader. 7 Sins, by the way.
Captain 7 Sins.
Yes, correct.
Is the new leader of the party. So we're going to be playing as Sid for a little while, and he'll be taking on Cloud's pocket duties, storing all the items and keeping the party members in his pocket there.
That's pretty cool. I liked how they changed it up and changed which character you controlled at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon in RPGs. Well, I guess it does happen in a few where you lose control of the main character for a little while, and you have to come up with a new leader. So it is a certain change of pace. Sid runs kind of funky, which can be really fun for doing your step counting, I'm sure. But I always just got a kick out of the way that he kind of high steps his run.
And he's leaning back, sorta.
Yeah. It all kind of feeds into the character, the swagger of Sid. I really like that. So now we're going to set up our party kind of how it was before, loading Sid up with some summon materia there to raise his magic stats. Basically, summon materia and magic materia raise your magic by 1 each. And that increased magic will just allow us to do more damage with some of our enemy skills like Magic Breath and Aqua Lung.
Yeah, we're pretty much just setting up our party to be able to go after these huge materias. There's a couple locations we're going to have to visit. First one we're going to go to is Fort Condor.
Right, so we actually haven't visited Fort Condor yet because in the early parts of the game it is optional, but this visit to Fort Condor is mandatory. And if you had visited this place earlier, you may have played a little bit of a strategy mini-game kind of thing, where the Shinra army attacks and you place these soldiers on the map, and you go about and you can fight them in that little strategy RPG. It's like a tactical mini game. Which
I had a lot of fun playing it, honestly.
I very much enjoyed it. Unfortunately, you don't really get much for it. There aren't any secret hidden items that you get from doing the Fort Condor mini game outside of this mandatory time in which you do the Fort Condor mini game. But what we're going to see here is that Ben is actually going to speed through this mini game as fast as possible. And the way that you do that is, as we mentioned before, he wants to have a very specific gil number. Again, it was between 4,000 and 4,400 gil. And that'll allow you to initiate the battle and place a few enemies on the map. Or, I'm sorry, a few turrets on the map. It's kind of like a little bit of a tower defense thing. And an interesting mechanic here is that you can place human soldiers, or you can place catapults on the screen. And the catapults, since they're non-human, you can actually create and destroy them right away. So what he's doing here is placing 4 of these Tri-Stoners and deleting them right away. That basically spends through all his money, so he can't place any more units, and immediately initiates the boss fight here. So we just have this guy to defeat.
It's a relatively simple fight. All he has to do is magic breath. Wait, Ben?
Ben, you.
Did you just magic breath yourself?
Did you save?
Dude,
did you save? Did you save, Ben? Did you save? What? How? Estimate or wait?
No, we're fine.
We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
JK.
Yeah. So you actually want to kill yourself in that fight because it's faster. So yeah, it's almost like a death warp.
Hey, there are death warps in RPG games.
Yeah. So that's the extent of the Fort Condor event in this game. We don't get to do any of the, saving the Phoenix or getting any of that materia. We just kind of lose, and we are forever banished from Fort Condor.
Yeah.
But we don't care because we're not going back there.
We're going to Coral.
We're on our way to Coral. So there's that other reactor in the middle of Coral that you guys might remember across that roller coaster train track thing. So we're going to head into to North Coral here and then head back towards the mountain across the bomb bridge and all the way back into the reactor. We can take a couple donations while we're making our way back there.
Righty, $25 from Nick129 says, I'm so sad that GDQ is almost over, but so happy that so much money has been raised and so many great runs have taken place. Loving Final Fantasy VII so far. You're all doing a great job, and this is absolutely worth staying up for. Here's to a great final day. Let's hit the Breath of the Wild incentive, and hey, maybe even 2 million. I agree. Let's go for it, you guys. Let's go for it. $20 from Valmer. Final Fantasy VII is one of those games that means a lot to me. I'm so happy it's being played right now. Hope all viewers, runners, and staff have enjoyed the week so far. $20 from Tomorrow1111. So many amazing prizes in the Final Fantasy VII block. Good luck on the run. $10 from Rob Gonzalez. I played Final Fantasy VII many times. Played it the first time when I was 10. Now I'm 30 and it's still my favorite game. The music and the story. I love it. Much love from Sweden. $10 from Ravaz. Greetings from Sweden. Oh, that's cool. Great Final Fantasy run with amazing commentary. Let this donation go towards the Dark Souls bonus run, because we all need to praise the sun.
I'm really glad that, we do have a good time slot for this run. Contrary to it being really late here in the United States, it's a pretty good time slot for Europe.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really great that we're able to showcase this run because I know it is close in the hearts of many Europeans because this was actually the first Final Fantasy game that was released in Europe.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So they never got exposure to Final Fantasy 2, 3, or 4 and 6 as they're known in Japan. So it's pretty cool that they're able to get a good showing of what is probably to many people their first Final Fantasy experience.
Oh yeah, and just as a side note, in the fight before this fight that just happened, Ben walked like a step and a half or 2 steps, and what that did was that set up the next fight to be a preemptive encounter, so we got that first turn magic breath on them, and nothing to worry about with that fight.
Yep. So here we have what we call the train sequence here. That train that just left the reactor there is carrying the huge materia. So we're going to hop inside the reactor and see if we can find another train to kind of chase them down with. And that initiates this fun little mini game here where we're going to have to use our train to catch up to the other train. And it's really just a case of mash as fast as you can.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah. The inputs for using this train are really strange. You have to hit up and triangle. Do you have to alternate them? Is that how it works?
It's supposed to be, but I think you can
just
kind of
mash.
Yeah, it's like it tells you to alternate, but that's not like really the best way. You kind of got to get like a rhythm with it.
Yeah. And basically, we just speed up to the other train over there and then make this ridiculous leap across, and there we are. So across these train cars, there's going to be an encounter on each train car here, and each one will have its own set of of strategies to dispose of the enemies here. So Dave, you want to walk us through what we're going to do for each of these?
Yeah, so this one right here, he's just going to cast the Comet Materia, and because of the Curse Ring and all of the summons and stuff, it's going to be a nice, easy damage there. You know, clean up a little bit of the side HP with Kate set there. You saw that was a low 62 roll.
Yeah. He's also got the Comet paired with the MP Turbo material, which costs a little bit of extra MP to cast the magic, but it will do extra damage. Well worth it, in my opinion.
Yep, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to Magic Breath, and then if you guys remember on the Schizo fight, we actually got a Dragon Fang drop, and we are going to use that now on this fight. Hopefully Kate stays alive.
A little unlucky there, but he hung on, so again, coming in the clutch late in the game here.
Okay. Yeah, so that Dragon Fang is a drop off of Schizo.
And you can see it actually does the same attack that Schizo uses as his final attack.
Yep.
At least the same animation.
Yep. And then this next one, you're going to see is going to do 2 lasers and a Magic Breath, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I believe this guy's called, this is an Iron Giant, is it not?
Big red guy.
A big, oh, it's a red giant, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And this guy just has a bunch of HP. And a really convenient and quick way to bring down a guy's HP is to use the laser. Because as we mentioned earlier, it is gravity damage. And you can see that just took away a portion of his HP. 5,000 first, and then this one will again take...
Oh, what?
Oh, that's unlucky.
I've never had laser miss in this fight. I didn't even know that was possible.
That's marathon luck.
Yeah.
So here it's going to do 2,500, and now he's down to exactly 2,500 health.
A big guard, of course.
So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate.
So I'm going to do 1 more laser and then finish it off with an Aqua Lung.
Or Magic Breath in this case.
Yeah. Oh.
So you can see with each incremental laser, it's doing, you know, a portion of his health as damage.
All right, you know, let's just blow him up with the Comet. You know, like, this dude's trolling.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a Comet in the face here. that'll do it.
That's an
1,000
overkill.
damage, no problem. The Red Giant has high defense and high HP, so that's a bit of an annoying fight.
And then this last one, we're just going to do 3 lasers and then a Death Blow with Sid. Can't Aqua Lung this guy, because for some reason, water heals this...
this mechanical flying bird thing?
Who knows why?
Yeah, I believe this is called the Eagle Gunner.
Oh, you actually only have to do 2 lasers with Magic Breath. Okay, that's crafty.
Yeah, and that's another case of having all that magic boosting materia on Sid. This Magic Breath is going to do much more damage than it would if Magic Breath were equipped on one of the other party members. See 6,000 damage there. Part of that is due to the elemental effect of Magic Breath. The Magic Breath actually contains 3 elements within it, but one of those elements is lightning, and the Eagle Gunner, I believe his name is weak to lightning damage, so that's why it does so much damage there. And then this final guy is
the hardest fight of the trains.
Yeah, he's all that's standing between us and the
huge materia
of holding on to the huge materia here.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough day at work. He was just driving a train.
Got hit by a meteor.
Yeah.
So now we got to stop this train.
Yeah, and again, very strange inputs here. You have to use both up and triangle and then down and X, and it's totally unclear as to what you're supposed to do here. So.
I feel like it just auto does its own thing.
Yeah. As a kid, I always just mashed, and it seemed to work. I kind of still do that.
Yeah, I still mash. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it works.
You got 5 minutes to stop that train.
Yeah.
So.
And the reason, well, there's a few reasons that you want to stop the train. 1, because it's obviously way faster to stop the train. 2, you get a nice little reward for doing it called the Ultima Materia, which unfortunately we don't use in this run, but it is pretty nice.
All right, so there's a skip coming up here, another one of those paralyzed dodges where he's going to try to talk to this woman above him after he does this menu. And he's also going to walk into a cutscene trigger and if he gets it successfully, he's going to be able to just walk off the screen instead of resting at the end and then being able to leave.
So
oh, he got it.
He got the skip. And you can see Sid running off to the bottom left of the screen. Even though the arrow kind of drags with the panning of the screen, you can see that he still had control of Sid and ran off the bottom left of the screen. If he had run anywhere else, he could have soft locked there. But
yeah, that was really
no
good.
problem for Ben to get that nice coral skip.
As a result, though, you do not get the HP and MP refresh that the rest gives you, so Ben is going to have to accommodate for that, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, you can just throw a tent.
Easy.
No problem here.
And he's going to outfit his party because he's got to survive the next fight here with Ultimate Weapon.
Yeah, he actually doesn't need to heal up at all. As long as he's at max HP, you don't really need to do any damage in this fight. You just kind of need to survive. So we're going to enter Medial, and Ultimate Weapon's going to decide that he wants to cause some problems and start attacking. So that's going to result in a whole earthquake situation, and everything's going to kind of go haywire. But first, we're going to have to fight the Ultimate Weapon, and really, it just comes down to a test for survival here. So this fight can be tricky. Critical hit from Ultimate Weapon can be deadly, but if you play it safe, it's pretty easy to accommodate for that.
Yeah, so the goal here is just to survive 3 turns.
And then Ultimate Weapon will fly away.
Yep.
Ultimate Weapon in this game is an optional boss. By defeating it, you get Cloud's Ultimate Weapon. So you have to kill Ultimate Weapon to get Cloud's Ultimate Weapon, Ultima Weapon.
Yeah.
I think I got that right.
Ultimate.
Sure.
Yeah.
It also gets you access to the Ancient Forest later in the game without a golden chocobo. That's the other way that you can get in there. But we don't need to do any of that in the speedrun. We just need to face him this once and survive.
Shouts out to Kate's HP.
Yeah. He's clearly an
and
elite
his MP.
character. Clearly an elite character. We've been, giving him a bad rap the entire time, but
He's a decent guy.
yeah. So that Cure 2 on Sid will basically make it so that he's going to survive this attack here. He also defended with Sid. And that's it. Ultimate Weapon will fly away now, and that's the end of the fight.
No experience, though, unfortunately, because we didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. You hear the noise, but there's no experience.
Right. So in that battle, if you happen to miss the curse ring prior to, earlier when we were doing the whole thing with the key in the door, it is possible to steal the curse ring from Ultimate Weapon there, but it is extremely difficult. I think it's like a 1 in 256 chance. Oh. So it's basically never going to happen. So really just don't mess up the beat up old useless key mini quest there, and just get the curse ring that way. It makes everything a lot easier.
So now, pretty much what's happening here is a giant sinkhole is about to form. The live stream is about to gush out and kind of like engulf the city or the town.
Yeah. It's possibly reacting to the presence of Ultimate Weapon in the area. It's kind of unclear, but there is an earthquake a-coming, and these guys have to get out of there. Thanks to the clinic crew for really helping us out here. Also, shouts out to these strangely different polygons.
Yeah.
It's like no other cutscene in the game.
I like Cloud's blank face, just like right here.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Tifa's like, oh, and Cloud's just like,
no. Goodbye.
And they both fall into the live stream.
Time to go swimming.
And so begins the longest...
The best segment.
Yeah, this is a pretty long lull in the speedrun here. We have to go through Cloud's past and learn a little bit more about the story, who Cloud really is, and how he discovers who he really is, who Zack really is, and all of the history of him and Sephiroth and what really happens.
Yeah, which casually, I mean, this part of the game is awesome because you
learn.
You learn a lot. The whole story gets flipped on its head, and
it kind of all comes together here in the live stream, and it makes sense and kind of sets you up for the rest of the game. But in the speedrun, we know all this already, and we kind of just want to get through it as fast as possible. There unfortunately aren't any skips. There's really nothing that we can do to save time here except mash fast. So we'll take a few donations in the beginning part of this, and then later we'll go into some of the detail of the storyline.
Sounds good. I'm here whenever you need me. We've got $200 from Jarhead X 2006. Final Fantasy VII was the first RPG I sold hours of my life to as a kid. An awesome week of amazing runs, all for a beautiful cause. You guys are great. Keep up the spectacular work. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $10 from Anonymous. It says important information that was missed. Japan later got the re-released international version that had everything from the US release, including Ruby and Emerald.
That is true. The original version was missing them, but they did get included later thanks to that international release.
$10 from, I want to say, Braddock? I'm more of a Final Fantasy IX fan myself, but the couch commentary during the Final Fantasy VII run has made it extremely enjoyable regardless. Put this toward the Dark Souls run. $25 from Anonymous. Final Fantasy VII was one of the first games I played. I put over 500 hours into it as a kid, and now here I am watching it get destroyed in sub 8 hours. Thank you for the couch commentary. You are doing a great job. Good luck on the rest of the run. $50 from Fallen Angel. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII, as that is such a great game. One of my favorite games of all time, and started my love of gaming. Big shout out to the runner and commentators who are all doing a great job. Lots of love from the UK. $25 from Railmon. I hope that SGDQ is on a trajectory to meet and exceed the goal for the funds being raised for Doctors Without Borders in 2017. Thanks again to organizers, participants, staff, and volunteers for continuing with the Games Done Quick traditions. $100 donation from Just Salt. Games Done Quick must never end.
I agree. I don't want to go home.
Seems like we're all enjoying the week. $10 from Robot. This event needs more Zelda. Thank you to all the runners and staff and make this event possible.
So here you can see Cloud assuming his identity of thinking that he's the soldier first class that shows up in Nibelheim, but Tifa reveals to him that she in fact knows that he never did show up to Nibelheim 5 years ago. It wasn't him. It was this guy with the spiky black hair, not the spiky blonde hair. And that's the first part of the realization here. This really happens in 3 phases. First is Cloud did, well, I guess it's 4 phases, but Cloud did not come back to Nibelheim. So who is Cloud? So the next step is to go all the way back to the childhood and realize that, well, Cloud is real. He's a young boy who lived in Nibelheim and grew up with Tifa. Because they have this shared memory together that, they know happened. They remember that night at the well, so they're going to recap that here for us. We can get some more donations while this part happens.
All right. We've got $50 donation from Lithrak. I'm so glad to see Final Fantasy VII being run again, since it was that game that brought me to speedrunning. Poexel's run at AGDQ 2015 was amazing, and so is this one. Final Fantasy hype. $50 donation from Anonymous. Great run, many memories. I played the PC version years ago and remember downloading custom sound fonts to load on my sound card to get the MIDI to sound like the PlayStation version. Great event and looking forward to all other runs.
Yeah, that's another important version distinction. The PC re-release had notoriously bad sound quality. Luckily, you're able to just replace those files in your file folder, but it sounded really, really awful.
And then luckily the Steam version fixed that as well.
The Steam version did fix that. The original PC version also ran at a lower resolution, which just made everything look bad. So I feel bad for anyone who played it that way, but at least I got to experience this awesome game back around when it was originally released. So they recapped their memory at the well, but they realized that that's not enough. They have to have another childhood memory that certainly stands out for both of them. That's unrelated to Sephiroth, because at that night at the well, they were just talking about Sephiroth. So is there an experience that only Cloud could possibly know about that happened in Tifa's past? And that's what we're going to find out about here.
We got $20 from Disparia. Loved Final Fantasy VII so much that I named my daughter Eris. She wants to see Breath of the Wild, so I'm putting our donation towards that run.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's awesome. Really pretty name. $150 from Terius. Hi. Love the GDQ events. Have been watching for many years. Keep up the good work, and please put this donation towards Runner's Choice. $20 from Matthias. Final Fantasy VII defines my childhood, so whenever it's up on the GDQ schedule, I get even more hyped. Everyone there is doing an amazing deed for the world. Events like this is what makes me proud to call myself a gamer. Keep up the good work, and I share all my love with you all. P.S. Since the animals got killed, shame on you, so fluffy and cute, I put the money towards Breath of the Wild. $50 from Scooter. Thanks for running this awesome event every year. Always happy to donate for it. Also, can we get more Zelda, please? Greetings from Switzerland. $70 from Jacko. I want to see Dark Souls and Breath of the Wild, so we all have to donate for it. Come on, guys, we can do it.
So at this point in their past, Tifa's going through a traumatic event. I believe it's the death of her mother.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
But, yeah, because her father dies later at the hands of Sephiroth. But she runs away from home and decides that she wants to go and see what's on the other side of the mountain.
And soon you learn that this bridge is just terrible.
Yeah. It's not the first time, not the last time. A beautiful song here. It is called On the Other Side of the Mountain. And Cloud goes chasing after Tifa here after all the other boys kind of chicken out and run back.
Yeah, they're too afraid of the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, there's those big nasty monsters there that we're going to wipe out the level 1 Cloud, so...
Tifa's just strolling.
Well, I mean, we've seen what she can do with those fists, She's,
yeah, and the death blow.
Yeah. Yeah, she can do some damage, but here's brave little Cloud who's going to go on his way and try to make sure that Tifa makes it safely through the mountain. We'll find out very quickly that that's not exactly how it goes. But this is an inalienable memory that they have together that has nothing to do with Sephiroth, it has nothing to do with Soldier. It just has to do with Cloud and Tifa as kids, and there's no way that it could have been made up, there's no way it could have been implanted into Cloud's memory. And this is the link that it's kind of how they establish their baseline of having a shared memory. And
the bridge kind of collapsed again.
Yeah, no surprise there that strong bridge lady fell through once again. And this guy shames Cloud for bringing her into this horrible place, even though...
It wasn't even his fault.
It wasn't his fault. He was just trying to be good guy Cloud, but,
Whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Cloud is so bitter.
Yeah. Tifa winds up in a coma for 7 days there, actually. And it's not the first time she'll be in a coma, actually. She is also in a coma after her near-fatal wound from Sephiroth.
And the...
and again, after
the North Crater, yeah.
She's been in a bunch of comas, I guess.
Maybe she's just tired. She's napping.
Yeah. She's sipping the Kool-Aid. So they gather back up here, and Cloud is starting to piece himself together here, quite literally. And they decide to go back to Nibelheim because this memory of 5 years ago is really where it's all going to come together. So how did Cloud actually get this memory of coming to Nibelheim and doing that whole thing with Sephiroth and the reactor and the village burning down. And where did all those memories come from if Cloud wasn't there? If it was actually Zack, the black-haired guy, who was the person who was there. So they decide to head on up to the reactor, and hopefully they can get an idea of what really went down there. So here we see the scene where Tifa suffers her wound here. Sephiroth standing at the top of the stairs, ready to go in to see his mother, sword in hand. And here comes Zack, not Cloud. So still not quite the resolution we're looking for.
So how does he still have a memory of these things happening?
Yeah.
So if Zack ended up going in there, what exactly went down? Oh, I mean, that doesn't look too good.
Oh, well, looks like Zack suffered a similar fate to Tifa here.
Ooh,
Who's this guy?
He saw everything? Did he?
Spike Vegeta. What a boss.
Yeah, he was there.
Just picks up that Buster Sword. And here's where our original flashback cut off. No seizure warning this time. Spike Vegeta runs straight up and stabs Sephiroth.
Stab. That was for Beefaroni.
And the townspeople. And Zangan. Don't forget about Zangan. Based Zangan.
You only see him once, I forgot.
And this is the part where it is revealed that Cloud was in fact there the whole time. He just wasn't the soldier first class that he always assumed to be. He was just a lowly foot soldier for the Shinra army.
And he was too embarrassed to...
Yeah, and he was there the whole time. If you actually look back through even the flashback cutscene, this blue soldier guy was there the whole time. So if you replace Cloud Sprite with Zack and then that blue suit guy with Cloud, then you realize that he was there the whole time. And the story does make sense if you realize that that he was playing that role rather than the role of Zack.
Yeah, he was the...
He's sick in the truck.
Yep.
He probably didn't fight the dragon, though. I don't
No.
know.
That was all Sephiroth anyways.
Yeah. Lowly level 1 Zack didn't do much to help him out there. Zack likes squats, too, though.
Oh, yeah.
Shout outs to Zack doing squats.
His squats are amazing.
Yeah, he's got great form. Good arm swings.
Yeah. It's all in the
you can
arms.
See, yeah, Cloud here, he had his helmet off because he was feeling sick, and then he sees Tifa and realizes that he didn't live up to his dream of being that soldier first class, and he didn't want to disappoint Tifa as he promised in that flashback. You know, he made a promise to her, when you're famous and you're this big time soldier, don't forget about me, and come back and see me in Nibelheim. And he felt like he let her down, so that's why he kind of tried to cover it up.
And even that blue soldier is there, laying down in the previous flashback.
Yep, he's there the whole time. That's one thing that they didn't mess up in terms of continuity errors. They did make sure that the blue soldier guy is always there.
And also, for those of you wondering why Ben isn't mashing through the text, this is actually like an auto scroller right now.
Yeah, so this is generally a portion where you could take a bathroom break or play some fun music or really just have a good time with this portion of the run. Here you can see Sephiroth has cut off the head of Jenova, and he's taking it with him. Because that's what we do to our mothers, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you can't take the whole thing, just take the head.
Right? Yeah. This guy's messed up. Cloud's not going to let him get away with this,
And even Zack instructs him to kill Sephiroth, so
that's what he's going to try to do. Lowly Shinra foot soldier. I don't know how you could stand much of a fight against the greatest warrior in the history of the Shinra army.
And Sephiroth is kind of just he's gonna stab Cloud right in the gut.
Yep.
And for some reason, I'm not quite sure why, but Cloud's gonna I mean, first Sephiroth is gonna raise him up, but then Cloud is going to regain his strength and kind of just jiggle the sword in his gut. Like, he's going to tear his insides out for a little bit.
But it's enough to overpower Sephiroth, and he winds up tossing him triumphantly into the base of the reactor.
And that's how he ended up at the North Crater when we were there. You know, he flowed through the life stream and ended up there.
Yep, and that is the true fate of Sephiroth as the human that we know. He died there.
Yep.
And Cloud, obviously terribly wounded, went on to recover for a long period of time with Zack. They both spent a good amount of time recovering in a Mako bath, and that kind of helps. Well, it doesn't really help. It kind of messes up his memory and explains a little bit of the. They say that it kind of confuses their memories while they're both in the Mako bath. I don't really buy any of that. I think he was just kind of ashamed or whatever.
Well, I mean, like, so Shinra comes in and rallies up any survivors and then starts like experimenting on them.
Right.
And actually, another plot point that people may not understand: Shinra actually does rebuild the entire town to kind of cover up this whole incident.
Yeah, clearly it's a bad look because at that point Sephiroth was kind of like world famous. He wasn't just your average soldier. He was very much a face of the Shinra soldier army. Little kids grew up wanting to be like Sephiroth, and to find that their prized, it's like their all-star player went crazy and burned down a city. That's definitely not a good look for the Shinra Corporation. So they covered everything up and made sure that Cloud and Zack were able to recover. They probably took care of Tifa as well, and that's why she survived. But that kind of explains, how they all got there, and that's really the history of Cloud's past there.
All in 20 minutes.
Yeah. That wasn't too long, right?
Yeah, not bad.
We can squeeze in maybe 1 or 2 donations before we get to the next mission here.
All right, here we go. $15 from Jay Shelby. Here's a Final Fantasy themed joke for the couch. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Tara.
Tara who?
Oh, terrible.
Terrible pun.
Oh, God.
Donation choice goes to whoever just groaned the loudest.
That's J2. That's J2.
That's all me. Breath of the Wild for me.
We've also got $10 from Corin Catnip.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Much love to Ben, you fantastic guy. Top-notch commentary, guys. Donation goes to Runner's Choice, and shout out to the Final Fantasy speedrun community.
Shouts out to the awesome community.
Mm-hmm. We got $15 from Tascon56. Thanks for running my favorite game. Missed the first half, but I'll catch the VOD. Final Fantasy VII was my first Final Fantasy, but we couldn't afford a PS1. So my mom got me Final Fantasy III and the SNES. Hands down, the 2 greatest games of my childhood. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Thank you all.
All right, here now Cloud has rejoined the party, and we get one of the most memorable lines in the game. There ain't no getting off of this train we on. And being 6.5 hours into the run, there certainly ain't no getting off of this train we on.
We just got an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half.
Yep. Coming down towards the end of the run here, there's really only a couple more bosses to face that can really do any damage. But the next one incoming is a really, really scary one. It is one of the only bosses that can straight up kill your party right away without you being able to do anything about it, and that is the notorious Carry Armor. Before we get to Carry Armor, we're going to have to make our way through a bit of a lengthy descent into the underwater reactor at Junin. So we're going to head over there now and prepare our party as we head into Junin, and we'll go into the base here and then take the elevator up and then back through the whole city of Junin and down into the underwater reactor. So not too much to talk about here. We can probably get a couple more donations until we get down in the elevator underwater.
Sure thing. We got 777 from the Wizard. In honor of my best friends, This is her favorite game of all time, and I'd like to make this small donation in her honor. $50 from C. What? Cannot overstate what a great run this is, and how fun, interesting, and informative the couch combo is. My favorite run of the week. Keep up the awesome work, guys. $150 from Imagination. Greetings from Japan. Love the event and the cause. I've also got $30 from Jushak. Greetings from Finland. I've been watching every GDQ marathon for a few years now and finally have the spare money to donate. And what better time to do it than one of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy VII. I also challenge any of the people that recognize my alias to make a donation. We have $150 from Ubuntu 711. A great run for 20th anniversary from a great runner. Cloud Potato Hype. Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Cloud Potato.
Not anymore.
He's still a potato.
In our hearts.
Yes. And in his brain.
All right, so coming across here in Junin, we noticed that the cannon is mysteriously gone.
Where to go? Well, let's not worry about it.
Yeah. Also, continuity error. If you flew by Midgar on our way here, you would see that the cannon is not there, which means it's somewhere in transit. But we're going to go ahead and head over here, have a showdown with an entire squadron of Shinra soldiers here.
So we got to get ready for this fight here. There's going to be a
Cloud
lot
is
of
ready.
enemies.
He's got his sword at the ready, and they charged the wrong way.
Yeah, goodbye.
They're not very well trained. They should have done the
send-off minigame a little bit
send-off. They would have known, you know, X, triangle, square. They would have been totally prepared for that battle. Here we get our first forced encounter here with two Shinra soldiers in the elevator. An interesting piece of dialogue, another little bit of humor, is that the girl operating the elevator there makes a comment about there goes two perfectly good men when you kill these soldiers. I find that funny.
So we're just going to be fighting a series of soldiers here. I'm just going to be cleaning them up with the Aqua Lung. Pretty simple.
Throw in a quick donation.
Sure.
We have $50 from Vanfrey30. Shout out to all the spiky vegetables out there who make our lives better.
Hey.
We also have another $1,000 donation from Anonymous. Thanks so much to everyone who makes SGDQ possible. Keep up the good work. We also have $20 from Ari. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game of all time. Didn't even think speedrunning this game was possible. You guys do great work. Keep on doing. I will donate an additional $5 per last name the couch can recognize from the Final Fantasy VII playable characters.
Gainsborough, Valentine, Lockhart, Strife, Wallace,
Sith,
Highwind. What's Yuffie's last name?
Kisaragi.
Yeah, that's everyone, right?
I think so. I'm trying to think if any of the other characters.
That's
you have Rufus, Shinra. Are we doing only playable characters? Red 13, Nanaki is his name.
Is that 9?
I guess, yeah.
Does anybody else have last names?
I mean, you have the, like, Rufus Shinra.
Shinra. There we go. There's one.
I'm trying to think. Professor Hojo? Is Hojo his first name? I don't know. Unclear.
I think we did pretty good, though.
Yeah, we're trying to raise money here.
Yeah.
We can get in one or two more donations.
Alrighty. $10 from Worm Talon. I've already donated more than my wallet likes, but I just had to donate again for that Palmer RNG.
Oh, it was insane.
That RNG
insane.
was unreal. I've never seen anything like that. So those Kate-Sith strats are fairly new. They haven't been in the run forever. So to get a payout like that was certainly entirely unexpected.
We've got $150 from Amboss. Hey, all. Keep up the good work. $5 from Anonymous. This one is for the run. Keep it up, guys, and great showing. $33.33 from Easy the Giraffe. Was exhausted after the Metroid run, so I went upstairs to my room to sleep. I put on the stream and got hooked on watching this run. 3 hours in, and I'm more awake now than I've been all day. I'm enjoying the run and have no intentions of sleeping tonight. Good thing they make coffee.
All right, so just getting into safety save here ahead of this boss.
The most necessary safety save.
Absolutely. This is, like I said earlier, the only boss that can really just obliterate your party with no chance of survival. He has a very notorious attack, which was mentioned, thankfully, in some donation incentives or donation comments. It's called Lapis Laser, and Carry Arm he always gets an opening attack in, and that attack can be Lapis Laser. And usually he will also get 1 or 2 more additional attacks following that opening attack, one of which, or possibly both of them, can be Lapis Laser as well. Lapis Laser does about 1,200 damage to your entire party. So considering we're at about 1,500 HP, y'all can understand about how that will quickly obliterate your party. There are also other really bad attack combinations. Carry Armor has another attack called Arm Grab, which will grab one of the party members and take possession of them. Carry Armor will just pick them up and pull them out of your party, and the only way to get them back into your party is by doing damage to Carry Armor, which then passes off that damage to your character and killing your character. So that's really a big time loss, and a double Lapis is a huge time loss because that is it's a reset. There's no two ways about it.
It was really nice that in that last soldier fight that Ben was able to get a first turn. That encounter in particular is really annoying because each soldier does 3 shots. So if both of the enemies get a turn off, you have to wait through 6 turns before you get that magic breath off.
Yeah, Ben did a quick materia manipulation there by equipping and then de-equipping the common materia that manipulates Tifa's HP. Hopefully we'll be able to use that decrease in HP to get her into critical health for this fight.
Yep. Now, ideally, 1 Lapis Laser is actually really good because it'll instantly put Tifa into critical health. But
yeah. It opens you up to the potential second Lapis Laser.
Oh, yeah.
Which would be, instant death. So
I guess let's see what happens.
Let's hope here for no Lapis. It's a low % chance of the double Lapis, but it does happen too often. So pray to RNGesus, cross your fingers, whatever you do to prepare for something like this.
And you'll see that they just loaded the huge materia onto that submarine, so that's what we're going for right now.
Yep, that red submarine is our target, but we have one big nasty boss standing in our way. It's that mechanical arm guy over there to the side.
Scary armor. Look at him waddle. All right, good luck.
Good luck, man.
Or he does nothing. Okay.
Yep, so no opening Lapis Laser there.
So now, if you don't get a Lapis Laser, what you can actually do is you can have Tifa throw an S-Mine on herself, which will instantly put her into critical HP.
We're also going to attack with Aqua Lung here, which as soon as you do damage to the arms, that eliminates the possibility of getting an arm grab, or it doesn't eliminate it entirely, but reduces it to a very, very low chance. So we can see we're going to do this attack here to make sure that we're not going to get arm grabbed. And then it's
Come on, Tifa.
It's up to Tifa hitting her death blows from here on out in the fight, really.
You only need like a nice. You only need like a couple hits to hit. So
Come on.
yes,
Come on.
one more, one more. All right, good. No lapis. So
This is pretty good attack pattern so far. Just need this death blow to hit. There it
hey,
is.
that's it. That's it. Oh,
What
wow.
a carry armor.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. That was awesome.
That's it, bud.
Home stretch.
So really, that is the last major hurdle in the speed run, as we mentioned earlier. Obviously, he didn't look too scary there, but he can really end your run.
It's normally when you're on PB pace.
Yeah.
Normally when you're on PB pace, he'll just double lapis and ruin your dreams.
Thankfully, he was merciful to the marathon and
Thank you.
and wanted to give us a good run here. So thank you, Carry Armor. Thank you, Orange Jesus. Running over here, we're going to hop in this submarine to chase after the red submarine, which has taken off. But first, we're going to pick up this weapon here. This is the Scimitar. It's a weapon for Sid. It's a spear, and it offers triple material growth.
Yep, triple, and it raises his magic up by a lot.
Yeah, so it's a really powerful weapon for Sid, and will also give us the benefit of tripling any AP that is accumulated to MP equipped on that weapon.
Just gonna have a series of soldier fights here. We're either gonna be using magic breath, or if there's a single soldier on a side, we're just gonna be attacking that enemy with Tifa.
Yep, and then after we eliminate the soldiers on the submarine here, we'll get a quick mini game. The submarine minigame chasing after the red submarine. So up until then, we can probably just read through some donations.
Yep.
Sounds good. We've got $150 from Tugboat One. Wanted to donate during Final Fantasy VII as it is a favorite of mine. Thanks to everyone for setting these great events up and making them happen. $20 from PR Payella. I waited to donate during Final Fantasy VII to let SGDQ know how much we appreciate these long runs. Also, put this money toward the bonus Breath of the Wild run. We've got $100 from Dying Breed. We also have $125 from Trombone Master. Hey guys, saved my donation for the Final Fantasy VII run. Not by any means the greatest game ever made, but still my all-time favorite nonetheless. I am very seriously considering this for my next speed game. Loving the commentary, loving the run, happy to donate to the world's greatest charity during my favorite game. Gotta go fast. Runner's choice. $200 from The Architect. Longtime lurker, first-time donator.
So right there, you're given the option to like fight those guys, or you can kind of just like take them prisoner, and they kind of just like go off to the side there.
Yeah, it's definitely faster to just take them prisoner. But if you do fight them, it's kind of funny.
Hilarious.
Because the music that you get during the fight is the Rufus welcoming ceremony music. Because that's the little squad from the parade that you go through those mini games with. So kind of a little nod to the earlier portion of the game where you were buddy with them.
And here we go. We got submarines, guys. Got combat.
Yeah, this mini game is pretty easy. You just kind of tail right behind the submarine here and mash square to fire your torpedoes and take it down.
It's easy in the speed run, but like if you go back to the Golden Saucer and you play the submarine minigame, there's a lot more you can do with it.
Yeah, there are quite a number of different scenarios that they've created in the Gold Saucer for the submarine minigame. It's a pretty fun minigame to delve into, pun intended, in the Gold Saucer.
Very easy within the main story, though. Incredibly
definitely.
easy.
Yeah, you just kind of you hit the right inputs and you'll be right there behind the target submarine. So while we're in the submarine here, we're kind of on autopilot here for a second. We'll go and dock very quickly here, but then we're going to hop right back in because we need to do a little bit of side questing and pick up a necessary item for a little bit later.
Just a little setup for our fights in Rocket Town, but we're going to be on our way to the Key to the Ancients, which we actually don't know right now that we need it, but we're just going to grab it right now.
Yeah, this is the most opportune time to get it because we're right there next to the submarine. You can only grab it with the submarine, so we're just going to pick it up now, and then we'll head back to the high wind. The key to the Ancients is useful. Later in the speedrun, we'll show there's a little bit of a flashback cinematic that's shown when we return to the City of the Ancients with Bugenhagen, so we'll call that out when we're using it. But in this time that we're in the submarine here, we can take some more donations.
Sounds good. We have $25 from Martha, my dear. Final Fantasy VII is so weird. Woke up super early here in the US to watch. Thanks, and keep up the great work. We got $200 from Anonymous. Now I want to watch Advent Children. 100 goes to Zelda and Dark Souls each. $10 from another Anonymous. I had to donate during Final Fantasy VII, my favorite Final Fantasy. Learning all about the glitches in video games from GDQ marathons partly inspires me to get into computer programming. Inspired me, past tense, because of my current career. Put this toward runner's choice because 8 hours, seriously.
Were you looking for Emerald Weapon there earlier? You were taking a little swim down there earlier. Normally I go up right away just because I don't want to run into him. But were you searching for him?
Yeah, it's a little bit scary when you're floating around in the submarine down there. You might bump into Emerald Weapon. But a little known fact is that if you actually dive down to neutral depth by just pressing the submerge button, you actually can't bump into Emerald Weapon. You have to further dive once you've gone underwater to be at the depth at which you would bump into him. It's still very scary and very close if you are at that depth and he happens to swim near you, so we just stay above the water for as long as possible.
We're back in Rocket Town, and the music has changed. You can tell there's probably something wrong. Lots of Shinra soldiers. The rocket's ready to go. So Shinra's planning on loading the rocket full of the huge materia, and they're going to send it off into the meteor.
Yeah, that's their master plan, is put all the huge material on the rocket and smash it onto the meteor and hope that that does something.
Yep.
I don't think it's the best plan.
Yeah,
I have a feeling it won't work out too well, but they're going to try it.
And we kind of don't let them get to fully commit to the plan, since we do take the huge materia, so who knows, but...
Yeah, we've hijacked the huge materia from Coral and the underwater reactor as well, so they're not fully loaded with all of the huge materia here, but they do have one, the one that they took from the reactor in Nibelheim, loaded onto this rocket. So just a couple quick battles here. We'll clean it up with Magic Breath really fast, and then we're going to have a boss fight with Rude upcoming here.
So since there's 3 enemies here, he's just going to attack the solo enemy with Tifa and then finish them off with Magic Breath.
Throw in another donation.
All right.
Got $150 from Optimus Tom. Don't mind me, just doubling down on my yearly DWB help. Good luck and Godspeed to the runners. $20 from Betik. This Final Fantasy VII run has been absolutely phenomenal. Fantastic running and really solid commentary. Funny, informative, and laid back. Best run of a great event so far.
All right, so coming into the boss battle here, we're just healing up Tifa with a couple potions. Again, a reminder that the 25% health limit is really where we want to be under to keep her in critical HP, so that's why we heal with potions rather than a cure or a high potion or something like that. We're just being really mindful of that threshold that we don't want to cross it because we want to keep her in critical HP to do that extra damage from the Power Soul.
So this fight should go really smooth. Normally it just takes 1 death blow to kill Rude.
We just got to hit the death blow, and that'll be that. You can see Cloud covering.
Hey.
That's it.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud's cover materias are so high level that he will cover at an extremely high rate, if not already 100%.
There is a small percentage chance there that one of the soldiers can put Tifa to sleep, And that causes a lot of problems because Tifa can't like naturally wake up, sorta. Or, I mean, she can, but like she just doesn't. So like it's actually faster just to kill her and then revive her with the Phoenix Down because she'll already be in critical HP.
Right. She can only be revived by, or I'm sorry, awakened from being asleep by being attacked again, which is pretty unlikely, especially with the cover materia on. So now that we've beaten Rude, this is the last man standing. What a valiant effort defending
goodbye. Sorry,
the
dude.
rocket.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
And he just kind of, he drinks some Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, look at him. I mean, he could join us for the rocket ride if he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, he's, I don't think he really has a choice.
Yeah, he's kind of knocked out.
he's coming along for the ride, like it or not. So we find out here that the rocket has been set on this trajectory straight into the meteor, but unfortunately it's kind of set on autopilot, and there's really not much they can do about that. So really, Sid's just going to kind of take over here and make sure that everything is up to snuff, because at the end of the day, he just wants to take this opportunity to live out his dream of going to space. Also, he loves science.
Yes. And also, one thing that we didn't mention was during the carry armor fight, one thing you want to do with that is actually leave that fight with Sid and Cloud having their limit breaks, because that's going to be necessary for Diamond Weapon coming up. We actually didn't see a single Lapis laser, so do you know how we're doing on limits right now? Oh, you're good? All right, that's what we like. You know, if you only have one limit, you can do a backup strat where you do a summon, and it works fine. You know, it wastes time, but hey, you get to show your run with a summon. You know, not every day you get to see a summon in the run.
Yeah, we don't need any summons in this run. They're slow.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's a backup. You know.
Yeah, but that was just yet another place in which we are looking ahead from the battle that we're currently in and making sure that we're prepared. As you may have figured out by now, it's typically having to do with limit breaks, but also often the HP levels of particularly Tifa. So here the rocket's blasting off successfully this time, because you know, no one's going to die in the boiler room down there, so we're safe to go to space.
Is this Final Fantasy VIII?
I mean, it's any Final Fantasy game, so gotta go to space.
Yeah.
But yes, this is Final Fantasy VIII.
Is Squall dead?
Cloud is dead.
Okay.
So here you have the option of going up this ladder to the right and retrieving the huge materia. In a casual playthrough, you might want to do that because the huge materia actually unlocks different missables in the game. There are 4 huge materia, and the items that you can collect are from the blue huge materia. If you have both the Bahamut and Neo Bahamut materia, you can get the Bahamut Zero materia by approaching the blue huge materia. And then there's also a yellow, green, and red huge materia, and each of those correspond to command, magic, and summon materia, and from each of those you can earn a master version of that materia, which basically contains all of the materia into one. So you don't have to load up your slots with every materia. You can have every summon in one, or every command in one, every magic in one. Unfortunately, the only way to actually get those master materia is by having a mastered version, which means that you've maxed out the AP level for every single materia in that set. So you have to have a mastered version of every magic materia, of every command materia, of every summon materia in order to claim those master materia, and that is extremely slow.
So we can do that in speedrun, right?
We cannot do that in speedrun. It takes forever. A faster way to get a set of master materia would be to defeat Emerald Weapon, which gives you the item called the Earth Harp, I believe it's called.
Yep.
And that Earth Harp can be exchanged to the Traveler in Calm, and he will give you a set of master materia. So you're actually able to get 2 sets of master materia, one much quicker than the other, but that's it for master materia. You can't master the master materia to get yet another master materia. It doesn't work like that.
It would be nice if you could dupe it.
It would. Yeah, there may be. Is there a materia duping glitch? I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge.
There are lots of duping glitches in this game. We don't do any of those in the speedrun, but those just have to do with items.
The funny thing with the story there, so the, back when we were in Rocket Town, they were originally explaining the story that happened with the first rocket launch. Turns out that oxygen tank that she was checking actually was malfunctioning.
Yeah, it almost cost Sid his life there, but thankfully we had Shira, who was going to give us a hand and free him from that pinned refrigerator-looking thing.
Yep.
We can take a few more donations as we float back down to Earth, or Gaia.
Sounds good. Happy floating. $10 from Co Mikey. Final Fantasy VII is still my best childhood memory. I still remember having a huge binder for the game walkthrough while watching my brother play the game. Love what you guys are doing here. $50 from Ari. Here are the promised $5 per last name. I hope I didn't miscount your answers. Even though Rufus is not a playable character, I round that up to $50.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and greetings from Germany. $77.77 from Flick. Amazing Final Fantasy VII run. Wishing good RNG for all the runners. $50 from Viva La Moo Chicken. It's a beautiful name. I've been watching GDQ since 2011 and am amazed at how big it's become over the years. Keep up the amazing work, everyone, and let's get that 1.5 million. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $100 from JJ Tato. Awesome event as always. Wish I could have watched more. Thanks to all involved. Please never stop doing these. We got $200 from Mage56. Final Fantasy VII is the game that turned me into a gamer. So happy to see it run at a GDQ. Props to the runners, the commentators, the announcers, and all the behind-the-scenes folks. This entire community is amazing and helps a great cause. Keep up the good work.
So as you guys can see here, the rocket didn't really go as intended.
Yeah, it didn't really do too much.
It actually looks a lot worse.
Yeah, it looks like the meteor's just angry now.
Yeah. Even though we kind of hit it from the other side, but we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, it's just a fiery meatball in the sky.
Yeah, whatever.
So that music is...
We're going to hear a lot of that.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tone for the game here. It's kind of helpless. So we're going to have to find another way to defeat Meteor, but a few other things are going to have to happen. We're going to talk to Bugenhagen, maybe, in his wise old age, can give us a few tips on, what we might be able to do to stop this. We can get some more donations.
Just want to note real quick that we are over the $40,000 mark for Dark Souls. Keep in mind, it's only 50,000. So we're just 10,000 away, you guys. If you want to see the Dark Souls run, go ahead and get those donations in soon.
We can do that by the end of the run, can't we?
Absolutely.
I think
Easy.
we can.
Come on, guys, let's do it.
All right, we've got $10 from Augies. Love GDQ, love Final Fantasy VII. This was my childhood game. Would love to see The Legend of Dragoon, too. And here's a joke from Norway. Why did the Chocobo cross the road?
Why?
He was going for a work.
Oh, man.
So worth seeing your reaction. We got $50 from Zero Star Ice. I love Final Fantasy and I love SGDQ, so donating now only makes sense. $25 to Dark Souls and $25 to Breath of the Wild because I want to see more games being done quick. $5 from Kaylee. This is my 9th GDQ event and there was no better way to celebrate my birthday than with this in the background. May the RNG forever be in your favor. Happy birthday! $20 from Tisha. Had to donate towards that Breath of the Wild run, and definitely had to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run. Good luck.
So the RNG was in our favor right there. You can get an encounter on the way to Cosmo Canyon there, and there are a couple really unfortunate ones you can get there.
So
some nasty
ugly.
pincers.
Ugly.
Yeah, so getting no encounter there is pretty good luck. So we're going to pick up Bugenhagen here, and we're going to take him to the City of the Ancients, and that's going to give us a little more story progression and reveal to us our path to victory of how we're going to be able to defeat Meteor and ultimately Sephiroth.
We're also going to store the one huge materia that we have here. if you collect more huge materia, this is where they all end up, and this is where you end up with the Bahamut Zero and some of the master materias.
So this is where they should have put the black materia for safekeeping, right? Why did they come up with this idea so late? I don't know.
Wish I could tell you.
Yeah. It's really funny in this scene when you have some of the optional characters. There's 2 more characters that you can get in this game, Yuffie and Vincent. And when they're all in here in this room, it's
so crowded.
It's super crowded. It looks really funny. But this looks a little better.
Still crowded.
Yeah. And like earlier in the game, he makes it so explicit. He's like, only 2 people can fit in my machine.
Let's fit 9.
Yeah.
Well, 10 including him when you have a full party.
So back into the planetarium for a second. We're going to place the huge materia and then head right back down. And this just takes us right back to the high wind. Thankfully, we don't have to go through any walking through Cosmo Canyon or on the world map, so no encounter there. And we can proceed directly to the City of the Ancients. Also worth noting is the high wind can only land on grassy areas, which is why you see that Ben landed all the way over here instead of just landing right next to Cosmo Canyon. There is one notable exception of that, and that is up here ahead in the City of the Ancients. There's this valley that you can kind of land in that has this rock base here. It's not grass, but you can land the high wind there. Just a little bit of a time save going there instead of going all the way back through the Bone Village Eastern.
Yeah, it's
Sleepy
really
Forest.
convenient.
Yeah.
So now we're back at the City of the Ancients, and we're going to use the Key of the Ancients, and we're going to figure out what that does real soon.
So this is part of the City of the Ancients that we didn't explore before. We went right, and then we went to the center, and this is on the left side here. There's this the key. The key to the City of the Ancients is really kind of like this. It almost works like a music box where it has all these pins that hit these levers and create this music chime thing. I always thought that was a pretty cool design for a key, so to speak. So now that we're here, in a casual playthrough, you might show up here and Bugenhagen would be like, oh, I need this key, and then you have to go all the way back out and find the key and then come all the way back here. But since we know that we needed it, we just grabbed the key ahead of time, and we don't have to have any backtracking or revisit here. Here we're learning that it's possible that the one way that you can combat the black materia summoning meteor would be to use the white materia to summon holy. And we've said that the white materia was actually in possession of Aerith at the time of her dying, which is really unfortunate because, as we pointed out, that white materia went plummeting to the bottom of the water there.
Luckily, though, it was glowing, which means her prayer was heard.
Right. And that's what we learn Aerith was doing there in the first place, is that she kind of had the premonition and understood that, Sephiroth's goal was to use the black materia to summon Meteor, and in turn she would use the white materia to summon Holy. So here's that music box thing I was talking about, where you put the key in and it kind of like plays on these little pins here.
We get some waterfalls.
So yeah, this whole sequence is really just to explain the fact that Aerith had the white materia, she summoned Holy with it, and that's going to be our saving hope in order to defeat Sephiroth and Meteor. However, there's something that's impeding Holy's ability to actually have any effect, and we find out that is, in fact, Sephiroth, who is blocking the Holy materia from doing what it does. So then our goal becomes, okay, so we have to defeat Sephiroth to release Holy so that it can combat Meteor. And that's what we're going to see here. So we can take some donations during this cutscene as well.
Okie dokie. We got $15 from Bookie G. Final Fantasy VII is the reason I bought a PlayStation half a lifetime ago. Still adore the game, still have the console, and loving this run. Love from New Zealand. $20 from Sebastian29. Hi there. I live in France and discovered GDQ last year. I'd like to donate since then. I even told my parents about it, and they said, wait, a gaming marathon raising millions for charity? Why haven't we heard about it on the news? I didn't know what to answer, but my mother wanted to participate. So, here's some money on her behalf for MSF. Thanks, Mom. You're awesome. Merci beaucoup. $200 from Sorith Avra. Longtime watcher. I love GDQ. Looking forward to many more events in the future. Great cause, guys. I put all of this donation towards Dark Souls. Let's see it. $25 from Minotaur. Had to donate during the run of my favorite game of all time, with the money going to my favorite game of the year, Breath of the Wild.
So on the way out, we're going to see here just where that cannon on Junon ended up, where the Sister Ray ended.
Yeah, they put it at Midgar.
Yeah.
No real surprise here. They didn't really have much of another place to put it. But instead of being powered by artillery shells, it is now powered by the Mako reactors of the city, which presumably would make it much stronger. And it's been rebranded the Sister Ray at this point, which is that continuity error that I pointed out earlier. So here is just a small cutscene showing that new cannon placement and how they've rigged it up to draw the lifeblood from the city. Literally, it's got those giant arteries attached to it. And in the middle of this cutscene here, we're going to get an interruption. So basically, they placed the cannon at Midgar, and they pointed it directly at the North Crater because Sephiroth has kind of barricaded himself inside the North Crater, and he's got a protective barrier around it so that no one can access him. So the plan is that they're going to use the cannon to destroy that barrier and enable them to get inside the North Crater. Obviously, Shinra doesn't really care about Sephiroth. They just want access to the Promised Land. But for us, that's going to set us up to have our final showdown with Sephiroth. But before that, there's a couple more boss battles that we need to take care of. The first of which is going to be triggered right about now.
Yeah, just as we're about to get into the high wind, things are about to go down.
More earthquakes means more weapons.
Yep, and more.
Thankfully, this is the last one.
More things coming out of the water.
Yeah.
Better hurry up, and I hear he goes pretty fast.
Yeah, this he's lightning fast. It's awesome weapons done quick here. I'm sorry, summer weapons done quick.
He's still pretty awesome.
Yeah, so he's basically going to make his way toward Midgar now that they've constructed that giant cannon there. You could see that, the other weapon, Sapphire, was targeting the cannon when it was up at Junin, but now that they have the cannon in Midgar, they're sending another weapon after it. This one, Diamond, toward Midgar. And it's going to take a while for Diamond Weapon to get over there, and in this version of the speedrun, there's really not much that we have to do in the meantime. In some other routes, like the All Bosses route or some longer categories, there's a bunch of stuff that you would do during the time that it takes Diamond Weapon to walk over through the ocean and get to Midgar. You do some of the Wu Tai side quests and wrap up some other loose ends. But here we're just going to kind of hang out and prepare ourselves for the battle and wait on the beach. So we can get in a few donations, but we'll need a little bit of time ahead of the fight to give a little bit of explanation for what we're going to do.
Sure thing. Got $150 from Alex. Let's get that Breath of the Wild speed ran. We got $40 from Disco Cat. Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy game I played. So many memories now. A donation for a good cause. Happy SGDQ, everyone. $50 from Anonymous. Love to see my favorite childhood game being run. Big shout out to the runner, Couch, and to the announcer for powering through losing her voice. It happens, man. You get yourself some rest after your segment is finished. Thanks, Betty.
Are you trying to break the high wind? Seven Sins is yelling at you, dude.
Seven Sins is not happy about that. You can keep going.
Alrighty. $20 from LT Humphrey. This run of Final Fantasy VII has blown my mind. How about it, Ben? Sudoku speedrun next year? Obs, money to Dark Souls run. $100 from Tertiary Lanes 162. Woke up this morning and saw Breath of the Wild on the menu. I'll take one of those, please. $10 from Sneakage. Hi, SGDQ. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII as I just found out it was the first Final Fantasy released in Europe. Thanks, Couch. I played this game a lot during my childhood and it always gives me the nostalgic feels whenever I see it run. Keep it up. Have a great event, guys.
Okay, so coming into the battle here, Diamond Weapon is a bit of a tricky boss. The way we do the ATB weight trick manipulation is a little bit different from your traditional fights where we just kind of hold it and then queue up a death blow and then hold it again. So it's actually the only fight in which we lower the battle speed because Diamond Weapon is super fast and we want to make sure that we get enough turns in. Dave, you want to go a little more about the mechanics here?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is he's going to queue up Big Guard with Tifa, and then Sid and Cloud both have their limit breaks. He's going to use both of those, and that's going to initiate the countdown phase. And what's going to happen is he's going to start at 5, and when he counts down to 0, that's pretty much rip run. And we need Tifa to hit 2 death blows within that period of time, and we're going to be doing a specific ATB manipulation there. You see Tifa kind of got ripped there. There is a backup strat that you can do here where you cast Big Guard with Cloud, and then Ben's going to throw a Tranquilizer with Tifa on himself to re-put her into Sadness, so she takes 30% less damage. And then using the Tranquilizer animation, he can cue the limit breaks, and since limit breaks always take priority, they will come after the Tranquilizer. And so after this boost jump and Braver, we're going to go into the countdown phase where Ben is going to cue a Braver, cue a Death Blow, and then, actually, hold on, I'll let it just happen as it is. So Diamond Weapon's going to attack here, and it's on Tifa, of course. But Tifa's going to get her Death Blow in, and he's holding the ATB right now, and what he's going to do is he's going to, let's see if she stays in, okay, so he's going to readjust her for critical HP. Oh, nice, Ben. And he gets that second death blow off before Diamond Weapon gets another turn and the countdown ticks another phase down. And so he uses Diamond Weapon's attack animation to refill his own ATB so he can get that death blow off and then hold the ATB while Diamond is empty. And he's going to insta-queue that death blow, and he's going to get 2 more in before another countdown phase. And just because Tifa was hitting all the death blows, Diamond Weapon is already done. Nice and easy, dude. GG, man.
That was an awesome fight. That is an extremely, extremely difficult ATB manipulation there. You have to be very, very quick. And given all of the extra turns that he had to get in there to revive Tifa, put her back in Sadness, do the grenade to bring her back into critical HP after curing her, it's really amazing to see that he's able to do all of that.
Just all on the fly thinking.
Yeah,
I've never seen that happen where you cure her and she's above the HP.
Lucky you had that leftover grenade.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty clutch move right there. That fight can go south pretty quickly because the way it works is when he starts out, when Diamond Weapon starts out and he's closed up, the only way to open up is with a limit break or with a summon. And we have the 2 limit breaks, and we use those because they're faster. If Diamond Weapon were to use Diamond Flash and close back up, the only way to get him to reopen would be to use a limit break again and use a summon. to get him to open back up, and that just takes a bunch of time. So you're honestly better off resetting if you get that bad RNG. Thankfully, Ben's RNG was really good. He got those death blows to hit, and was able to work with the bad luck of getting Tifa constantly attacked there.
Yeah, like death right out the gate.
Yep.
Well, you played that really well. You had a lot of stuff go down in that fight, so good job, man.
That was definitely a very impressive fight.
And you'll see here, they are literally using all of the energy of the city here to charge up the Sister Ray, and they're going to shoot it at the North Crater to remove the barrier that Sephiroth has placed, as it drains the power of the entire city. We got a nice little hair flip there. Gotta do it.
Always so stylish, Rufus.
Yeah. And Diamond Weapon doesn't really like that, so Diamond Weapon's gonna retaliate with some fire beams. And they're all going towards Midgar. But Diamond Weapon just happens to be in the way of this this beam.
Yeah, the Sister Ray, which is firing directly at the crater, just so happens to be perfectly in line with the Diamond Weapon here, and he takes the brunt of it.
Yeah, got a nice double kill.
So that's 2 weapons down thanks to the cannon. One via headshot, one via...
No, I was going to say Sister Ray was a good investment.
Yeah, gotta say.
2 for 2. Or I guess 3 for 2 if you count the crater shield.
Yep. And the beam's going to go ahead and continue on into the northern crater, and it actually does its job and destroys the barrier that Sephiroth has placed there. Meanwhile, all those beams of energy that Diamond Weapon fired towards Midgar are on their way, and they're about to wreak havoc on the city here, including directly into the president's office, in the Shinra Tower here.
And honestly, I always thought that Rufus died here, but apparently Advent Children says otherwise, so...
He's a zombie in that movie.
Yeah.
It's actually a robot Rufus Shinra.
Kind of like Kate Sith.
Yeah. So here we're going to take control of the High Wind, and we're going to go see what happened in the northern cave. And during this time, we're going to do yet another one of those invisible cloud skips.
Probably the biggest sequence break that we have in the run.
Yeah, absolutely. So here, during this portion of the game, you're supposed to go back to Midgar and go through the tunnels there, and go through this whole these fights with the Turks, and then eventually with Crowd Claude, and then you work your way up to Hojo.
That's too much time.
Who's manning the mainframe of the Sister Ray. But we get a little cutscene here where we see Hojo manning that mainframe of the Sister Ray, and by just holding
just right.
It's really just hold right and run, and Cloud is going to run into the battle trigger with Hojo here, and this is a huge skip in the run. It takes about 15-20 minutes to go through that whole return to Midgar section, and we just don't have to do any of that. We skip right to the end of it.
Which, by the way, guys, this skip does actually destroy the music, which thank you guys for meeting the incentive to bring the music back, and we will be doing that at the start of Disc 3, but this is the skip that causes the music to get destroyed.
Right. And there can be a really nasty result of this audio glitch here.
Let's see what happens.
So we'll see what kind of hype audio glitch we get here. And that was the skip right there. It's really simple to execute, but you see Cloud is still invisible because he was Invisible Cloud when he ran into that trigger, and the party members just come out of his pocket. And now we're going to set up the fight with Hojo here, and we just skipped 15 minutes, so we'll clap for that.
Honestly, the easiest skip in the game, but the most significant.
Yep. The Japanese version of the speedrun actually doesn't allow that skip because it does this audio glitch, but we don't really care about that. We just want to play the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's considered like a major glitch because it breaks the sound.
Right.
So normally we get the Genova theme here. Hey, no annoying noise though.
Yeah, nothing.
And just nice and quiet. I hope you guys enjoy silence for at least a
You're
little
going to have to listen to our voices for this fight. So the fight with Hojo takes place in 3 phases, and none of the 3 phases are really any dangerous. There's only one attack that we really have to look out for, and that's on the 2nd phase of Hojo, where he can inflict confusion on your party members. Notably, if Tifa gets confused, as we know, she's kind of been a one-woman wrecking crew throughout this entire run, and
just like that.
Yeah, having that turned loose on your party due to confusion can be really dangerous. So we're actually going to use that vaccine that we picked up way earlier back in Icicle Inn, and that vaccine is going to prevent her from getting confused. So we're going to use it right here, and now we have nothing to worry about. It's just
come on, Tifa.
Hit those death blows, and we'll make it through this fight. Come on. So again, we've got Cloud covering the damage there to keep Tifa protected in that low HP.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it. All right,
Oh
this
goodness.
attack is it, though.
Yeah, so that's phase 2 down. We've still got phase 3.
And phase 3, if you don't have a ribbon on Cloud, could be a very, very bad time because this combo attack that Hojo does inflicts a bunch of different status ailments. And luckily, we do have the ribbon on Cloud, though.
Yep. So I guess we got all our death blow luck on Diamond Weapon, but frankly, that's where we really need it. So if we're missing out on it here, it's really not a big deal. It's just a bit of a time loss.
Nice. And one more should do it. This might even do it. Oh, one more. Just one more combo before we go.
Yeah, Cloud covering it again there.
And just in advance, I hope you guys like the victory music. Do you guys like the victory music?
I like the victory music.
All right, because we're going to hear a bit of it.
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
Yeah, it's kind of really just not going to stop.
So, yeah, this just means you're winning.
Yeah, this is another side effect of the Midgar glitch, or Midgar skip, where since like the whole triggers for music of like starting and stopping songs weren't like completed properly, when we trigger the victory music, it kind of just keeps going.
Yep. And it's definitely not the worst, but the Disc 3 music in this game is absolutely phenomenal.
Best in the entire soundtrack.
So thank you again for meeting that donation incentive. We're all super excited to be able to showcase that bit of the soundtrack for you, and we'll definitely be really excited for this last 30 minutes of the run here.
Yeah, because if you just start Disc 3, there's no sound. Like, not at all. So, or until you face Genova.
Yeah, until you make it down to the end and start facing the final bosses.
And then you hear the battle music throughout the entire game again.
Yep. We have a little bit of a cutscene here so we can get some more donations in before the final stretch.
Alrighty. We got $100 from Good Guy Jim. Always love watching GDQs. Thanks to all who helped make it a great event for great causes. I told my wife we were donating, and she said, quote, "Don't say anything stupid." $50 from Sokar. Animals were killed. Save the robots. $150 from Anonymous. Final Fantasy VII. One of the few RPGs I beat as a kid. Quite probably the best RPG ever made. Thanks to the runners, hosts, and event coordinators. We got $50 from Gungnir. Awesome run of Final Fantasy VII and great commentary. Keep it up. Big fan of the series, with 9 being my favorite. Donating for my boy Bubbles to run Dark Souls. Let's keep raising money with jolly cooperation. Looks like we're less than 8K away from getting that Dark Souls run in, guys. So we're getting close. Getting close, everyone. We got $50 from Blue Phoenix 01. First time seeing SGDQ. Really impressive commentary and playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. Keep up the great work for a great cause. $25 from Chibi Maria. My brother and I were so excited to play Final Fantasy VII when it came out, and it did not disappoint. Neither did this run. Thanks for bringing back fond memories and sticking through this very long run. Donation to Runner's Choice. $22.22 from Almighty Peanut.
Hey, what's up, Peanut?
Over 7 hours in and no bathroom, drink, or food breaks.
Hey.
Talk about dedication to the cause. You are an inspiration to gamers and couch potatoes everywhere. Of course, I'll donate again. Put it towards Zelda. $150 from Voitrek. Praise the sun. We got $150 as well from, sounds like Pimp F, which is cool. Final Fantasy is one of the greatest series of all time, with my personal favorite being Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy I saw and played. Great game and very nice run. Keep it up.
Thanks.
We got $20 from Glorious. Look forward to these events every time they come around. Thanks for all that you do, and let's make this bonus Dark Souls run happen. I need more bubbles in my life. $100 from Lloyd107. Have fun, everyone. Also, just a quick heads up, we are almost at the 23K mark for Breath of the Wild. Remember, it's 100,000 total, so we are about a quarter of the way there, guys. We've got the rest of today to get that going, so let's get some of those donations in so we can see Breath of the Wild. We also have some donation incentives for the Earthbound run happening at the end of the marathon. So make sure you get those donations in for character names. We've also got the Out of Bounds incentive, the Shattered Man glitch, and the photo collection. So feel free to put some donations toward that as well. $50 from Kai66. All the love and hype for the runners, couch commentators, donation readers, and the setup crews. You are the best, and I've enjoyed watching these marathons every time they roll around.
So right here, the party is pretty much doing one last regroup before they go to the North Crater. You know, they say, you know, everybody go their separate ways for a minute. You know, let's take a break. You know, figure out what we're doing, and then they decide to, I guess, give the Highwind an upgrade, and then go to the North Crater.
Yep, and this is the end of Disc 2 here, so we're going to prepare for our final disc swap.
We made it.
Yes. Disc 3 is the best disc.
Yes.
Not only because it has the best music, but because it's only about 20 minutes long. Pretty gnarly sound effects there.
Oh yeah, you don't like hear them anywhere else in the game, so.
Yeah, so we'll do a save here before the swap, and then on to disc 3. But first, we're going to reset the console to make sure that we can get that music loaded up for you guys.
And thank you guys again for meeting that incentive. You know, like we said before, these are the best songs in the game by far.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference going into the final descent with that track going down through the crater.
You got Judgment Day, Birth of a God, One-Winged Angel,
Genova Absolute.
Yes, oh my.
It's really a killer lineup of songs right here at the very end, so definitely worth every penny to get that donation incentive met. So we're going to load this save back up here, and it's going to place us right at the entrance to the northern cave coming out of the high wind here. And then it's just about traversing your way down through the northern cave. Thankfully, we still have our step count intact, so it's not much of a concern about getting any bad encounters or pincers or anything like that. It's all routed in. Even though there are some really nasty enemies at the end of the game here, we managed to avoid most of them at this point.
And so right out the gate here, we're going to switch our ATB back to active so we can run away from fights quicker. And we're also going to throw tranquilizers on Sid and Cloud. But not Tifa, though.
At this point, we don't care. We actually want Tifa to die because, as we mentioned earlier, when a character dies, it's easy to revive them into their critical HP. So that's kind of what we're looking to do with Tifa here. We'll actually take the opportunity within a couple of these battles to have Tifa attack herself, and that will bring her down, hopefully kill herself, but definitely bring her down into lower HP.
And so it begins. Thank you guys for the music.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference.
And we're going to pick up the save crystal. That's going to be integral for one last glitch that we're doing in the run.
Yep, just one more skip that'll happen near the end of the descent here. We'll point it out when we get to it. But for now, we're just kind of running down, running away for some encounters. So let's get a few last donations in here.
All right. We've got $10 from Peach Tea. Final Fantasy VII was nothing short of a life-changing event for the 8-year-old me. Thanks for the awesome run. I'm getting emotional. $150 from Anonymous. Great job, everyone. Let's make that Zelda Breath of the Wild run happen. Guys, we got another $1,000 donation. From Raybram214. Always a sublime event. Thanks to all the runners and staff to always propose a captivating show. Thanks also to the French Restream for all the explanations on what happens during the run. We also have a $500 donation. Coming from Brildiz. Greetings from Cyprus. I had to donate again because the couch is doing a great job of explaining this game with a simple plot. Oh, also Breath of the Wild. We've got $20 from D-Lids.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
There you go. Woke up in time to catch my pal Dave on the couch for the sick Final Fantasy VII run. Donation goes to his choice.
Breath of the Wild.
So right here, these are the final steps in our step count, and that concludes the step count for this game. We'll just be running to the finish now. So great job to Ben for keeping the step count throughout the entire game. It's really hard to understand exactly how difficult that is until you play this game.
Especially in a marathon setting.
Yeah.
So right here, what you're going to see is he's going to try to grab this last stalactite and open his menu on the same frame. I mean, actually, it's a little bit more than a frame window, but so what he's going to do is he's going to queue up the save crystal and try to climb down at the same time. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow him to cancel the save crystal and then retain movement of Cloud during this like meetup right here, where the party decides to split off into two separate ends. And that's very useful because once you complete this cutscene, normally each character kind of walks their respective ways, and you got to wait for them to like all go off screen and stuff. But once we decide which way people are going, we can kind of just run off the screen. And do you want to talk about how it's important where we send
Sure.
each person?
Yeah, so that glitch works pretty much exactly like the others in terms of getting two text boxes at the same time. And we want to send most of the characters to the right path there. because particularly Tifa will pick up an item called the Mithril, or the Mistyle, as it's misspelled in the armor selection. And that piece of armor is really overpowered in that it raises your evasion statistic to a really high number. So Tifa will be dodging many of the attacks that she'll get, but also the evasion statistic is tied directly to the death blow accuracy percentage. So now that that evasion stat has been raised super high, Tifa won't be missing any death blows for the rest of the run. So there's no more RNG as to whether or not she's going to hit her death blow and how much damage she's going to do. We know exactly what's going to happen in that regard.
And speaking of RNG, there's actually one last set of RNG manipulation within the run, which Ben is actually doing right now by waiting, like, I think he's going to wait like somewhere around 15 to 20 seconds-ish. And doing so, it's actually going to make it so during the final descent, he's only going to get like 2 encounters. It is? 1 maybe?
So either 1 or 2, and that is a fairly new strat that has been implemented in this run. It was normally assumed that there was no way to manipulate the final descent encounters, but thanks to some amazing speedrunners and glitch finders in the Final Fantasy VII community, we've been able to, with a bit of consistency, predict the number of encounters that we're going to get in this next section here, which we call the final descent, where Cloud jumps from rock to rock, and you have a chance to get an encounter on each one. I believe you can get up to 12 encounters if you have like the worst luck in the world. You can get 0 if you have amazing luck, but usually the average is about 3 or 4. If that manipulation worked properly, then we'll get 1 or 2 in this descent.
And it's cool because if you do a hard reset of the console, the RNG is kind of like consistent after you reset the console like that. So we know that we can do a manipulation there.
Right. There are other ways to track the RNG seed and figure out what you're on, what seed you're on, so that you know how to implement that bit of RNG manipulation. But it's very difficult,
that
very
requires
technical.
a lot of Excel spreadsheets and a lot of values you're inputting and a lot of cumbersome.
It's super complicated, and it's generally not part of the speedrun, but it's getting implemented into runs now, which is fairly exciting because it's a new development in a game that really hasn't had that many in a while.
And so begins the final descent, guys. Here we go, the last stretch.
Yeah.
It's been 8 hours, guys. And look at that, no encounters through the first screen.
So it looks like we're going to get the single encounter final descent here.
All right, that's really good.
So again, we can see that Beefaroni is left dead. That's again to set up for the next battle here, which will be with Genova Synthesis. We're just going to revive her. She'll be directly in critical HP, and then Death Blow for the win. A little bit of menuing here. Getting out of that ATB active mode, we want to make sure that we're on weight to do our manipulation, equipping that new Mithril or Mistyle armor, getting all of our materia set up here. We have a little bit of a defense by adding the elemental and lightning there.
Yeah, don't be like me and forget to menu there on PB Pace, because you kind of rip the run.
Yeah, that'll be really bad if you don't have the Mistyle and the Curse Ring.
Oh, yeah. And so begins the last boss battles.
Yeah, so we have basically a gauntlet of 4 bosses in a row, really 3. This last one doesn't really count. But this one first is against Genova Absolute, or Genova Synthesis. The soundtrack is Genova Absolute. And in a casual playthrough, the way with which you fight this boss battle will actually determine how your battle with the next boss, Bizarro Sephiroth, will be set up. So if you do poorly in this fight and you get basically this boss has a countdown similar to Diamond Weapon, and if she goes through that countdown and casts Ultima on you, you can have a 2-party or a 3-party encounter versus Bizarro Sephiroth, but since we're set up to do a ton of damage here, we're going to kill Genova Synthesis long before that happens, and that'll set us up for the 1-party fight with Bizarro Sephiroth.
Hey, nice.
So, very clean fight there. Sadly, we don't get to hear that whole track because it really is amazing. We have a very short cutscene here. We can get just a couple more final donations in.
Alrighty. We've got $160 donation. $1 from Anonymous. $1 per year for the 20th anniversary. Per hour of the run. Sounds about right. Epic run. All y'all are the best. $15 from Tadek. Very much enjoying this Final Fantasy VII run. Greetings from Sweden.
All right, so now we've made it to down in the, really in the deep bottom of the crater here. It's just kind of like the center of the planet, but not really. We can see that Holy is trapped behind this some nastiness.
Stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what else to call it, but Sephiroth is clearly behind this, and this is really the showdown for the final battle.
So just going to do one last menu here to heal up the party. Not Tifa, though.
Just a single potion on her, again, using that single potion to manage keeping her within the 25% range to be in critical health. And then we'll go ahead and get started with the fight on Bizarro Sephiroth.
Yeah, you definitely want to be above 600 health because of the chance that Bizarro Sephiroth can attack Tifa.
So Bizarro Sephiroth is actually made up of 5 different body parts that you can attack, but we're just going to kind of take him straight on here. We're going to wait half a second before triggering up any attacks here because his first move is to, well, after he attacks us once, he's going to heal himself. And, oh, nice dodge there. You can see the effects of the missile having that high evasion, but this Bizarro energy is what we're trying to avoid. There's really no reason to attack him before he heals himself for 6,000 health. Queuing up our big guard gives us the haste and the barrier that we need to protect ourselves, and Tifa's ready to go with her death blows.
Best song in the game, one of them.
No worries there with the Bolt 3 on Cloud. We'll have to deal with another heal, but Tifa's doing so much damage that mitigates that pretty quickly.
Easy.
And that'll do it for Bizarro Sephiroth.
And one last real fight in the game, guys.
This is it. The iconic showdown with Safer Sephiroth to the tune of One Winged Angel. So there is one thing to worry about in this fight. Safer Sephiroth has an attack called Shadow Flare, which can one-shot any of our characters. We just want to make sure that he doesn't use that on Tifa. If he does, we'll have to, you know, heal up and reset ourselves a little bit, but let's just hope that that doesn't hit.
So Safer Sephiroth is going to start off here by casting Wall. So what we're going to do is we're going to Death Blow with Tifa, we're going to Q our big guard, and then we also have a D-Barrier spell that we're going to take care of his Wall immediately.
Yeah, so we're going to hope to sneak in this Death Blow before he gets a turn.
Hey!
And look at that.
Doesn't happen always.
Yeah, we get that full damage Death Blow right away before he can put up his Wall here. And we're immediately going to eliminate his Wall. Oh no, we got one more Death Blow here. You can see that the damage is halved because he has that barrier in place. So there goes his Wall, and now he's fully vulnerable to these Death Blows again. They'll be doing max damage with the added cut of about 5,600.
All right, this is Shadow Flare. It looks like it's going to be on... Who's it on? Oh, okay, it's on Tifa.
It's on Tifa.
All right,
now,
come on,
can
miss.
she dodge
Miss.
it?
Miss. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Ben knows how to deal with this. And we got that early death blow, so we're in really good shape.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a time loss. We're going to recast Big Guard here for the effects of haste only. We're not worried about the protection, but we need her to be fast.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that makes some runners freak out is when Tifa dies there and they don't know how to deal with the situation, really.
Yep, but Ben's fully prepared for that, and as Sephiroth rises in preparation of his supernova attack, he'll never get to use it, as this final death blow is going to put an end to the fight.
And that is it, guys.
That is it.
Good job, Ben. You killed it.
You did the thing.
You won the ones.
Pretty good time. So we do have one more fight incoming, but thankfully you can't lose that fight. So this is the true final boss of the game.
And you guys did meet the incentive for Omni Slash, so we will get the grand finale, guys.
Yes, absolutely the way the game should be finished off.
That is right.
We've got about a minute before we get to that last battle, so we can squeeze in a couple more donations.
Sounds good to me. $100 from Safon. Did someone say Dark Souls speedrun? Let's get it done. $15 from Link's dad. Couldn't stay awake for Final Fantasy VII, but it's one of my favorite games of all time, so I woke up early to see it end. $15 for that sweet, sweet Breath of the Wild run, so my other favorite series gets even more representation. $5 from Rosa. Never imagined myself sitting through an entire 8-hour-long speedrun, especially of a game I've played before. But here I am, 7.5 hours in and fully attentive. Thank you to the Couch and Runner for being so informative and entertaining all night.
All right, so we've defeated Sephiroth, but there's still one lingering thing in Cloud's mind here. He doesn't, fully have control of himself quite yet, so he's got to go in and sever that final tie with Sephiroth within his mind. It's really unclear where this battle is taking place, but that's generally the understanding of what this battle is.
Yeah, it's probably in his mind. Could be the live stream, though. Some people say that as...
Yeah, it makes sense, given the visual that you got here, but it's entirely unclear. There are two ways to win this battle. One is by simply waiting for Sephiroth to attack you. Cloud will automatically counterattack, and that will end the fight. Alternatively, since your limit bar fills up and you've been granted your ultimate limit break of Omni Slash, we're going to go for that more triumphant way to finish off the run. Omni Slashing does waste about 15 seconds, but battles are only 15 FPS, so that's only about 225 frames that we're throwing away here, and I think it's worth every single one of those frames.
Definitely worth it.
To finish off Sephiroth the way he's meant to be finished off.
Here we go. Spike Vegeta with the Omni Slash.
And time will be on the final hit of the Omni Slash.
And time 7:48:04.
What an
dude.
awesome run! Unbelievable!
Oh my god, that was amazing! Incredible!
Hats off to this guy.
Incredible, dude.
Putting that speed run together with all of the safeties and backups necessary to make this marathon safe is no easy feat. A lot of practice and rerouting went into making this happen. So hats off to Ben and the entire FF7 speedrun community for making this happen. Hats off to the GDQ staff for letting us do this for 8 hours. I know it's really hard to squeeze that kind of run into the schedule.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting those slots in this
absolutely
marathon.
We're really grateful for having the opportunity to showcase this awesome speedrun, and thanks to all the donators for showing their support for it, and hopefully we can get more runs like this in GDQ soon. That's it.
Getting a couple of good post-run donations. We got $15 from Big Jazzy J. Final Fantasy VII was the first RPG I ever beat. Love this game. We got $5 from Anonymous. Donating again because my previous donation wasn't read. Go SGDQ! We got $85 from Creux214. Hey GDQ. Here, I thought I was done with my donations for this SGDQ, and now I hear there's an incentive for Breath of the Wild? Have some more money! While I'm here, I want to thank and congratulate all the runners, commentators, announcers, and all the little hands that worked off screen to make this event possible. It was a very entertaining week, yet again. Cheers from France. We got $150 from Mulder TPC. Praise the sun. Very entertaining, jolly cooperation from the couch during this awesome Final Fantasy VII run. We've got a $1,000 donation. All right. It's from Harris Rowe. It says, hey everybody. Final Fantasy VII was the very first game I ever played, so it holds a special place in my heart. I meant to give this donation during AGDQ, but this seems more appropriate. You guys are doing amazing work, and let's put this money towards Breath of the Wild. Thanks for having me on, guys. We're going to take a quick break and go to a word from one of our sponsors, the Yeti. Have a great rest of your morning, everyone.
Shout out to our last host, Kung Fu Fruit Cup. Got some updates for you guys on upcoming incentives. make sure to keep getting those donations in for the Breath of the Wild run later in the day, because that would be super dope to see. We're at roughly $25,000 out of 100,000 that we need to see that, so be sure to be donating if you're curious to see that. And for the Dark Souls bonus game, we're only about $6 grand away from reaching that incentive, so be sure to be getting those donations in and dedicating it to something you want to see later in the day. We also have quite a few donations from the Final Fantasy run. We have a $150 donation from Anonymous. Really enjoyed the Final Fantasy VII run. Great runner, great couch. We have a $50 donation from Average Joe 1812. Already clearing my voice to sing along to One Winged